Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Anil Gupta. Good morning.
Good morning. We'll start in a minute, I believe. So this weather being what it is, and all the fevers and other things, so families are under a lot of stress apparently. So both had some difficulty today.
Right. Yeah. No
It
problem.
might come, but we are not sure. He said he will try, but he's not sure.
Yeah.
So
सर अब स्टार्ट करेंगे सर स्टार्ट करेंगे
नमस्कार सर
Namaskar,
morning.
namaskar, good morning, good morning, good morning. So we'll start, Manish, now.
sir you're on mute sir.
I'm on mute. No, you can't
No.
hear me.
We can hear you. Yes.
Chetan is on mute. Chetan, अपने को unmute कर लो. And Dr. Renu Swarup will join us at 10:45.
Hi John.
She has committed to join at 10:45. She'll have to leave at 11:15. Which is all right. 11:10. Yeah, Chetan, आप अपना unmute कीजिए.
हाँ सर तो शुरू करते हैं
हाँ.
गुड मॉर्निंग। आज एक हमारे लिए अवसर बोल सकते हैं कि जो हमारे GYTI के सभी साथियों को हमने एक साथ जोड़ रहे हैं। अभी तक जितनी भी मीटिंग हुई तो अलग अलग दौर में अलग अलग लोग जुड़ते गए, लेकिन इस बार हमने सभी हमारे जो साथी है उनको जोड़ने की कोशिश की है। हनीबी नेटवर्क ने 1988 से जो काम शुरू किया था, एक किसानों के जो पारंपरिक ज्ञान और किसानों की इनोवेशन से जो ज्ञान शुरू था, आज वही हनीबी नेटवर्क के माध्यम से हमने केवल किसानों का ही ज्ञान नहीं, लेकिन हमारे देश के सर्वश्रेष्ठ जो वैज्ञानिक है, जो बच्चे हैं, जो इनोवेटिव बच्चे हैं, वो सभी के ज्ञान को एक दूसरे को जोड़ के अच्छे सॉल्यूशन सोसाइटी में जाए, उस तरह के काफी सारे प्रयास हमने किए हैं। और सृष्टि ने बायरा के साथ जोड़ के हमने जो ग्रामीण जो नॉलेज था, उस नॉलेज को एक साइंटिफिक वे में वो वापस किसानों के पास पहुंचे, वैसी भी बीज के माध्यम से व्यवस्था हुई है। तो बहुत खुशी है कि भाई इस अवसर से काफी कुछ नई भी बातें हमें पता चलेगी, काफी कुछ ऐसा भी है कि काफी सारे बच्चे के साथ हम जब डिस्कशन करेंगे तो हमारी बाकी भी एक्टिविटी में उन युवाओं को हम कैसे जोड़ सकते हैं। बाकी हमारी जो शोध यात्रा है, समर स्कूल है, उसमें भी इन बच्चों का योगदान कैसे ले पाए। रिव्यू प्रोसेस में 20 है, GYTI है, उसमें भी ये बच्चे कैसे हमें मदद कर पाए, उसको भी थोड़ा हमें पता चलेगा। तो ये जो आज का जो कॉन्क्लेव है, वो कॉन्क्लेव से हमें काफी कुछ नया सोचने का भी मौका मिलेगा। हनीबी नेटवर्क ने 98 में जो काम शुरू किया था, उस काम को आज धीरे धीरे करके हम अलग अलग सभी तरह के फील्ड में हम पहुंचे हैं और काफी सारे बच्चों को अवार्ड्स तो दिया है, लेकिन उसके वजह से हम कॉलेज, इंस्टीट्यूट और गांव में एक इनोवेशन की इकोसिस्टम बना पाए हैं। क्योंकि काफी बार इनोवेशन हम बोलते हैं कि भाई इनोवेशन फैलता नहीं, लेकिन उसके लिए एक जो एटमॉस्फेयर होना चाहिए उसको फैलने के लिए, उसको विकसित करने के लिए, तो हनीबी नेटवर्क ने वो इकोसिस्टम बनाने की कोशिश की है। आज इसके वजह से एक किसान भी बोल सकता है कि मुझे मेरे इनोवेशन की पैटर्न करनी है, एक हर्बल हीलर भी बोल सकता है कि मुझे मेरा इनोवेटिव जो मेरे फॉर्मुलेशन है उसको वैलिडेट करके मुझे उसकी प्रोडक्ट बनानी है, और एक स्कूल का बच्चा भी बोलता है कि भाई मेरा जो प्रोडक्ट है उसकी मुझे पैटर्न करवानी है और उसको मार्केट में ले जाना है। और एक इंजीनियरिंग का स्टूडेंट भी बोलता है कि भाई मेरी जो है उसकी मुझे कंपनी लगानी है और मुझे अच्छी स्टार्टअप डेवलप करना है। तो हमने 25-30 साल में इनोवेशन की इकोसिस्टम बनाई है और ये इकोसिस्टम से बाकी भी लोगों को उससे जोड़ने का एक अवसर भी मिला है और इस कार्य से काफी बच्चों को और काफी सारे किसानों को, काफी सारे इंस्टीट्यूट को भी प्रेरणा मिलेगी। तो मैं यहाँ मेरी बात को समाप्त कर रहा हूँ और मैं सर को रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ कि आगे की बात हो।
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद चेतन, थैंक यू सो मच. Friends, I would like to now take you back again into this cooperation that BIREC and Srishti have had, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, which is an extraordinary initiative of DBT, an autonomous organization which invests in the ideas of the students and startups. This is probably the only initiative which can invest even up to 50 lakh rupees in an idea for which even proof of concept may not exist. So in terms of promoting entrepreneurship, promoting high quality risk, which is risky at this moment, about which there is very low probability at some time that we are not sure that it might succeed. Picking up such ideas and taking them forward is one of the forte of BIREC. Now, this partnership that we had between Srishti and BIREC to provide awards to the students in life sciences. Generally, we provide 15 lakh rupees award for 2 years to students to take their ideas forward. And this focus of this grant of late has been on translational research. Earlier, we also used to take the research which was on the edge, and of course, which had social applications. But now we are focusing more and more on translational research. The reason is very simple, that government, the country, the whole society is moving towards an entrepreneurial mindset. And an entrepreneurial mindset requires that we should be able to encourage students to take risks, generate enterprises, and hopefully generate jobs through them. Now, how did it happen actually? So way back, we started, we built a database called as techpedia.in. Techpedia.in. It has about 200,000 engineering projects, information of 200,000 engineering projects by about 600,000, 550 to 600,000 students from all over the country. What was the intention behind this database? Intention was promote originality and innovation and possibly collaboration. So this conclave will take these issues forward. That obviously when you have got an award, all the students who have got award have been able to establish originality of their idea, have been able to show that there is an innovative element in that. But one area where we have lagged behind, and I would like to flag it in the beginning, we have not had too many examples of collaboration among the awardees. So today, one of the purpose of ours is to promote this spirit of collaboration. In fact, as you know, DBT has recently created a website where they're trying to pool the facilities of all labs at one place. TST is also trying. So now the idea is that the whole country becomes a lab. If whole country is a single lab, how can the Sitare GYTI program remain untouched by that spirit and will not be able to take this idea forward? So we have to recognize that one of the goals today that we would like to push forward without any qualms, without any hesitation, is how to encourage students to collaborate with each other, to seek each other's counsel, to seek each other's feedback, to create a community, so that we can help students to learn from each other. It's very important. This will also mean that the guides of the students will also be a little more open-hearted, a little more open-minded, and encourage the students to get feedback, critical feedback from each other. So this is very important that we do that. The other purpose of this conclave also is that we would like that the students who have developed enterprises, their experience should be available for learning to other students. Now, what happens many times is that the valley of death, as we call it, between an idea, proof of concept, product prototype, product and then it goes to market. At each transitionary stage, there is a huge mortality. And this mortality arises because of uncertainties, both in the market space, but also in the mind space. And these uncertainties make us hesitant sometimes to move next step, to move to the next step. We are not sure whether we are meant to take this idea all the way forward, because there's a struggle. And this struggle sometimes is very painful because all the uncertainties we have to confront at a very young age. So it is very necessary that we learn, and I would request all the GYTI participants, bodies, whenever they have tried to overcome this valley of death, they should share how did they do that. In the brief presentation that the students will make, we would love to hear how did they overcome that fear, how did they overcome that uncertainty, how did they try to build network. I have been of late in my classes emphasizing on a concept of network entrepreneurship. Even recently at a very beautiful platform that CTAMP has built up, Index on Diagnostic Innovations by these Indian startups in the field of COVID-19. This was stressed again. I had talked to all the startups on this issue, and I would like to take a few minutes to explain what is the concept of network entrepreneurship. The concept is, first model of the network. There are 7 models. I will not go through all the 7 models, but I'll mention 2 or 3. The first model is that I'm, let us say, developing a solution for diagnostic of TB. And you have developed a drug for TB, or you have developed a palliative solution, or you have developed a treatment plan for TB. Somebody else has developed a sterilization, sterile trees. We had a young student who had developed a device for sterilizing the devices in the primary health center in just about 400 rupees, using a particular liquid in which you put the scissors, forceps, and everything. In a few minutes, 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, all of them will get sterilized. When you don't have autoclave, you don't have power, how do you sterilize your devices when you are dealing with patients? Now, all of this has to come as a network. So when I promote my innovation, I should not hesitate in promoting innovations of other people as well, which will complement my technology, complement my solution. That is one model of network entrepreneurship. I become friend. That is where I'm becoming a partner of others. So I can have a pooled catalog. When I promote my innovation, I'll add 10 other innovations from GYTI and other places which are complementary. So what happens? The customer, the client, the policymaker, the person or the agency with whom we are dealing with, their transaction cost of searching so many other complementary solutions goes down. Do I lose anything? I don't lose anything. On the contrary, I gain goodwill because I'm offering complementary solutions from other innovators as well. So I will appeal to all of you, kindly consider that we will like to grow collaboratively. We will not be able to grow alone. And this is a very, very major problem why Indian startups face more difficulty than normal, because all of us want to make our own highway, our own road, our own automobile, our own journey. That is not going to work so well. So it's very important that we are able to develop this and find complementary. Second is, we can also become mutual franchisee. So if I set up my startup in particular diagnostic or in treatment or any other field of medical devices, and I am willing to also market for a consideration, some margin that I will take from other innovators. So first was that we want to grow collaboratively. Thank you so much, Renu, that you have joined us. Welcome. I was just mentioning that we have to move from individual entrepreneurship to network entrepreneurship, where we have to complement each other. When I offer to a client my solution, I will offer 10 other solutions of other people which complement my solution, so that the client gets opportunity of a whole network, of a whole catalog of other solutions. That is one thing I was suggesting. The second model I was suggesting was that we become franchisee of each other. So when I commercialize my innovation, my product, I also, on a consideration, maybe on a margin basis, promote others' solutions, so that I have a bandwidth of offering something. You know, in marketplace, you go to a Karol Bagh market or some other market in different cities, people will try to offer you something. If you don't like this, will you like this? So they offer a variety of choices to the customer. We will have to be as aggressive and as persuasive for the customer that if, okay, you don't like my product, I've got 5 other products which are available, which my colleagues, my friends have developed. Consider that whether you will like any one of them. I don't lose anything, but I gain goodwill and I build a commitment. There are many other models. I will not take too much time, but one more minute I will take to say just that we have achieved many milestones in the journey. We used to have a scholar in residence where some of the GYTI awardees stayed as the guest of Honorable President during Festival of Innovation Days at Rashtrapati Bhavan. We have been trying to find as many possibilities to increase the opportunities for our GYTI awardees. There is obviously a program like BIG, where we hope that the GYTI Awards become a pipeline for BIG and other grants. I'm sure our secretary will also mention about this. I'm very grateful to Renu for all the support that we have received from DBT and BIREC. This is a great platform. I think we still have to fully utilize the potential of this platform, which we have not harnessed. Even on policy issues, I would suggest Renu that we should get feedback of these young awardees, because they are the future entrepreneurs, they are the future leaders of our country. So when we develop any policy, we should have a policy dialogue, Manish, when we can take their feedback as to how would you wish this policy to be so that it can encourage people like you. So we start taking feed forward from the bodies because they are the choices. They are the professionally peer group has chosen these students to be the stars of our country, and I'm sure these will they will all get inspired by listening to Dr. Renu Sarup. Welcome, Dr. Renu. Now, time is yours, please. I'm really grateful that you could find time from your schedule to talk to all of us.
Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. It's always a pleasure to be with you and all the young awardees, because I have said this on many occasions, and I think you are also of the same opinion that for me, all those who come into your competition or all those who put in an application to become part of this selection process, actually they are the awardees anyway, because they have put their minds together. And then of course we have a selection process, and through the selection process you come up with the best 15 as currently the numbers are. We would love to take this to 150 and to 1500 and then 150,000, but that's a question of scaling up. But I think while we are looking at scaling up, what is more important is bringing into these young children and to these young students the whole culture of innovation, and as you rightly said just now, collaboration, working together in teams, and taking on the entire responsibility of taking forward the innovation culture. And it's finally, eventually, it's Team India that's going to be able to deliver. And they all are an integral part of that Team India. So, Professor Gupta, it's really a real pleasure that today we again assemble after a year for this GYTI Awards, the BIREC, Shrishti and team which has worked on this so much, the Sitare program, which is one of our real flagships. And Dr. Manish Tiwan is here. He and his team have worked with you and your team to see that we can bring this to a level where there is not just enough national and international recognition, but I would say there is enough national traction for it, where young students find this, because today it's not about building a brand for the activities, it's branding your activities and schemes so well that the youngsters get attracted to it. These days it's there is so much of energy in these youngsters that they obviously would like to have a path which they find is going to help them to move ahead. So the fact that you have so many applicants coming in, I think the whole scheme that you've put in is probably attractive for them. And I think the point that you raised about policy, I would say that we are absolutely open to it. Because let me share with you, when BIREC was set up in 2012 as one of the main arms of the Department of Biotechnology to support the industrial research, to support innovation, to support entrepreneurship, and Professor Anil Gupta knows he was part of the whole DPR which was written for BIREC to be set up. we had envisaged at that point of time that every young innovator and entrepreneur will get support. And when we say support, yes, financial support, surely, but there is much beyond financial support. And this is a message I give to my team always. Everyone doesn't only require a financial support. Financial support is important, it's critical, because you're giving them funds to be able to take their research. By just giving funds, you're not helping them on that journey of innovation to move forward. They need mentorship, they need handholding, they need to be connected to the right people, they need to have people who can guide them as to what their ideas are. And that's really what this whole exercise of BIRAC, Shrishti, Sitare, GYTI is doing. It's connecting, creating a pipeline as we move forward. But I'll also share with you, Professor Gupta, that when we started BIRAC, we didn't really have big as a scheme. We had BIPP, we had SIBRI as the first scheme, and then we had BIPP. And I still recall one day I had two young students from Indian Institute of Science. And we used to do this, which now we've sort of we've discontinued in that form because we have many others. We used to do these regional competitions for innovation in institutes, and we used to do it with ABLE, and it was called the ABLE Best. And in that ABLE Best, we used to pick up these innovator teams from different institutes and colleges. So we had this team of two young boys who were selected from Indian Institute of Science, and they were the winners of that. And I still recall they walked into my office in DBT and they said, "Ma'am, thank you so much for awarding us under the ABLE Best." And this is way back in 2012. But we don't have any grants to move forward now. And I said, "But why is that?" He says, "Because we are not eligible for SPIR. BIPP, some large companies may not want to take our idea. And we've just got innovative ideas that we want to work with. We don't know whether they'll succeed." And that was the beginning of big. That's how the discussion began, that how do we support these young innovators who are not startups, who are not industry, who are just young scientists who want to become startups. That was the first time that we launched a grant within the government system to any individual. The only point that we put in is there that your affiliation should be with one of the incubation centers. So the government, always wants to have its guarantees for the funds that they're putting out. So the guarantee for our fund was the incubation center. But it was the risk that we put into these young innovators. And these, Professor Gupta, I'll share the names with you right now. These two young innovators are today the ones who set up Pandorum.
Oh, wow.
And these two young innovators today have set up Pandorum. They have been invested in by the likes of, what is that, Manish? That Bansal ka company, Flipkart. Flipkart and many others. So, and today they have moved from making those structural designs that they were into. They started with seaweeds and then structural designs, and they're now going into the human tissue engineering. Wow. And they're looking at cornea engineering. I mean, it's always a pleasure to meet with them. I still meet with them and they come into my room, those two boys, Tuhin and Arun, if I'm right with the names. They both still, and it's such a pleasure to see. But then Tuhin and Arun are not just Tuhin and Arun. There are many, many Tuhins and Arun that we have in our system. But yes, that is what ignited this discussion. And that's when I started thinking, what do? We collected a team of experts, we got them together, and you've actually profiled them, Dr. Gupta. You actually,
I remember
your star booklet that you
star interviews, yes.
So the reason why I'm sharing that is very rightly said by Professor Gupta. Many of you sitting, when I say sitting, we always think we are sitting in an auditorium, but this is a virtual auditorium. Many of you with us today will have such bright ideas. This whole Sitare began like that. We then started moving into schools and we started moving into colleges. And Professor Gupta would always say one thing that, in fact, whenever he used to meet me, he used to say, make every lab into an incubator. Why do you want to set up more incubators for young students? And we've virtually done that actually, Professor Gupta. If you see, each of our laboratories now has, through the Sahaj scheme, access to their equipment for anybody. Anyone can access it. We have a Sahaj portal. Anyone can go on, access it. We have the rates. We have differential rates. We've also put in a grant at the disposal of the institutes, our institutes, that if there are small grants, which if there are no government funded projects, these remote colleges can actually come and access those grants as well. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to see that our country, which is anyway moving in this whole innovation index, becomes truly an innovative country, where the culture of innovation gets permeated to the grassroots. And who better than Professor Anil Gupta to tell you how important grassroots level innovations are, and how do we nurture them and take them forward. Each time we look at innovations or we look at companies, we don't always have to look at those which have commercial relevance. There are a large number of innovations which have societal relevance. And there are excellent social innovation models. And I will not speak about business models and management models to a management guru like Dr. Anil Gupta, but with the experience that we have, there are wonderful models that can be brought out. And I think he'll agree with me when I say this, that today everything is moving so fast that even the management systems, which you have your own management classes that you look at, Professor Gupta, you look at real life experiences which come in here to take on case studies, because this is innovation. You have innovative models which come in, and we cannot have a prescribed syllabus for these young students. And it's not correct to do that, because if you do that, then you're putting them into a tight box and not letting their thoughts go wild, which they really should. We would encourage you to just let your thoughts go around to see what is it that we can do. There would be, as I said, many more such interesting case studies that we would like to bring out, we would like to highlight for social innovations, for grassroots level innovations, and also be rest assured that the innovations that we take up here are now, we have enough experience and even in fact data that shows us that a large number of innovations that we bring out in our own country are actually innovative models that can be deployed across the borders. We have excellent models that we've deployed in Africa and other developing countries, because they do bring in similar sort of socioeconomic and other cultural ecosystems. And I think this is really where we need to see how we could create maybe a sort of, and we have it in many other schemes, our grand challenges, etc., create an excellent innovation marketplace. And Professor Gupta, I did come in at the end, and you did mention it when you were speaking to me about how you were talking about the collaboration between innovators, where you rightly said, give them a basket of innovations that they can choose from. I don't know, maybe BIRAC along with Shrishti and your incubation center can really become an aggregator for the innovation products which your GYTI awardees and Sitare awardees bring out. We have been discussing about IKP and other such incubation centers becoming aggregators for our big grant products and many others. But they may be, you need different types of aggregators because your markets are different. Social innovation, we do have a couple of good groups, but we really need an aggregator for social innovations as well. And we have some very interesting schemes within BIRAC. We have our Sparsh, which is our social innovation program, which again is all about immersion. We of course have big, and that's really the next step that we would like to see many of these GYTI awardees moving into. I mean, that's the pipeline that we are. It's all about creating a funnel and trying to see how we bring in the best and then filter them through these various filter mesh that we put in at different levels. So you keep adding value in each filter that you add on. And obviously what comes out is our, all those emeralds that we bring out. And they are really the stars. They are our sitare that we bring out. We are now working with Professor Gupta to expand this. And we actually said last time in the GYTI Awards that we will, when Dr. Harshvardhan gave away the awards, we said we will have the Bharat Ke Sitare. and we said we'll scale it up to 10,000 was the number we put in. Currently, many times we do say that our constraint is not really how we can scale it up. It's also mobilizing sufficient resources for many reasons, because we would like to touch upon various activities. And so obviously the kitty that we have gets a little sort of spread. But I have said this on many occasions, and I'm sure many of you in this virtual conference today, and people, experts who are with Professor Gupta, will be able to take this forward. The government funding that we put in, that should really act as a catalyst. And that catalyst should be able to mobilize other fundings that would come in to help us to scale it as well. I'm sure it will. We've seen good examples of it. This is like a magnet, and when you see good work happening, it obviously attracts all the others, and we would see this happening here also. But I think as the GYTI awardees in this conclave that you have, I think this is really what you have to take forward now. It's your, that is really what you are the ambassador for. Those who have already received the awards, those who are coming into it, you need to chart out this path on how do we move ahead. Our effort is how do we go across the country. I know your teams have been trying to reach from Shrishti to different places, but we need to go deeper. We need to penetrate deeper. We need to go to tier 2, tier 3, and even deeper, in terms of our outreach. The incubation ecosystem that we are setting up now, we have mandated it now that we will have tier 2, tier 3 city incubation centers. The main matured incubators will become the sort of mentors, and they'll work with these. We are also looking at setting up these incubation clusters where you have, sort of binding MOUs, and we've already done city-based or region-based clusters, and I think the existing 60 incubation centers have been put into 6 clusters. The reason is, again, you're sort of making one more instrument to allow access to shared infrastructure, allow access to shared pool of mentors, allow networking. In fact, many times we do keep encouraging the youngsters to network, but unless you put in a mechanism, it doesn't happen. I would also like to urge all the youngsters here. And as I said, for me, it's not just those who have received that 15 lakh award or the appreciation 1 lakh award, which are truly catalytic grants that can help you to move into the next phase. But I think it's important for you that while you're looking at the innovation, also look at bringing in new ideas, novelty into the system, because India has a lot of potential. We do bring in innovations, but you've seen how the COVID example has brought before us. India has actually delivered in terms of its S&T response to COVID. Few days back, we were very proud when we actually launched the world's first DNA vaccine.
Yes.
I was so pleased when those of you who have not, go through the Nature article on it, where they said India brings out the world's first DNA vaccine, more of them to follow, which are still there. It was such a sense of pride, and I think everyone, definitely for the Department of Biotechnology and BIRAC, since we were part of that journey, but I think for everybody. So that is where we are moving. Now it's not just saying, okay, we are innovative, we are moving up in the innovation index. We are the first in many things. And that is where we are destined to be there. We are not just destined to be followers, we are destined to be the leaders. And I think that leadership is from you, from the youngsters here, because you have to then work this forward. And I would urge that this sort of a conclave, this platform that you are being given, you should make the best of it. You should form these connections. I don't know, Professor Gupta, if you really have an alumni portal where you have each.
We will do that. It's good. Good thought. Wonderful thought. 2 ideas you've already given. One is this marketplace for the GYTI startups. And second, now what you mentioned just now.
Because because I feel that today it's all a tech world. It was always a tech world for these youngsters.
That's right.
People like us were not tech savvy, and we would not get into it. Now this work from home business and these technology and these virtual meetings have made all of us tech savvy. So I think now is the time that we really need to connect them. They don't need to sit and meet physically. They just need to connect, because it's totally a peer-to-peer learning. If they connect with each other, how much ever you, me, we will keep talking to them. But what they learn from each other's experience is going to be most important for them. So I'll stop here by congratulating all the winners, but congratulating everybody who's on this very important journey. Complimenting you, Professor Gupta, and your team, and of course my own BIRAC team, for bringing this network here. I hope, and I was this morning exchanging messages with Manish to say, when will Bharat Ke Sitare happen? So he has promised me that he'll try to announce it officially by 1st of January. So let's work towards it, get all the paperwork done so that we can actually announce a large Bharat Ke Sitare. But I think for that, it's going to be eventually, Professor Gupta, what you said, the whole country really will have to look at every lab being an incubator. And making it an incubation ecosystem where you don't need to set up new incubation centers. You just need to sort of connect them through these virtual connections that we have. I'm confident that all these youngsters will go to much, much greater heights. They are going to be our future unicorns, because unicorns, as I said, don't happen only because of commercially important products and markets, social innovation. And today for a country, everything that we do is a social innovation. Even our medicines that we bring out, our vaccines that we bring out, look at the affordabilities that we're talking. I mean, this morning I was talking to somebody who wanted to sort of just get my thoughts on India having achieved 75 crore vaccinations done by the
That's
country.
right. 75th year of independence.
And 75 crores completed.
How nice.
Just look at 75 crores. It's I don't know how many countries' population being put together.
Yes.
We completed a vaccination program with all vaccines developed within the country. I mean, remarkable achievement, remarkable achievement. That is our ecosystem today. I mean, I really wish I was so many years younger that I could have got into this new innovation. It didn't exist when we were young students like that. So I think you've got a wonderful opportunity. Don't let this go. Make the best of this opportunity. And believe me, for us, normally the saying says sky is the limit. Today, even sky is not the limit, because our space missions take us wherever.
Yeah,
so that's really where our mission is. There's just no limit. It's totally, you go through your different mathematical models and say infinity. I mean, that's really where you can reach. And I'm confident that we will. Good luck to all of you. And yes, truly take this innovation ecosystem to the next phase. So thank you, Professor Gupta, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Renu. And
for not really staying with you all through, but I
realize that.
Half an hour.
Two of the GYTI awardees, Nitin and Deval, have just put on the chat that they have also got the grant. So, the pipeline is working. And I must say that many of the students who got GYTI award got many other awards afterwards, from Economic Times, from this and that and all. So in some sense, we take the pride that we are the first to recognize young talent. That's what we want to maintain. We should be the first to recognize bright talent, and then the rest of the country, the rest of the system, the rest of the institutions will recognize. So thank you so much. I realize the pressures on your time, given the fact that you are now 2 secretaries positions you're holding. But I'm hopeful that we will have a similar window of opportunity for non-life sciences also from your GYTI, from your DST avatar, because we need to provide similar support to the other engineering disciplines. That's all my appeal to you is.
Definitely look into it. I see no reason why it cannot happen.
Exactly.
Because we have an innovation ecosystem there. We have
the model is working.
No, and we have many more incubation centers funded through the DST ecosystem than the BIRAC ecosystem. So I'll surely discuss it with the concerned officers there and see what is the challenge. They must be having some challenge, but let me check up what their challenge is and see what best we can do to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All the GYTI, from the team and from the GYTI perspective, I thank you so much. Thank you.
With your permission, Dr. Gupta, I will.
Yeah, I realize that. And Manish will now, of course, share.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Manish has been a great partner in this whole effort, and we consider him as a part of our team. And yeah. So Manish, you would now provide all the participants a way forward in terms of their dreams, in terms of their plans, in terms of their strategies. And as you can see from the chat, two have already mentioned. I'm sure there are many more who will mention eventually, because our students are also under a lot of pressure, so they will join slowly and slowly. But please, Manish, floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. The GYTI team, I see Dr. John here, Dr. Bushra also here, and many other experts and mentors, along with the young and inspiring and ambitious grantees associated through Srishti, GYTI, BIRAC. I would believe this workshop attendees and appreciated students would also be joining in. I think after Dr. Sarup's inspiring words, there's hardly anything more required to inspire the young lot. But one thing I would emphasize, Professor Gupta, that innovative minds, unbiased perspective, and a fresh look at the same old problem can bring in a recognition of unmet need and the possibilities of creating and finding new solutions around it. So students' innovation is essentially the philosophy of both GYTI Sitare Grant Award as well as Appreciation Award. And as the name also suggests, it's promoting the students' innovation for translation and advancement of their exploratory research. So it is understood that at this stage, the exploration with free and unrestricted boundaries is critical. That can get curated with experienced hands, experience through mentors, or examples from peer group, as well as some role models, so that new roads can be charted out, new paths can be created. And this is what innovation is, that we need to tread our own path, but be conscious of what leads to higher success when it comes to the conventional economics of scales, etc., etc. So as you mentioned, from my notes, I have at least 5 GYTI awardees who have got BIG award, which is substantial. There is about 20 patents that have been filed by the GYTI awardees. 75 plus awardees have been felicitated. So I think these are numbers which speak for themselves, and many, I think about 40, 45 plus publications that have gone out of these awards.
Oh, there are 103 publications.
Even better. So
and more than 10 crore of investment their startups have attracted.
So you can't undermine the significance of the talent pool that is getting created. And as Professor Gupta, you mentioned in the beginning itself, that it needs to get integrated with the network, and that gives you more strength, more power for testing out and actually connecting with the relevant opportunities. So 60 BioNest incubators, about 16, at least 16 autonomous institutions from DVT for biotech side. There are about 38 institutions from CSR. Likewise, all funding agencies, all enabling departments and agencies. This is the entire ecosystem that is at your available at your disposal. And those who would have attended the BEST workshops, Dr. Renu has kindly participated in there as well. So Dr. Gupta personally puts a huge amount of effort to bring in all the experts across different domains in that 3 to 4 weeks of concentrated, enriched experience sharing sessions, unmatched and very, very precious, those who get attended to. So this is just over through kind of the COVID days, which have restricted us to meet physically. So we've been able to bring that even virtually through the online workshops now. So we have improvised. I think the team behind the scene has improvised, Srishti, GYTI team, to bring that knowledge and opportunity to the young grantees and young aspirants. So it's up to us now how we best leverage that opportunity. As we rightly understand that GYTI Sitare awardees or recognition is an initiation of a long journey ahead. So rest assured that there are, in case those guys who actually commit to tread this path, there is a hand-holding for next steps and subsequent steps, from ideation to crystallization of your idea to actually pursue to proof of concept. We mentioned BIG, which empowers you up to 50 lakh rupees just for funding, but a large basket of support around it, mentors access, regulatory access, the incubation facility access, and then linking you with the investors as 10 crores, some of you have been able to garner. The other example that we just heard from Dr. Swaroop about Pandorum. So that company which got seeded in few years ago has valuations crossing 100 crores.
Wow.
So
Pandorum.
yes. So that is a real life example and a deep tech solution. So we need both ends, deep tech solutions to be placed so that they can move, but not every solution can be expected to be deep tech. So not every startup can be anticipated to become a unicorn, and it is not required to. The startups, the entrepreneurial ideas that are catering to the unmet need for lower strata of the population, which have lower capacities to invest, to spend, and to utilize, they would not bring you the strength or businesses to the extent of a unicorn, but they would be bringing success and recognition, which is far beyond in terms of recognition as parameter, as valuation. That would be societal impact and a different sense of achievement and different sense of recognition. So both ends are required given the disparities and the spread of the unmet need across the country. So very good idea. I also agree that social innovations that we are supporting and promoting through Srishti can become a aggregation in itself and recognition platform. We'll be happy to support that. I think the Bharat Ke Sitare is also aligned or inclined to bring that mandate to the grassroots level and connecting the low resource areas like tier 2, tier 3, aspirational districts, rural communities, where we can, without much efforts, but we can bring the technology adoption and introduction to that segment. And that would have a phenomenal cascading impact. So maybe individual person may not have deep pockets to spend, but imagine 65% of India's population, like almost like 60, 70 crore, 75 crore population. It is a scale of volumes, and that would add power to the solutions that get provided. And in case we can empower that segment with the technology, imagine their productivity, their contribution to the nation's growth, their own growth, and their own like society at large. I think we would have an untapped opportunity which is sitting and available to us to facilitate and empower with the learnings that we have adopted, imbibed through our experiences and efforts like this. So GYTI Sitare is an effort in that direction to bring in recognition, identification of such innovative ideas, both at the grassroots level as well as deep tech level. And that is the strength of and uniqueness of this program. From BIREC or biotech innovation ecosystem that is growing, there is a roadmap which is ensured, and at your progression through the technology readiness level scale from 1 to 9, you would find more than one option to integrate with the ecosystem. And you will also find that you are not alone in this journey. You will have company, you will have your peers, some ahead of you, some following you, and some around you. So there is large number of people who are committed to make you or help you in this direction. I'm very happy, sir, that year on year this integrates and kind of moves one step ahead. So congratulations for this effort, and congratulations to all the GYTI awardees who have become special and differentiated from their peers to begin with. So I think I'm very sure they have very bright future, all of you. So thank you very much for having me. Sir, you are on mute, sir.
16, our conversion rate of entrepreneurship is about 20%, which is much higher. 16 out of 78 awardees either have set up the startup or were trying to set up the startup till last year. So 20% is a good rate, I would say, because not every scholar becomes an entrepreneur, and need not become also, because some of them will go into academics and will enrich the academic domain. So
absolutely, sir. They become ambassadors because they have actually seen these are the possibilities, these are the opportunities.
They will encourage their students,
inspire others and connect others to the ecosystem. So I think that is also an investment in indirect gain in the.
Second thing I will mention, Manish, before you close your presentation, that the two ideas that Renu has mentioned today, we will need your help. Both, one is the platform to aggregate the product and services by our awardees, either as a startup or as a network of startups, whichever way they want to do that. And the second point was an alumni network, so that they can among themselves discuss when they face a challenge. And being to others, just as you have in BioNest, we can have a similar one for GYTI alumni talking to each other. We, at the moment, incubators are talking to each other. But I think we need to make awardees talking to each other so that they can seek they have a problem, somebody else can suggest a solution. So we create an ecosystem of mutual help and support. So both these things, we will send you a note and then let us see that we can implement it before the award actually function that we will going to have very shortly. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Richa?
Yes, sir. So thank you, everyone. And I deem it a great privilege to propose the both of things. So firstly, I would like to congratulate and wish all the GYTI awardees who actively participated in this GYTI conclave. First and foremost, I would like to thank Professor Gupta for his inspiring mentorship as well as his continuous support.
No, don't thank ourselves, thank others.
No, sir. Personally, to me, I didn't have the enough word to say thanks to you, and we're really blessed that we had worked under you, sir. Thank you so much. And I really deeply thank Dr. Renu Sharoop ma'am, who take out his precious time from his her busy schedule and blessed by her presence. They are really truly humbled by her presence. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I would further pay my heartful thanks to Dr. Manish Diwan sir, and for joining the inaugural session as well as to presents and his blessings to the students. Many thanks, sir. Many thanks. And I further would like to thank all the BIREC team, Dr. Silpi ma'am, and all other Dr. Taranjeet ma'am, and everyone who continuously supporting us in every manner wherever we required their innovation or guidance or support. So thank you everyone, and thank you BIREC team. And I would further lastly like to thank all the 60 team members, especially who actively devoted their time for this GYTI conclave, especially to Mr. Chetan Patel, Secretary, Srishti, Digvijay, yes, and of course to myself. So thank you everyone.
And don't forget, and don't forget Shilpi, who is not able to attend, but who has been with us all through this journey. Shilpi's support is gratefully acknowledged, and her energy and enthusiasm to make everything happen despite all the constraints that are there, is greatly appreciated.
Yes.
So even though she is not able to join today, but we are in a spirit, she is with us.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'll certainly convey the message.
Please tell her that we greatly appreciate, very warmly appreciate her support. Thank you so much. So thanks. We will now move to the next session.
Yes.
We have a few minutes time, so I will take this time a little bit to just highlight a few developments that have taken place on the platform to inform all the GYTI awardees and also all the college faculty who are here. We have made a database with the help of two of our students, my students from IMA, Devika Kaushal and Zaigam Khan, a database of abundant US patents. So we have put together 0.9 million abundant US patents in open access for use by anybody and everybody, including GYTI awardees and GYTI appreciated students and faculty members, because these were granted by USPTO, and then because fees was not paid, they were abandoned. So they are valid pieces of intellectual property which we can freely use. The website address is gyan.org/patent.php or techpedia.in/patent. Already about 500,000 are uploaded, and remaining 500,000 will be uploaded. So 0.9 million will be available to all the students and scholars around the world as a contribution from us. That is one thing that we have done in the meanwhile after the last year. So all the GYTI participants must use this database, which will be very helpful to you. Second thing is that we also have all the projects submitted to us, a database available at techpedia.in. So many times what happened, many of the students could not get award because they had not progressed enough at the time of review. But in the meanwhile, they may have progressed. Some of them did not apply again, but that doesn't mean that their projects are not valuable. So I will strongly urge all the entrepreneurs, particularly entrepreneurs, but also others who are at advanced stage of their award research or translation, to kindly look at this database and engage with those students who are in your domain and would like to become your partner. If you are going to hire people, hire those people who submitted their projects to us for Sitare GYTI or Sarchi GYTI. And maybe this is a community which we want to nurture. So I will appeal to all of you to consider hiring graduates from the database of those who submitted projects. As Renu said in the beginning, that in some sense, they're all awardees because they have all distinguished themselves by taking initiative to submit their application. Earlier, we had applications submitted at GYTI portal, gyati.techpedia.in, and now they are submitted at BIREC.res.in for GYTI, and also for current year, we have not yet announced the date for submission, but I'm sure very soon, Manish, you will let us know that the application for the current cycle could be invited. If not in October, whenever we can do that, we should start. So we get more time to process those applications through review process and all of that. So that is the reason we can catch up the cycle of next year award. So that is another thing that I will mention. And finally, I would mention that we are very proud when some of you share your achievements with us and help us to popularize your achievements with everybody else. So please keep sharing with us the whenever a new milestone is achieved. Just now, Nitin and Deval have shared their big grantees, and then some of them may have received investment. I remember Vikas Pandey, he received investment from some Tata fund and other places. So all of them together, last year we had the figures of 10 crores, but there may be many more which you may not have included. So whenever you receive investment from anywhere, please do mention. It's just as today Manish mentioned and that there was a 100 crore valuation of Pendurum. It is a matter of pride for us. We all feel very excited and happy that some of our incubatees or some of the people who have got big grant or GYTI award have made so much progress in their life. This is a matter of inspiration for the other young students. They can aspire to be following their footsteps, but equally important are the social innovations. So I will request Renu, we can start if you wish, even a little early, but we can wait if you wish to. We have some time. So as you wish. I mean, Renu, what do you suggest? We can start or we should wait?
We can start depending on everybody's availability.
So that one, you get a little more time, and also we can have some discussion if you
Sure.
wish. That will be wonderful, because then the real gain of a speaker is when you get some good questions. So I think we can start, Dr. Renu John. Professor Chairperson, Center for Interdisciplinary Program at IIT Hyderabad. He's also the member of the screening committee, I can mention, and therefore he has played a role in helping us to recognize the talent. So we are very grateful to you, John, and I will request you, Renu, to also chair the session so that you can comment on some of the presentations that other colleagues will make. So Renu, floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Professor Anil Gupta, and thank you, Srishti, Bairak, and the whole team for giving me this opportunity. So I'll just have a very quick short presentation and we can spend more time for discussion. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
So I thought I will keep myself away from the typical research talks and talk more about the medtech and medical devices and healthcare ecosystem. What are the type of opportunities that we have and the challenges that we face? So feel free to stop me anytime and have a discussion on any of the points. So as all of you know, like the statistics says, like, we are really going to a greater growth rate of about 20% in the medical devices sector. So I think this is very promising for the entire startup ecosystem. So we are one of the fourth largest medical devices market in Asia. And at the same time, there is something which also we need to remember, that primarily our market is like an import-driven market, with the import accounting for more than 75% of the market. So this effect we really saw when we really hit the pandemic. So there was massive disruptions in supply chain and minimum things that we need. Because we were on a very high dependence on imports, there was lack of domestic competitors and a number of other things. And so, and one of the best things that has happened post-pandemic was like, there was an exceptional urge between the academics industry to collaborate and work together, bringing people, and this was also a revival in the startup ecosystem of the country. So I mean, the type of activities supported by the Atmanirbhar Bharat and the Make in India actually drove us to a certain level where we were exporting PPE kits outside the country. And you could recollect, like, a country that imported ventilators for more than 15 lakhs per ventilator could make a number of ventilators which cost from 2 lakhs to 10 lakhs. And except for the initial hiccups, we could get at least 5 to 10 companies that could deliver ventilators with almost all the specifications as the high-end ventilators at this low price. And I would really say this was possible not just because of the technology front, but the industry, automobile industry, academics, and the defense were coming forward, joining hands together to address the problem. And this was actually really motivation for the startups and the startup ecosystem that, we can do it, and it is possible for the country to address challenges like this, and also gave a good picture of how we can collaborate, how we can reach out to other organizations, other industries, where we could really find solutions to what we were depending on for people outside the country. So there, we were talking a lot about the gaps in healthcare. At the same time, we have a bunch of programs from the national funding agencies like GYTI, DST, and I think Manish has given a good picture about the programs from BIRAC. A bunch of programs, which actually BIRAC probably one of the only sort of organization that supported the startups from the beginning. And slowly now we have ICMR supporting the programs from the National Biopharma Mission, co-hosted by DBT and BIRAC. Apart from that, there are a bunch of support grants to various academic incubators and private incubators. The DST and NITI Aayog and NSTDB supporting the incubators for nurturing entrepreneurship. There are also a bunch of fellowship in entrepreneurship, which sort of supported entrepreneurship activities in healthcare. So there were these programs from BIRAC, the Entrepreneur in Residence programs, the SPARSH for social innovations. There were a collection of programs hosted at various incubators, supported through efforts from BIRAC. Fellowships like the GYTI, who really promoted even deep tech innovations. So it's a bunch of the Center for Healthcare Entrepreneurship at IIT Hyderabad was one of those. We could really run a fellowship program which supported entrepreneurship. So when it comes to needs in healthcare or the unmet needs, so there were a lot actually, apart from what you really see. So if you look at the medical data, I was really going through a lot of needs, but then I sort of started emphasizing on so what are the major needs? Like, when we looked at the medical data, so we could see that the data still exists in these polythene bags in the country. So it's not surprising, but we carry the data in hands. And how do we get them onto electronic medical records in a useful way, which can be used for data processing and analytics and for intelligence in treatment? So then access to healthcare is yet another problem which all of us have seen. So still in the rural India, we see these type of practicing centers where we have primary cares just subject to the availability of a clinician who is doing minimum primary observations in this type of clinics. So how do we get onto a platform where we could reach to every corner, every village of the country and supply the best healthcare possible that is available in the top tier cities? So we also see that even in the current medical colleges, among the student community, or case studies are being discussed over WhatsApp. Doctors, it's also positive that doctors got very much comfortable with the 4Gs and 5Gs and looked at sharing the data, medical cases, discussing the cases over WhatsApp with a lot of data on it. And really, we should think about, can we have a platform for sharing the data, which would be fruitful for not just for the clinicians, but for the next generation of students and the community who could really make intelligence out of the data. So we need a good platform for sharing and communicating medical data. So most of these data could really then be enabled for appropriate decision making. So coming back to the actual needs, in the rural part of the country, we still have the top needs, that's maternal and child care or fetal care, the ophthalmology, which is again a least addressed or unaddressed area. There are a number of disease states like tuberculosis, or even the epidemics like dengue, malaria or encephalitis, and similar cases, which are hitting the rural population quite a lot. A wide varieties of cancers, all of these things. So we need solutions and better solutions for addressing these problems in the rural country. So hand in hand, we talk about digital healthcare. How do we enable these medical data records? So how do we enable acquisition, storing, and communication of data in a safe and secure way, which can be shared with others in a secure way? So these were lot of problems when we looked about why do we need a digital healthcare platform. So AI has been sort of like one of the enablers in healthcare, and we see that the use of data with proper communication enabling more of machine learning and artificial intelligence also incorporated into processing of the data. So with adoption of technologies, Internet of Technologies, we really could be enabling what we call as a preventive, a predictive, and a personalized healthcare for the rural population. So by 2025, we would see, like, the number of smartphone users would be at least more than 50%. So we do really look at how we can practice telemedicine over the regular 4G or 5G platforms, and enabling a network of connected technologies. How do we share data? How do we practice telemedicine and robotics so that we could have healthcare at home rather than taking monitoring to hospitals? So robotics have always been a passion for healthcare, starting from things like Da Vinci. So now we can really, these are not fantasies anymore, where a clinician or a radiologist can sit in a remote place and operate an ultrasound machine, which would be properly secured and safe way, so that he can really reach to the last mile, monitoring, say, for example, the fetal care in villages where access to sophisticated devices like ultrasound is very less or not there. So this would enable better use and better expertise at areas where these facilities are not available. So IoT has been in practice, but we need to adapt more and more of these technologies for telemedicine and consultations and telerobotics. So I would sort of look at, like, there are still policy level interventions needed on how do we share the data, how can we make the data authentic, how can we secure the data, assuring the patient privacy, and at the same time enabling access to data to people who really want. So there are at present, we talked a lot about the medical device rules, but there are still gaps in say medical data. How do we handle the data? There are policies to be formed in data sharing and data ownership as well. So the next important thing that this decade I had witnessed is AI. So AI and machine learning have decided almost every aspect of our social life. If AI could decide which restaurant you have to pick, or which type of consumable you buy, so why not in healthcare? So we really we are looking at AI as one of the major enablers in healthcare, in looking at how do we make intelligence from the type of data that is available, which is currently lost, actually fully lost. So AI could really enable early diagnosis, better prognosis of patients, and effective planning of treatment and monitoring of diseases. So one of the things that always came to the clinicians when they talk about AI is like, this is so most of the medical community feel that this is something which is going to replace a clinician, which is totally wrong. So it is going to augment the decision support system, which a clinician could not handle. The cognitive load of the clinician could be shared by a machine learning platform, which could help or enable the decision support mechanism. In fact, rather than replacing the doctors, we should be able to tell that you could make the best doctor in you with the help of AI. So we should really look at the massive amount of data that is available and use it for practical applications and for diagnosis, for training of data, as well as for monitoring of disease conditions. A bunch of examples already exist in rural healthcare, in ophthalmologic screening, in dermatology screening, in digital pathology applications. So there are a lot of applications where people are researching at enabling AI for various type of applications. So with this, probably I think I would just sort of look at what are the major challenges we need. Electronic medical records and policy formations for ownership of data, and also methods and mechanisms for platforms which data could be shared securely. And so the AI applications of AI in augmenting physicians, then we need to look at data processing and decision making with AI algorithms. So all of these points probably have been covered in what we call as the Industry 4.0. So maybe these are platforms which probably cater to a lot of medical device manufacturing. So we talk a lot about digital fabrication. Say those days are over where we have to look at big manufacturing facilities centralized, which is going to address the national needs. Now, with this era of digital manufacturing and digital fabrication, so you could really look at a decentralized system where manufacturing happens throughout the country, not exactly centralized in one location. So, so that it can cater to the entire country, we could integrate the resources over these type of digital fabrication platforms. AI, as I said before, it could sort of like unlock these endless possibilities in data analytics. Yet another solution that we have been talking about is virtual reality. So a VR platform or mixed realities could be used for education and training of physicians and rehabilitation, practicing, practicing or planning for surgeries. So this is another enabler which probably would make surgical processes quite seamless and easy. So with this sort of projections, what I see is that if the healthcare market is going to transform to about $250 million US in the upcoming 5 years. So with this, probably I would wrap up this discussion, and I'm open to questions. So let us listen to the GYTI awardees, the students, and the DTech partners who really look at what happens in the country for the next 10 years to come. Thank you very much, and open to questions.
Thank you, Renu. Thank you so much. I will now request our speakers for the session first to make any comments. Of course, they will speak about their work a little later, but this is the time that we have for anything that they would like to react, either an opportunity that you think needed to have been focused, which was missed by time, or you want to underline something that needed more emphasis than what may have been given. You can be critical, you can be suggestive, you can be complimentary, as the case may be, but please start. Any one of you would like to start, please just unmute yourself and switch on your video if you can and share. Yes, Bushra, please go ahead.
So thanks, Professor Renu. Wonderful talk.
Hi,
I
Bushra.
enjoyed it.
Nice meeting you. We have come across, but we haven't talked before. But
yes. A long time back, I visited IT Hyderabad when I was a potential faculty applicant.
All right.
That was in Medak. So,
Okay.
by the way, nice talk. I have one, curiosity. Like, where are we in terms of approving these medical devices, because you need proper accreditation and all that, and I feel sometime in our country there are not that many institutions who are giving this certification.
So I can add, but I think Manish is there who can really talk about how BIRAC was able to enable most of these regulatory activities in the country. So actually, we have policies at the moment. So medical device rule is one of the main enablers. Though it was in the beginning, there were a lot of lack of clarity. How do we approach on all of those things? But over a period, we see a lot of enablers with the medical device rule. There is a very clear regulatory path in the country. So in terms of certification lab, there are this medical device testing laboratories being established as part of the MDR, which is a great thing. So if Manish can add to it, BIRAC themselves have supported a couple of these regulatory medical device regulatory labs. Manish, you can please go ahead on this.
Yeah, just briefly, thank you, Dr. Renu, and thank you, Dr. Bushra, to ask that question. I think regulatory is a big gap. First of all, the basic aspect is an individual entrepreneur or a startup, when they see it, they are more enabled in terms of the technical know-how, how to create that solution. But unlike a large industry which has a dedicated vertical only for approval, certifications, and regulatory compliances, an individual entrepreneur or startup, it's beyond their capacity to know. So often what happens, what we saw is that the individual entrepreneur startup starts, reaches to a POC, creates a minimal viable prototype. At that time, the fellow realizes that this is not the right material that I'm using. This is not the design that can help bring affordability once it scales. So the commercial aspect will not were not even considered before taking it forward. This is the existing standard of care, this is the specifications required, and then these are the approvals or clinical testing or validation again. So there was a lot of thing which was not understood and not known, and this is also a real life scenario. So so one thing which came out, that awareness is important. Unless we are aware that these would be the follow-through requirements that I must fulfill, then only I can manufacture and release into market. So the awareness is important. For that, what we did, we have created First Hub. So that is accessible to all entrepreneur startups, where they can interact directly with regulators to understand that these are the requirements. So that happens once every month throughout the year. For COVID, we had actually made it once every week, so only for COVID solutions. Then we have also created a regulatory information facilitation cell that operates and is accessible 365 days of the year. And that we have stationed in Venture Center, which is BIRAC's regional center. A third attempt in this direction is at Kalam Institute of Health Technology at AMTZ. That is a KIHT was created with DBT's funding, and startups get 40 to 70% subsidy discounted rates if they are BIREC supported. These are direct benefits to the startups and entrepreneurs. Plus, I think all the incubators, as Dr. Renu also mentioned, all incubators are now the ambassadors and anchor points. They guide the baseline preliminary activities. And there are now technical workshops that are getting conducted through our National Biopharma Mission, BIRAC. So many technical workshops, trainings are done, webinars are done, and those people who are even private players who provide these certifications, so they have been put together in touch with the entire entire population. So I sorry, I'm taking a little long, but I thought that it would be useful because a lot of grantees are also here, young grantees. But these are now opportunities which are accessible, and then there are specialized efforts that can also be facilitated, and it is happening. So back to you, Dr.
Manish,
Yes,
is there
thank
a
you.
slide of these things so we can circulate to every GYTI awardee also? This regulatory thing that you just mentioned, all the opportunities.
Sanjay,
Is there a slide which you can share or somewhere link where all of these are mentioned?
I
How
can
can they approach?
I can provide, sir. I will send it across a couple of slides in this.
So we can then circulate to everybody, all the faculty and the students, because what Bushra has asked is relevant question which must be nagging everybody else also.
Sure.
As you know, in the beginning, the medical device was supposed to be considered as drug development. So for a long time, the approval system was not developed. But slowly and slowly, the system is evolving now. So thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other question, please? Anybody else has a comment or a question? Or a suggestion or observation on anything that Professor Renu John has mentioned? Or the question that Bushra asked? Any one of you has any experience which you want to share, which is either complementing or contradicting things that have been mentioned? Any one of the GYTI speakers would like to say something? Please feel free to comment. Nitin, Deval, or anybody else wants to say anything, please go ahead. If you have any particular experience to share.
Hi, sir. Hi, Renu. My name is Nitin, a GYTI awardee. So one thing that I find is the research in India is great, and we right now focus a bit more on deeper science. But do you think there is a part of us that is not looking at the global landscape and also competing for a market share in the global landscape? Because when you look at healthcare products or wearables in the global landscape, there are room for improvements. There are market gaps that we probably sitting in India can, deliver. So do you think a thought process about a global landscape or a vision should also be there with the innovators, or are we missing that?
Right. So anybody wants to answer this? Okay. So I will add a few cents from my side, and Professor Gupta can add on to it. So basically, what I see is that, say, all of us are researchers. We do have a research lab, which is probably different from what we call as an entrepreneurship. Many times we want to have it together, but it doesn't work that way. So basically, it takes a longer time for research to mature into what we can call as a product. And most of us, including some of you students, are trained to think as a researcher, to work on a problem and to solve a problem. But at the same time, when we talk about translational research, it is a little bit important. It is a little bit different from what we do in terms of basic research. So only when you really look at a need from a clinic, from a society, and if we can address that need, then only we can really look at solving a problem. So the process, I think the process, what happens in a research lab has to be exactly the other way. If you can start your research addressing a real need that you see outside, it becomes synchronized, but which for several reasons it doesn't happen that way. At the same time, if you look at all of you, who you have been GYTI awardees, I think you have been looking at deep tech solutions which are really having a strong potential to be a device or a product in market. So that is where you really have a share in a global perspective of innovation. So the deep tech solutions definitely hold a valid problem, valid solution, and add on to a global market perspective. I think, please, others can contribute to this. Professor Gupta.
My reaction is slightly different, though I agree with what you said, but there are two challenges why the global landscape is being missed, relatively speaking, not as aggressively as other startups in the West try to address. One is that there is not a relay often in a department. So let's say if Nitin has done something, then we should have at least 4 generations of juniors following that trail and deepen that furrow which Nitin has opened, let us say. We are not doing that enough. Wherever we have done that, we have made an impact globally. In other words, if you have 10 PhDs, let us say, in a row, that means for 20, 30, 40 years, if there is something that you're going to do, relentlessly pursue, that requires determination on the part of faculty. And Bushra, I would like to have your reaction also to this. Why doesn't it happen? We keep on changing our interests. We keep on shifting our ground. We keep on, flavor of the month, it becomes our interest. I think we have to discourage. At least one line, one trail, one furrow should be deepened enough. The other students can do whatever they wish. But we should induct, for every such bright student, we should induct at least some MSc and some young PhD student to carry that line of inquiry forward so that we become leader in that. That's one reason why I think, because you can't expect one PhD to generate always a global product. You need to really deepen. Second thing I find is that we are not filing, I will mention this in the IPR session also, that we are not filing enough patents to close every window and ventilator from which a competitor can enter my domain. 99% of these startups and inventors file 1 or 2 patents per invention. That is not the way business is done. Nowhere in the world it is done. I've been teaching this course at IMA, and I try to explain that we have to create a patent thicket, patent jungle, so that, you look at IBM, the largest filer of patents in the world. They will close all possible routes through which. Now you will say that, but that's costly. Yes, it is costly. And that's where we can come out with solution. When I was looking after the NIF, we filed thousands of patents for grassroots innovators at a cost of only 15,000 or 10,000 per head, because no attorney charged any fees to us. So we can work out a system where we can invite all the patent attorneys that for students give a concessional rate. So when you have 2 lakhs per patent you pay, instead of that, you can file 10 patents in 2 lakhs and close all the possible routes through which this person can enter. Anybody can enter. So we need to be competition proof to some extent so that our innovation gets space enough to move forward. So even those innovations that we're going to work towards in the next 5 years, 7 years, we claim them in our invention. That I'm going to provide this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And generally, patent office will not get into as minor detail. We can get away with it, broad claims, but our claims often are very narrow. And that is another reason that anybody can bypass our innovation very easily. That is the third problem. So I think this question was very interesting, Nitin, what you have raised. This required systematic solutions, some at the level of faculty, but some at the level of you, budding leaders like you, Nitin, that we should try to protect our domain a little more aggressively so that other people cannot enter. Even I would say that make some claims for those functions and features that you are going to add in future. If you can get away with that, so it be. That's what many companies do. Not everything that you claim has been developed, but you mention the potential application of that invention in this domain, that domain, that domain. So therefore, you are trying to occupy that site, that space where your inventions will flourish. I think we need to be a little more smart or a little more clever in claiming the space which belongs to us. I think we're not doing that. I mean, Renu or Bushra, if you have any reaction to that. This is my frank, honest feeling.
No, I agree, Professor Gupta, with you. Like, and I feel like we should have a course at the undergraduate level for the awareness of like what is the intellectual property rights and how to modify claims so that we could cover all the boundaries and territories. So that is very much important. That's what I think, and I think in IT we have such course, and I think other places should also have, especially the technical institutes. They should have that course.
Also, the relay, Bushra, the other point I was mentioning was a relay of students.
Yes.
I mean, at least 10 of your students need to be
exactly.
some furrow where you have made a breakthrough, so that we can have second generation, third generation, fourth generation application also belonging to our chain of enterprises rather than somewhere else. And we seem to jump from one product or one line of inquiry to another. Yes, they will. Please go ahead.
Multidisciplinary, I feel like multidisciplinary collaboration that even Dr. Renu Swaroop mentioned, and even you mentioned, Dr. Diwan also mentioned. I think it's very important because each one of the person or a student from different domain will bring new idea, and then they can come up. They can just upgrade the device or innovation they're working on, because they can kind of formulate that thing which is much more competent and survive the global market. That's what I think.
So here is my invitation to both of you, Renu and Bushra, to begin with, but you can bring other please. Choose from the awardees 5, 7, or 10 people who you think are potential collaborators with you. And let's plan a follow-up session.
Sure.
With those, Renu, you get my point?
Yes, yes.
You have been part of it. So please choose the 5 or 10, whichever number of grantee awardees that you think are in domain. Let us work out small networks. Let us create networks. And Bushra, you can be a mentor for that network, but you can also be part of that network, where each one of you is a colleague, and leadership will belong to the one who's ahead of all of us. So leadership will oscillate. In one meeting, somebody else is amazing to be leader. Another meeting, somebody else will be the leader. And let's oscillate the leadership, flexible leadership, iterative leadership, so that people feel enthused to collaborate with each other. Because if only one person remains leader, sometimes people lose interest because they're not getting chance to show their potential. So we should have oscillating leadership. And we will follow it up with both of you. Kindly send us a mail. GYTI.techpedia.in. All the awards are now listed at one place. Kindly look up and tell us which are the ones where you think a collaborative network can be created. A smaller network can be created in your domain. And we will facilitate it and immediately start. They will please go ahead and react to this possibility also. They will.
Yes, sir. Yes, I think that's a wonderful possibility. And I would look forward to discussing more with Professor Renu and others about this. My point was also sort of building on what Manish sir mentioned regarding the regulatory pathway for some small startups and individuals like us who are targeting a high-risk medical device, possibly in class C or D. So apart from the technical challenges, the regulatory challenge in some sense is more than the technical challenge for us to get that documentation and all the standards compliance and other things. So any advice or any pathway that you would recommend for us to take at this point? Because as for me personally, as I'm just starting the big grant, and so we have sort of mostly tackled the technical challenges, but to take it to market, we need to target these regulatory challenges. So any sort of pointers, advice on or how to tackle this regulatory pathway for us?
Renu, Bushra, anyone of you want to answer? Renu first.
So this is Deval, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yeah. So I think if I recollect correctly, you are working on the insulin pump, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
Yeah. So I think there are a lot of predicate devices already in market on looking at type 1 diabetes, etc. But there is a uniqueness to your technology which you could really pitch for. The regulatory route for you might be quite easy because there is a predicate device already in market. So we can sit over that separately, and if needed, I can connect you to other consultants who are specialized in this domain. So
sure, sir. Yeah, I'll connect with you, sir. Yes,
sir.
Sir.
One more point I will mention, that you should also identify the leading entrepreneurs in our country in this domain, and we can then help you to maybe mentored by them also. Because I'm part of several networks, index network of the CCC camp and others. So it will not be difficult. Nobody will say no to us if we request them to, specifically spend an hour with you and help you to chart out the specific gaps in your solution that need to be attended to before submitting your device for regulatory approval. What happens is that there are specifications that need to be met. Now, to meet those met specifications, there are certain tests, reports which are required. There are certain institutions which provide the facility for those tests. So you need to know all of these steps before you will submit your application for the regulatory approval. Which are the tests required? Which are the reports to be submitted? From where these tests are done? What is the cost of these tests? Whether what Manish had mentioned, that there is a discount. Are you eligible for that discount? Are they willing to do that call? So all of that need to be spelled out. Sometimes there are platforms which ask for a equity, and I don't like that, but then nevertheless they may ask just for testing, and I don't think that is right. So we will not go to them. We will go to those platforms which are able to provide it at a concessional rate, so that you are deciding whom you want to give your equity of the company for whatever support that you get. So what Renu has mentioned, he will provide you the consultant links so that you can deal with them. What I can help you is we can find you the mentors,
Yes,
the
sir.
persons who are already in this domain in the country and who therefore have gone through the regulatory approvals. They can also help you to take precautions. And finally, of course, we should also develop the standards. So we should try to influence the Bureau of Indian Standard, read the standard that they have for devices, for this device, and see. Sometimes these standards are obsolete. Sometimes these standards are old. They have been copied from European standards. And we need to work on improving these standards also, because when regulatory agencies approve, they have to have some standards with which they compare the performance of your device. So pay attention to read about standards so that you know what are the benchmarks that will have to be cleared. So that is the something, but your question is very valid, and this is the right stage to ask this question. So that when you work on the ground, you are able to address all those concerns right up front. I mean, during the 2-year journey, you should have a list of to-do list of minimum standard that your solution should meet.
Yes, sir. So I will get back to you with the mentorship request, sir. I think that'll be very helpful for us.
Anybody else? We have a few minutes before we start the presentation by GYTI awardees. We can start early also, but if anybody has any other question, any other comment?
Sir, this is Prem.
Prem.
I just have a quick question to Renu sir over here, sir.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, sir, I'm Prem Dakshin from Chennai, and I'm a GYTI 2020 awardee. And my project is a new kind of ventilator, sir. And with everything that happened post the pandemic, the ventilator market had been completely saturated. And from the advice that I received from Bionest and also some of the mentors is to come up with something remarkably unique to have a chance to stand in the market. So I was paying a visit to one of the multi-specialty hospitals here in Chennai to understand the needs of the doctors and the technicians and the others working over there. And just like I said, just like you have mentioned in your PPT, how collecting of medical data is a big challenge in rural areas. It's also a big challenge in a I found out that it's also been seen as a big challenge in a multi-specialty hospital in Chennai itself. So there was different set of data that had to be recorded. One that could be used by the management side, ones that could be used by the researchers to improve on the solutions they're working on. So again, by default, IoT was the best option I could think of. So when I met with the dean and I proposed a solution, the first phase was to come up with a one-way transition where we can record these details from ventilator and store it in a cloud server, which can be accessed by people. So till this extent, they were okay. They were fine, this sounds doable. But when I spoke about the other things, just like you have mentioned, AI, ML, which have been used in different industries, when I just gave them an idea of bringing these technologies into ventilators, like for example, coming up with an ML powered machine, which can, which can give pop-up notifications to a doctor's mobile, just in case if the patient is not doing fine under a ventilator. things like this. Even though they sounded very promising, I do accept there are a lot of other challenges like cybersecurity which are involved, but they were not ready to even think, or even they were not ready to even think about it or take it forward. They just want to be fixed with the current methods. So what I felt was bringing these new next-gen technologies into medical equipments will definitely give us the benefits. Of course, there are some hurdles which I believe we can overcome, but I believe that there is a fear among medical professionals like that is preventing them from accepting it and giving us the support that we need to build this. So for the first phase, which I said for simple data collection and storage, they are fine. But to bring in the other technologies where, I strongly believe that, an AI or an ML powered ventilator that can give pop-up notifications to doctors when a patient is in need can definitely save someone's life probably a few years from now. But I feel that the convincing part is going to be a big challenge. So since you have already been in this, field, like what do you think will be the best advice for me, or how to, approach the work I'm doing right now?
I think this is a very, very good question. So first of all, you have to sort of access data. So if you can generate data from your system, that is well and good. Otherwise, you need to collect data and show a proof of concept that your data is giving you valid inputs which are worthy enough for a clinician. So in fact, this is a process. Like, it's a change in thinking. The mindset has to be changed that there is value in this data, and you really need to show that to the clinician that there is value. So I would give you an example of a company called NemoCare, which was one of our startups. So they started with a wearable for a neonatal baby, which is like looking at the pulse oximeter values, the heart rate and temperature of the baby to start with. So they pitched for this device all over the country. They have been fairly successful with that device. But the moment they started looking at the data that they are getting, it is a cloud stored data device, and the data was uploaded to the cloud. And they started processing this data and plugging in AI algorithms for analyzing the data. They found that they could go ahead and predict a sepsis condition for the baby well ahead, like 6 to 8 hours before the onset of sepsis itself, just looking at this bunch of data. So this is a very clear proof that AI can bring in intelligence to the type of data that you are looking at. The ventilator also could be looking at your oxygenation values, right? And breath rates or heart rates and a bunch of other parameters probably.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you should really demonstrate to the clinician that there is value in this data. And you should also assure the authenticity, security of the data, so that if the clinician has first access to the data and the processed output, I don't think they are going to object to it. That's my feel, but it's a thought change actually, and we need to enable it.
Yeah.
Professor, I think you can.
Thank you. If there is no other question, we will start with the presentations. But if there's any question, we'll take a few more. Anybody else has any comment and a question to ask to Professor Renu, or for that matter, Dr. Bushra, or anybody else on the, anybody else has any question about their solution in the medical device space, then please go ahead. Do we have APD Tejaswini already?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, you're there. So
yes.
Shall we start, Dr. Renu, can we start with the presentations by them?
Yeah. So I think we have 6 participants in the.
So please go ahead and.
Do you want me to sort of introduce?
Yeah.
I think a warm welcome to the GYTI awardees. I think we see students as old as from 2016. I mean, I know APD for such a long time. So I think you are almost close to your thesis submission, right? Or you have defended it already?
I have defended it already, sir. Graduated this year.
So we have 6 participants in this session. We have Tejaswini APD looking at an affordable detection kit for cervical cancer, right?
Yes, sir.
And we have Rohit Shivaji from IACT, so working on point of care nano diagnostic kit for brucellosis. Rohit is here. Do we have Rohit here or anybody from the team? Right. So we have Uvanesh from IIT BHU. Are you there? Yeah.
Hi, sir. Hi, sir.
Uvanesh is working on a low-cost ECTU in-house developed EIS, electrical cell impedance sensing system, for studying the dynamic behavior of biological cells. Welcome, Uvanesh. And we have Siddhant from IIT Kanpur, guided by Professor Ramkumar, working on a multi-purpose spectroscope. Is Siddhant here? Yeah, Siddhant is here. And we have Sumanta Laha from IIT Kharagpur, under the guidance of Professor Das.
Yes, sir.
An automated cardiovascular replicator for online assessment of cardiac assist devices and other processes.
Hello, sir.
And finally, we have Deval from IAC under the guidance of Professor Manish, working on an affordable insulin pump for type 1 diabetic patients. So some of you are this year or last year awardees, and some of you could be an earlier year awardee. So we love to listen to you for your experience as well as your progress as well. So the first speaker is Tejaswini. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible? Yes.
Louder, Tejaswini, a little louder.
Yes, sir. Is it okay? The volume is okay now?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm Tejaswini Appudi. I've recently graduated. So I've been awarded GYTI in the year 2017 for the project Affordable Kit for Cervical Cancer Detection. So I would just like to tell the whole experience of this journey. We were awarded in the year 2017. When we submitted the idea, it was just a proof of concept. I mean, a simple experiment that we carried out in our lab, and we could see the potential of it for screening of cervical cancer. And when we have submitted that idea and when it got selected, we even got a grant. So that was kind of a push for this entire project. And today, where we stand is we have developed a technique for cervical cancer detection. We have validated it using clinical samples. We have calculated its sensitivity, specificity. Now, I'm actually the principal investigator for a big project, which is continuation of this project. Now we have the technique in place. We are trying to develop a device for retrieval of the cervical fluid, we are trying to make a self-screening device on the whole, so that the woman can collect her own sample and analyze it using our technique, which is a colorimetric technique, or can send it for transportation of the samples to laboratories for a confirmatory test. So I'll just talk about this technique which we have developed as a process, as this project, GYTI project. Cervical cancer has been a very challenging to address because it shows no symptoms in the early years, and at the late stages when it's detected, it's almost too late. And India almost has 20.5% of the world's cervical cancer population, with a death percentage accounting to almost 22.5%. And we still have no clear awareness among the women, not just the rural women, even the urban women. Because for cervical cancer, every person needs to get a pap smear after an age of 21 or 22, or after once they become sexually active. But most women do not get that, do not go for it because of various reasons, and also because the discomfort and the pain that they feel when because of a physical examination. So from there, the idea of a self-detection kit has come up. And as a part of that, we have actually developed a simple colorimetric technique, which is based on the cervicovaginal fluid that we have collected and the gold nanoparticles. As you can see here, the figure here, it shows a schematic wherein we have collected samples from healthy women and cancer-affected women, and using their sample, we have developed the nanoparticles which showed difference in color. Like healthy samples showed blue color, and cancer-affected samples showed light gray color. or almost colorless. This is attributed to the difference in the size of the nanoparticles formed. This is the technology behind the colorimetric changes between the healthy and the affected samples. And coming to the clinical analysis, we have actually done the analysis with pre-treatment samples. That means samples collected from women who have not undergone any treatment. They were either they came for a regular screening, or they were either diagnosed with cancer. We collected samples from both healthy and cancer-affected women, and this technique, when compared with pap smear or biopsy, showed a sensitivity of 96.24% in pre-treatment samples and a sensitivity of 75% in post-treatment samples. So this can be used for both diagnosis and prognosis of the disease. And our current assignment, as I've told you, that we are running a big project now. We have recently registered our startup also. We have been incubated in the IIT Hyderabad's Technology Incubation Center for quite some time now. And we've registered our startup Infinite Health Tech. So we are working from there. And we are in the process of developing a fluid retriever device, which will be a self fluid retriever device, which has the potential to become a self-collect sampling device. And the self-sampling device, in combination with our colorimetric technique, could be an entire kit for screening of cervical cancer. And acknowledgements are due to especially Professor Anil Gupta sir, because he has been personally involved in this project. I mean, I remember talking to him over phone. He was asking if he could help us anyway in getting the clinical samples, because initially during the project, we had many difficulties in order to get permissions and to carry out the study. So Anil sir was there from the beginning, and he has taken a personal interest in this project. So I think, you know, we are very grateful for his push, because of that only we could now do this. I mean, the clinical sample analysis has been performed, and we have been invited to the Rashtrapati Bhavan as a part of Festival of Entrepreneurship, and where we have got so many mentors. Like, there was continuous support from the GYTI team from the beginning. I think in every aspect, like even in terms of technology development, or in getting networking, or getting contacts for the experimental things. And now we are, for the big project also, we have been mentored very well. And I also have to thank Dr. Vishwanathan Dipatla for the same. And the clinical collaborators have played a huge role in getting us all these samples in time. We're still in the process of collecting many samples so as to increase the sample number. And finally, I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Arvind Kumar Rengin, and our lab in IIT Hyderabad Department of Biomedical Engineering for all that they have, for all the facilities and support and mentorship. So, yes, sir. So,
thank you, Tejaswini.
Tejaswini, you have got the big grant?
Yes, sir, we did. We got it in 2019, 14th big call. Yeah.
Congratulations, congratulations. Now you have to carry forward the tradition of helping others, younger. You know, you will now, you have joined as a faculty, or you will join as a faculty?
No, sir, I've not joined as a faculty yet. I've recently graduated. I mean, last month we had our convocation.
But remember, when you become a faculty member, which you will very shortly, you will help the other younger students can carry on the relay of Honeybee Network and such that we have tried to develop of a collegial culture. So,
sure, sir.
Anyway, any comment you may have, please go ahead.
Are there any questions? Maybe we can take one or two quick questions from anybody. If,
So I have a small question, Tejaswini. So when you took the clinical samples, what is the validation rate? What is the accuracy of your test?
So the sensitivity was around 96%, sir.
96%.
96%, yes.
And how much time it takes for your test to give the result?
Less than 2 minutes, sir.
And how costly it is?
So it is not costly. I mean, I think from the rough estimations that we have, only for the colorimetric test, it would cost less than 100 rupees, approximately 50 to 60 rupees per test.
So you have worked out the stage of its commercialization now?
Not yet, sir, but we're in the process of doing it, yes. Right now, we are working on the fluid retriever device also. We have patented the technology for the colorimetric detection. So as a part of the big project, we are working on the fluid retriever device. So we are trying to launch both of these together, because the fluid retriever device has more value because it enables the woman collect her sample herself.
Herself.
It not only provides an opportunity to do the test herself, but also she can just collect it and give the sample for laboratory analysis, for a confirmatory diagnosis.
No, but the strip that you are designing, will you develop an application to scan the strip and then interpret the data of the color?
Yes, sir. Yes, that is what we are going to do. Yes.
Very good. Congratulations and keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Actually, I just for a few minutes my connection got lost. Finished the talk. So nice. So I think I gathered this, like you are planning to convert this into a more of a a point of care device, like more easy to use, something like pregnancy test kit kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am. The final thing that we are aiming to do is simple test like a pregnancy test, so that just a change in color would let us would indicate the presence of malignancy.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Were you correlating your tests with the gold standards?
Yes, sir. I mean, considering pap smear and biopsy. Like when we were collecting the samples from the clinical collaborators, they collect a sample for their own test, which is either a pap smear or biopsy. And I collect the sample and do it with our colorimetric detection. And later we evaluate the results.
I believe you have completed the milestones of BIG as well, right?
Yes, sir. Almost, yes.
Okay. So what's next? Where do you take it up?
So we wanted to, initially the only objective of the BIG was to develop the fluid retriever device. But now we want to take it a step further and also show the clinical validation of the samples collected using that device, and show that the sample quality is similar to what that has been taken in the clinic.
We want to hear the launch date.
Sir, I think yes, it would be soon. I would say probably roughly in 2 years, 1 or 2 years. Yes, we would come up. Yes.
It would be nice to see a roadmap for you for the next 2 years. If you need help, let us know, and we can enable whatever needed.
Yes, sure.
So
Sir.
thanks. Any other questions?
I would suggest that you should involve the clinicians right at this stage. Don't go to them with a solution. Go to them with a concept and the POC of the strip, and ask them what all they would like to have in terms of its functionality, so that how much time, how will they like to use it, how to hold it. Strips, the way they are held in the hand, how much smearing, all of those things they will tell you. So you should really get clinicians on board now, not later.
Yes, sir. Yes. I mean, we already have an active collaboration going on with Basavtarkam Endo Cancer American Hospital here in Hyderabad. Even for the fluid retriever device, we have a few models in hand. So what we are planning next is take those models and, have a discussion with them, show them and ask them if there could be any thing for improvisation, like where we could work better in order to make it more comfortable for the women and even for handling themselves. So yes, sir, that is the next plan.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Siddhant, working on a multipurpose proctoscope. Siddhant, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead. You can turn on your camera and start your presentation.
My screen is visible? Hello.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I am Gandhi and 2020 awardee. Actually, I have tried to do some different approach. Today, I am giving a presentation on design thinking and how we can use this approach to make a medical device. So recently, I have incubated my startup SIDLabs under IIT Kanpur SIIC. So starting with the basic things that what
are you switched on with two connections? Because there is an echo. Please ask somebody to switch off if somebody else is doing it, please ask them to switch off. There are two mics at your end.
1 second, sir. It is now clear?
Yes, it is very clear now.
Okay. So 5 steps of design thinking is a basic step which we should follow for design any medical device or any general purpose things, any product. This is a very basic aspect. The first is that empathize. Suppose you want to design, actually I will surround around only medical device here. So for empathy study, You must develop deep understanding and challenge what patient or what doctor exactly wants from you. You should understand from their aspect that what they exactly want. You should go talk to them, emerge with them, see any operation if you want to make a medical device for operation theaters. We should understand. You should actually, we are there, the head basically. As you can see in this figure, you should just look into their mind at what exactly they want. This is very important study. If you can do this in the best way, believe me, you can complete 40% of your work of product design. The first is empathy study. It is very, very important. Second is define. Now this basically how we have to make a one-liner to run a statement that what exactly we need to work on. This is a target statement which you want to achieve in your product design, either a medical field or a product design, any field. To clearly articulate the problem and make a roadmap, this is a roadmap which you should follow to make a medical device. Ultimately, this is a roadmap which you need to reach. So it should include every pathways, every roadmaps, every time stone, what exactly you want to follow. Third is that brainstorming. Once you have articulated the define the problem, this is what you want to achieve. Then you need to make some brainstorming arrangement at how we can achieve that. So ideation basically comes from imagination. You should imagine, you should gather more and more ideas. You should shortlist more and more ideas. You should gather more and more doctors and team and take any solution, any ideation, any whatever they can suggest to you. Because none of the idea is a waste. Every idea can be used and can be modified. So this is a very important step. Ideate, that is brainstorming, imagine, shortlist, and develop a solution. Basically, how we can approach from one point, that is starting with the doctor meeting, the first meeting with the user, and ultimately how we can ideate with the basic solution that this is how we are going to achieve. This is the third step of design thinking. Fourth is that prototyping. So you should not make the first prototype. This is what you want to test. You start from the low fidelity prototype, like on paper, like on cardboard sheet. This is the basic visual appearance of what you want to achieve. So it can be many things. You can use cardboard, you can MDF sheets, you can use 3D printed objects, anything. This is the very important because it erodes your creativity. It gives the user about the idea you want to work on. It gives an idea about the doctors that what you really want to work on. And it is very important that you should take consideration in this part because it is a very cyclic process. Because once you make a prototype, you need to test with the doctor. If he says this is good, you need to first proceed. If he did this is not good, you need to again prototype. So the very important principle of prototyping is that don't love your prototype because it is all waste. Because you need to again iterate one cycle, second cycle, third cycle, fourth cycle. So it is very important that don't love your prototype. Just make prototype, give a user to test that this is good or not. Then again, if it passes, it's very good. If not, then you again iterate the cycle. So if you can achieve these important first three steps, then you don't reiterate the statement again and again. Only prototyping and last is testing. This is the only cyclic statement in design thinking that you should do. After prototyping, this is a test solution that this is the product that we have developed. Give to the user. This is the take their reviews, whatever they say. Just then there is a cyclic statement that you should follow. So this is a design thinking approach which I or most of the people generally follows to designing in medical device or product design. So it is very important. So currently, actually, these are the various innovative product that we can think of, we can take idea of, like this carpenter gripper. This is Rubik's cube that we can get idea from. This is that any blind people also can play, make Rubik's cube or solve Rubik's cube. Like anti-mustering blur. These are some innovation that we have seen in the current days. So first, what I really want to convey that take motivation, inspiration from these. That it is a very small innovation, a small modification they have done, but they are innovative product. So take inspiration from others that how we can motivate small things can give a stone to a building stone of any big innovation. Like this, this is the future. That is, we need to eat a water ball instead of carrying a bottle. Like this in railway station, we see biotoilets now. The same way, this is a lazy glass. We can sit and we can read, and this is the water purification. So this is actually a very small product, but they are very motivated, and we can see that the very small innovation involved, but we can learn a lot from this. So currently, we have by taking advantage of actually COVID-19 because there is a really crisis in India of oxygen. The first product we have launched this year in our startup. Actually, definitely, I've started my startup because of Gandhian Fund, and fortunately, I've also won big grant this year for my product, particular Proctor scope, but this is the first product that I have launched is oxygen concentrators this year. So what we have done, first me and our team gather the idea that what are the basic limitation that currently doctors are facing in the hospitals, which is a basically COVID infection that people generally face. And what by this investigation we have found that there were basically three things like liquid oxygen, centralized oxygen, and oxygen cylinders, which are generally used by doctors in hospitals. Okay, so basically liquid oxygen was there, central oxygen and cylinders. So as you can see, these are very not mobile. They are very example of cylinders. They are immobile. They are very bulky. We are not been able to transfer from one player to another. So these are the limitations that we have found out, that these are the limitations in current medical facility of India. And also there is a wide usage of oxygen in COVID centers, like operation theaters, in home use and ambulances. So this is the empathy study that we have found that this is the current problem that doctors are facing and why there is a scarcity of oxygen in India. So ultimately we have ideated a solution that what we must be do. There is lack of portability, there is sudden death, there is shortage because we need to refill again and again. There is a high cost involved. So these are the various aspects with niche needs to fulfill for designing anything, for designing some solution for the oxygen concentrator. So basically, these are the basic study that we have done, that air is 21% of oxygen. So why can't we use that oxygen to convert that to give the patient? And why there is a death rate so much high? So this is a basic ideology that whatever is present in the atmosphere, just convert that or disintegrate in the form of oxygen and give it to the patient. So this is the basically ideation that we have done. Later, we have defined the statement that this is the basic characteristic that we need to define. We need to make an oxygen concentrator. We can replace oxygen cylinders and can give efficient oxygen on demand. This is very important. That on-demand oxygen is very important. While also surveying the literature, we have found out there is no big name in India which makes oxygen concentrators. Or we import from China and USA. So basically, we are in a very downfall of this. So we need to work from the scratch at how we can proceed. Shortage, it can overcome the shortage of oxygen. We have defined the statement. It has the basic necessity of, by talking to various doctors, is that if you can provide 94% of oxygen at 10 LPM, it can cover critical patients also. So this is a very important statement to us, that we need to provide 94% of oxygen at 10 LPM. So this is our target value that we have decided. And also utility must be there, portability,
you have 1 minute to go. Yeah.
Yes. I will just. Okay. These are the various things that we have defined. So these are the basic literature that we have surveyed, and we make a path that how we should go to the last ultimate goal to us. So we have made various. This is our lab in IIT Kanpur Imagining Medtech lab. So this is our design, and we have worked for 3 months regularly, day and night, for how we can proceed, how we can make. So this is we have CAD model. Ultimately, we have made a prototype of that at 10 LPM. This is a prototyping stage, and this is the final version of our concentrator. We have tested in the nearby labs of SIIC labs and also hospitals. This is Sanjeevani Hospital. This is Dr. Dokania and Dr. Ashish was there in SGPGI Lucknow. We have tested our concentrators there. And hopefully we are able to survive many patients in the hospitals by our concentrator. And the doctors are very pleased to see that someone has innovated this. This is already we have launched. We have take a tech transfer to 2 big companies. First is Albot, Bangalore-based company, and Fintech is Aurangabad-based company. So we have tech transfer there, and they are selling it. So demand is huge, and we are working fine. Actually, we are making some different versions of it now. So this is actually what we have launched, and this is actually the product that we have got Gandhian Award for that. So this is also we are testing is going on here, as you can see here, and this is Dr. Arshad Ahmed, which from KGMU Lucknow. We are doing testing. So testing is going on. So hopefully in few months we will launch this product also. Thank you. So I will just want to end up this slide because tomorrow is Engineers Day. So I really want to wish everyone Engineers Day, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions?
Since you have diversified into several products, mainly because there was an urgent need, what is the USP of your oxygen concentrator compared to the many available in market?
Sir, first is that it is made in India product. It's more than 70%
That's okay.
parts.
That is okay. What are the features? Any feature which is especially which you have developed, which is not there in other concentrators?
Yes, sir. What we have found is that what concentrator rated does not deliver. Currently, suppose concentrator, what we have found out at 10 LPM, 90% they said they did not deliver. So what we have said that 94% we will deliver, it's delivering. At 10 LPM, it is delivering. So what we have said, we are delivering that. And second, also that there is also sensor. Suppose the purity increase to a certain extent, that automatically gives the beep sound that we need to replace the filters. So currently the life is around 1 year of the zeolite filters. So we can easily work for that. So these are the various.
About the proctoscope that you had for which you got an award.
Yes.
What is, I mean, now that there are many others, so what is the distinguishing feature of that now? What is the originality still left in your device?
Okay. So the first thing is that what technology that we are using a silicon shield, which will basically cover the proctoscope and also balloon arrangement, which was not there in any of the proctoscope available in the market. It will basically restrict the need of 2 or 3 people involved in the operation. Only doctors and one helper can do operation. It's very helpful. And second is that expansion and contraction was there, which was not there in most of the proctoscope. So we are providing 2-3 major parameters which already is assembling most of the qualities of various proctoscope in a single proctoscope. So proctoscope was there, but every quality was not there in the single proctoscope. So that also testing is going on. The doctors under mannequin testing was going on. So hopefully in few months of 1 year we will launch that.
How many patents have you filed?
In my PhD, sir, currently I have 8 patents.
Good.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Yeah. So this is Shumanto. I have a small question regarding that. Siddharth, what type of sensors you have used to make sure that your concentrator is delivering the proper concentration value, oxygen concentration value we have set it for 94%, 95%, whatever it may be?
There were 2 types of sensors which can be used. First is galvanic type, second is ultrasonic type. If you want to get a rapid reading, you can use ultrasonic type because it gives instant reading. And suppose you want to assemble a concentrator, galvanic also can be used because it's currently used in ventilators systems. So galvanic we can use for long run. And for instant reading, you can, for testing purpose, you can use ultrasonic sensors.
Okay, thank you.
Siddhant, wonderful, creation. I read all these news in the newspapers and post by Professor Abhay Karandekar. So congratulations. So I just wondering, like you said, it's 94% the output of the purity of oxygen. What about the flow rate? Because most of the concentrator on market, when you increase the flow rate, the oxygen concentration will go down. So it's 10 liter, correct?
Yes, 10 liter we are getting 94% now. Okay. And even 2 LPM we can get 96% of this maximum possibility.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, let's move to the next speaker, Sumanta. Sumanta, please go ahead. So you can share the screen and start your presentation.
Hello, sir. Am I visible?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. yes.
I'm just sharing my screen once. Is that screen visible?
Yes, go ahead.
I am Shumanto Laha and I am an GYTI awardee 2020. And presently I have joined as a PhD research scholar in a joint mode in University of Manchester in UK and India in IIT Kharagpur in the Department of Mechanical Engineering under the guidance of Professor P.K. Das in IIT Kharagpur. And today I'm going to talk about the importance of simulated experiment and in vitro system, in particularly the cardiovascular engineering and obviously the medical device development related to the cardiovascular system. So it is needless to mention that our human body is a very complex structure. It's a combination of different kind of systems starting from skeletal to nervous system, but the circulatory system is one of the most complex and difficult to understand. And not only that, due to the complexity and other other kind of issues, cardiac malfunctions are the greatest threat around the globe. According to the AHA, or the American Health Association, almost 23% or more than 23% of the cases death cases are due to the heart diseases around the globe. But the number is not very less in India. It's almost 26%. Death in India, annual death in India is occurring only due to the cardiac malfunction. So what to do? Definitely some serious or major interventions need to be taken care of to deal with some end-stage heart failure. It may be some kind of life-saving drugs. It may be some corrective surgeries. It may be some organ transplantation. But whenever we are talking about organ transplantation, the main problem which is coming is nothing but the low number of matching donor. It's very difficult to get a proper donor or matching number of donor readily available, and that's why the importance of the prosthetics and other assist device came into the market. The prosthetics can be either used as a destination therapy, that means till the death, or it can be used as a bridge to transplant, that means to cope up the gap between the operation, that means the transplantation, and the operation or corrective surgery what's previously done. So it is nothing to say regarding the prosthetics. Everyone know what is prosthetics, what is implants. It's nothing but an artificial device that is implanted either inside the body or sometimes we have to carry in outside our body. So in that way, you can say it's extracorporeal kind of or intracorporeal. But the major problem is with the intracorporeal. That means it is inside our body, and body has to accept their particular devices inside our body. Some commonly used cardiovascular prosthetics, everyone will know, like pacemaker, artificial or mechanical heart valves, bioprosthetics heart valve, to some extent stent, and also the intra-aortic balloon pump. These are the very common thing, and still the R&Ds are it's an R&D is never ending process, and R&Ds are going on for each and every cases. But some not very commonly used are some uncommon and costly devices like LVAD or left ventricular assist device. It's a particular device which is used to deal with almost non-beating heart. Whenever the heart is stopped its beating from the left side of the heart, it used to implant in the left side of the heart and connect it to the aorta so that it can transfer the blood or just pump the blood in normal pump. It's similar to the normal pump we used to pump the water from the ground to our tank. Similar concept. It just pump the blood from the left ventricle and pump it to the aorta. So this type of device are really very costly, and enormous kind of developmental research is going on. We are also in the race. The second one is the transcatheter aortic valve, are commonly known as the TAVR replacement. This is a special kind of biological heart valve supported by a stent to give its durability, give it a much more structural stability. The another thing is cardio bridge. The cardio bridge is nothing but the company name. It's actually intra-aortic circulatory support system. One kind of catheter surgery will be needed for this, not an open heart surgery. And with the help of that particular area, we can see in the aortic, in the end section of the aorta, one can place this particular thing, and after, in normal first condition, this is look like a normal pipe, and then it will fit in an umbrella kind of structure, and there is a small propeller here. Whenever the propeller is start rotating, the afterload of the heart will reduce and heart can pump very easily. That means a suction kind of thing. It's look like an axial kind of pump. Its suction will be occurring, and that's why the blood circulation will be improved. This is still under R&D condition, and some kind of testing has been done only. And the final is the total artificial heart. In total artificial heart, the lower portion, that means the ventricular side of the heart, left and right ventricle, will be totally cut down, and this total artificial heart or TAH will be installed. It is a pneumatic power device. For LVAD and total artificial heart, only the pump or these two pumps are in the inside the body, but the patient has to carry all the battery and controller outside the body. There is a connection between the inside of the body and outside of the body through an abdominal hole. So naturally, we can understand how complex the cardiovascular prosthetics engineering in today's life. The main issue with all these common prosthetics are these are very much costly. For an LVAD operation in India, it costs like almost 1 crore, while the device price is itself 70 lakhs. Some kind of prosthetic patient mismatch, we can see several kind of thrombus formation is occurring in the prosthetic patient mismatch, and hemodynamic incompatibility of that particular LVAD and other devices, and obviously prosthetic failures. So to deal with all these drawbacks like hemodynamic incompatibility, to make it more hemodynamically compatible, to make it more good fluid mechanics behavior, to make it much cheaper. Different kind of researchers are trying to develop such a new models, and also some groups are also trying to modifying their old type of model. But whenever this type of prosthetics are developed or a new model or modification is done, it need to be tested either in animal or in some other system before it will be implanted in the body. But naturally you can see the animal implantation or other kind of testing is very complex. That's why the importance of simulated experiment come. In simulated experiment, we have to just simulate the environment in which this particular device works. For our cases, we have to simulate an environment similar with our cardiovascular system, and we can place any kind of system, or you can place the any kind of such of prosthetics, and you can test its performance not only under the healthy condition but also under the diseased condition. So we can develop this kind of simulated experiment, either experimental system or the theoretical system. I'm not going into details in this portion. So the journey was not very new, or the concept of simulator is not very new. It was started on 1935 when well-known aviator Lindbergh developed his perfusion pump. This device is used to help any organ like kidney, heart to alive outside the body for some amount of time. Until that particular time, in today's life, different groups around the globe has developed their own heart or cardiovascular replicator. All of them have their own pros and cons. Not only the simulated experiment, now in today's life we have the very good computational facility, and we used to take MRI and CT data from the labs, and we can convert them in a CAD model. We can either 3D print them and do some experiment like this in the silicon structure. It's some patient specific data, and here also we can take some patient specific data, we can convert them to the CAD model, and we can do some kind of computer simulation to understand the patient specific result. For example, for me, I don't know what is happening exactly inside our heart, or what is the problem related to my heart valve. We can take one CT or MRI image, you can convert it, and we can see what is happening. This is one solution. Several researchers have said ex vivo system can do the same for the device testing, particularly for the LVAD and the heart valve device testing. But the problem is that in ex vivo system, one has to collect a heart from either from pig or from deer, and then we have need a particular very specialized lab setup with a trained person to deal with this kind of heart. Again, we have to set some kind of another beating device which can transfer or which can circulate the blood along the heart in this way. So this is not actually a cost effective solution. It is a very costly solution, and obviously a very rigorous and complex solution. So we'll not consider this in the actual system. Now come to the, as I've already told regarding the simulated experiment, like whenever we have done any kind of experiment in our simulated experiment system, or any kind of testing of the device in our system, we can easily, for the primary level of testing, we can easily eliminate any kind of animal testing. That means legal feasibility is very high for simulated experiment. Obviously, we can say it is very cost effective, because for testing an animal, so we should need several doctors, surgeon, operation theaters, operation tools, and everything. That means that is not a cost effective solution. In simulators also, they can replicate reasonably the actual cardiac behavior. It has a technical feasibility of almost 90%, and obviously the good amount of operational feasibility. Now, not only for the technical side, but for the commercial side, there are a good market of that particular simulator experiment device. Companies from Canada, US, like pulse duplicator, Herbert blood pumps, and the vascular replicator, these products are available. In India also, in Sri Chitra, they are using such device called pulse duplicator from Canada. There is no companies, not only in India, but also in Asia to develop such kind of things. So we have developed on our own experimental simulated experimental setup, which is we have named as a cardiovascular replicator. And for that, yeah, sure, sir. Cardiovascular replicator, for which we have been awarded that GYTI award. And in this, we can easily simulate the cardiovascular system, not only the healthy condition, but also for the disease condition. We can test different kind of stents, heart valve, LVADs, etc. We have tried to cover all the drawbacks of our competitors. And also we are making in a process, we are developing our very compact pump, which is commonly we have named as a cardio pump, for a dedicated heart valve setup, including VAT setup. We have made an attachment which is look like an aorta for testing of aortic balloon pumps and etc. So I think this can be a game changer in vitro or simulated experiment in near future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Questions?
So obviously this is quite far from the product development, isn't it?
Now, in the actual prototype, it is under fabrication, that cardio pump. So probably by end of this year, the first MVP will be ready.
Really? That's wonderful.
Yes. Actually, it is under fabrication. I am unable to give the actual photographs. It's only some parts, bits and pieces are ready. The electronics part is almost ready, and the main structure is almost ready. We have some 3D printed parts. We have some metal parts, and we are trying to make the thing actually not in the enclosure, but the main component. Primarily, we are making with stainless steel, but for the second stage, we will be making with titanium, so that we can easily deal with any kind of blood and all. And we are also developing some kind of special structure in that particular system, so that the blood damage, because it's a piston kind of thing, it will be there. So if we can use the actual blood, there may be some damage in the blood. So we will try to reduce the damage by using 3 different piston heads. And in parallel, we have also do some computer simulation to predict the optimal design of that particular piston.
So are you targeting for any specific valve, or like a left ventricular assist device or anything like that? Or
this is a general platform for simulating any kind of prosthetics. For example, in our lab, we are also trying to develop India's first LVAD with the help of Imprint, and that means MHRD and ICMR. And Dr. Keval Krishnan from Max Healthcare is also helping us. And not only for the testing of such LVAD, you can test LVAD flow rate, LVAD pressure in the system, but we are also looking for some kind of heart. For example, one new design of the heart or a modified design of the heart valve is coming in the market. So we can easily put in the heart valve in our system, and you can say whether any kind of cavitation is occurring or not, probable location of the thrombus, or any kind of valve backflow or regurgitation is occurring or not. We can easily understand this.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, then let's thank Sumanta. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
let's move to the next speaker, Vinesh from IIT.
Sir, I will share my screen. So, is my slides visible?
Go to full screen mode and you can start your presentation.
Yes, it's full screen mode. Okay, actually my topic, my GYTI, our topic is low cost, easy to use, in-house developed ECIS system for studying dynamic behavior of biological cells. Presently, I am an Institute postdoc fellow at IIT Madras. So, understanding complex biological system at the cellular level is more appropriate to visualize and visualize what's going on and how we can plan accordingly to manipulate. So, generally, for that, commonly, so for example, for studying cellular proliferation, people uses dyes and all, and to estimate. Sorry. So commonly used dyes for sensing cellular proliferations. So sorry, sir, I'm getting disturbed. Okay. For a real time and dynamic behavior of cells, we can't use the conventional methods of dyes, because that the dyes which we are using, we need to freeze the cells, and after that we will be injecting the cells, the dyes. So now recently few people used cell trackers, but using cell imprintable cell imprimated fluorescent product, but the quality of cell sensing won't be that much, because on as the day proceeds, the quenching happens, so the dye won't be that much. Uh, the trackers won't be that much good. Further, in the form of they use that fluorescent particles in the form of nanoparticle or quantum dot or anything. So traditional, it is that is what I said. It is semi quantitative data, where the labor interns protocol, and it requires labor intern protocol and expensive equipments needed. So we need to have something which is more precise for monitoring cellular behavior in response to external stimuli in real time, non-invasive, and label-free manner. So the difference between generally people look to then researchers started to look for something new, which can be used without disturbing the physiological state. So there come the terms cell-based biosensor. The main difference between biosensor and cell-based sensor is that we will be directly using the cells on the sensory films. So any change happens on the any change happens, the sensor will change and we will be getting the output. For example, as I told, the biochemical effects of direct spatial contact of live cells is converted into an electrical signal by the sensory layer. So for the phenomena such as change in ionic concentration, metabolic pathway, then the proliferation of the cell, transmembrane protection, barrier resistance, we can calculate. So here comes the thing. So generally people uses ECIS system for monitoring the dynamic behavior of the cell, where we can able to see, once we see the cell, the the current between the electrode get disturbs. As consider the cell as a particle, when it adhere on the electrode, the cells the current flow get disturbed, as the cells can be considered as having a resistive and capacitive property. So once it get adhered, it get disturbed, the current flow get disturbed. When it started to spread more, the current will get disturbed. So it is the thing due to which the impedance get increased. So what I did was, I wish to replace this electrode part and the sensory part, the analyze the device, the detector part also, the sensor, both the sensor and the detector part. So why the sensor means, generally people uses gold electrodes, and getting something from commercial, it is like costlier. And what the impedance analyzer, it is also bit costlier. But as comparing the sensor and detector, the detector is like one time we need to invest, like for example 15 to 27 lakhs one time for the sensor, the detectors, the measuring device. Whereas we will be using the electrode, that sensory part, each and every time the new one. So it increases the cost of the whole experiment. So first I wish to replace that sensory part. So what I used was, I choose a traditional detectors. For example, we can consider a UV detector, where we will be having for example, two metals will be there. Upon that, yeah, semiconductor coating will be there. So when we expose a UV, there will be flow of current. So as you can see in this area, when we expose the sensory layer to an particular environment, For example, see any gases or any UV light or any light source or any environment, depending upon the exposure, the resistivity of the film will get changed. So I wish to see whether it can replace the traditionally available gold or titanium based electrode system. So what I did was I fabricated something, some sensor like this. Means I used ITO electrodes and I coated it with insulator, that is Al2O3 I used. Further I used TiO2, SNO2 and ZNO is all semiconducting metal oxide. So this was the procedure which I followed for this particular experiment. And first, after coating, I first wish to see whether the Al2O3 supports cellular function or not. So you can able to see from A to F at different time points how the cell gets changed. This then I went for electrical study. So this was my results of the electrical study. So particularly if we see the phase of impedance, the changes depending upon the morphology of the cell. So if it increases or decreases, it means that the morphology gets changed. Uh, but whereas in 72, if we see, there was accumulation of cells, that is due to cell-cell interaction. If cell-cell interactions, the resistance may get decreased due to flow of excess flow of due to decrease in the current. Decrease in the gap. So the current may get increased. So you can see. Okay, this was not in these results. It was there in the other one. Okay. So next we shifted our work to animal model. Means for we devised, we constructed a device, we checked it, then we shifted our work to animal model. We can able to see first I plotted a graph, a standard graph using a different resistor value of my constructed device, and I checked I checked using a stimulator artificial cerebral fluid. So these are the changes against the concentration for some particular frequency. So then what I did was uh, we did bilateral common carotid artery occlusion in the rat for 40 minutes, then reperfusion for 40 minutes. Means we stopped the flow of blood, stopped the flow, blood flow to the brain for 40 minutes. Then we removed it and we checked how everything, how the brain is brain's behavior, and uh, we we studied using our device, and we checked using the commercially available Doppler sensor also. These are the results. So it was like on the normal, it was like the it was around 550, but when we occlude, it got decreased below 100. The regional blood flow, while we when we
टाइम
opened
का
it,
ध्यान
it
रखना
further.
टाइम वेस्ट टाइम
Okay, these are the outcomes also. We have one patent and 6 publications, and the rat model is at the end, last one. Um,
Thank you. Questions? Yeah. So do you see any other application for measuring cell impedance?
Sir, cell impedance. Sir, for example, sir, if you need to analyze the cells, the ionic concentration or something, sir. What you will, sir? Actually, I am missing some key points. Actually, I'm not there in my office or somewhere. I am at the hospital site. I am
Right.
dealing with some medical emergency. For example, sir. Okay. For example, sir, pH change in pH will destroy the cell. So cells excretion, metabolic activities, we can sense by modifying the sensory layers. Yes, metabolic activity.
All right. Any other questions from others? If
Just one simple question. I'm sorry about the emergency that you are facing, Ganesh. I hope everything is in control.
So actually, I got blessed with a baby boy.
Oh, wonderful! That's not an emergency. That's a gift of God. Congratulations. God bless. God bless the boy and the mother and all of you. Wonderful.
Everybody is fine, sir. Actually, it's in CMC. So
Okay.
I'm just now. I'm waiting. I'm at the outside, sir. Outside of
Okay.
the
Okay.
hand presenting.
Just a small question. The
Okay,
impedance
sir.
is affected by the sodium to potassium ratio. You know, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sodium is actually a kind of good conductor of electricity, sir.
Correct. Therefore,
Uh,
if the
mm,
potassium is higher,
mm.
then impedance can go down. In fact, it can
Oh.
be used as a non-invasive detection. One of the professors in ISC Bangalore, in 2012, I think, or 2013, he had used this logic as a detection for cancer.
Okay.
So I'm just suggesting that if you can use this impedance levels for diagnostic purpose as well, that would be a great advance. And if it can be done exogenously, visible light, can you measure impedance by external device? Is it possible?
Actually, sir, what we did was we created an holes. Means we removed air of the rats, a
Hmm.
rat head, and we drilled the hole. Means zero point 0.5 mm to connect both the hemispheres, sir.
No, but my
So you
suggestion
can
is,
imagine.
no, I
Yes, sir.
understand. But my suggestion is read that device or detail on our platform. If you wish to use the same similar method of non-invasive detection of impedance levels of the cell, wouldn't that be nice?
Sir, actually, my you would have seen, sir, that my presentation first one, na, sir.
Hmm.
That traditional detector means I have used a MSM or MMIM kind of devices for non-invasively measuring that functional behavior of the cells only.
Correct. So I'm saying that if impedance could be measured in a non-invasive manner more accurately as you are proposing,
Yes, sir.
then the fact that metabolic rate becomes higher in the cancer cell, we can detect at very early stage the cancer also. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is
Definitely.
one use case, which you can keep in mind for, let's say, a milestone of your solution. It can become a good solution for that. Very good solution.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. Actually, I in our rat model case, we tried to figure out why the changes when we block the blood flow, why these changes happen. So we could not able to find a possible reason what is happening, why it is happening.
Does the
Means
metabolic
the
rate
changes
change?
in the
Does the metabolic rate of the cell multiplication changes?
sir, actually, it's with the brain, sir. When the neuroprotectants or some modern neuroprotecting drug has been given, how it will be change. It will get changed. Are you getting my point?
Yes.
We tried, and we started that experiment. But what happened means, due to this COVID situation, uh, uh,
So
whatever we
does
have
the
done.
synaptic firing goes down? The synaptic charge, synaptic cells their charge, emission of charge goes down in the brain?
Sir, actually, when we block the supply, the neuron will get the connection between the neuron won't be stopped, but it will be like random firing. There
Achha.
won't be any uniform firing. It was our finding, and we correlated with that change in ionic concentration as reported in that work. So they were it was like abundant increase in sodium, or else calcium was getting increased. It was like that, a random increase in everything.
Random.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For further study, we need to have some molecular experts who means neurosurgeons like that, sir.
Okay. Okay. If
Because
it is, I can arrange
we
some connect.
being an engineering graduate, we can't able to.
No, no, I understand. I understand. Yes.
USP is that you can do it non-invasively, right?
Sir?
You can do it non-invasively.
Yes, sir. But what cell study was non-invasive, sir. But the rat was minimum invasive, sir. Because we will be digging only 2 holes. So after everything, we will be putting 2 hole, and we will be applying bone cement. So it is like kind of a sealed environment only. So we can screw it up. After measuring, we can remove the screw and we can leave. The rat was live. The good part was the rat was live, sir. And we have given drug nozzly, and we tried to study what affects the neuroprotectant drug, and we tried to see what happens when we occlude, when we stop the blood supply. But the thing is that, no, sir, everything was going fine.
Which drug? Which drug?
Sir, actually, we thought to use the Indian drug, Methane somnifera, ashwagandha.
Ashwagandha.
But it was not recommended. So everybody said that we need to go for a FDA approved one. So all the process was going on well and good, but due to this COVID situation, everything has been stopped, and still IIT BHD is closed, and I kept my thesis. I'm about to present give my defense this week, and I joined IIT Madras as postdoc from January.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Sir, and I'm working on single cell sensing.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thanks, Vinesh. And let us
Sir,
know.
I feel sorry for leaving the meeting, but in the hospital in.
We understand. We understand.
Absolutely
You have
fine.
to
No
be with your
problem.
son. You have to be with your baby. All the best.
No, sir. Actually, it is hospital environment, sir. Everybody is looking at me.
No, I understand. I understand. Okay. Okay. Take care. Take care.
Okay, sir. So thanks for your time.
Yeah. Bye bye.
So we will move to the next speaker, Devan.
Hello, sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you can share your screen again and
yeah. Is my screen visible now?
Coming up. Not yet. It came earlier, then disappeared. Not yet. Yes, it is visible now. It is visible now. Make it full screen.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right, sir. So the Zoom is hanging up again and again. Hello.
Go ahead.
Right, sir. I'm audible now?
Yes, you are.
Sorry for that interruption. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deval Karya, and I'm working on a project called an affordable insulin pump for type 1 diabetic patients for resource constraint settings under the guidance of Dr. Manish Arora at CPDM in IISc Bangalore. So the clinical background that I'm of an insulin pump is that type 1 diabetic patients need insulin to sustain their life. It is different from type 2 diabetic patients, which most people will be aware of. Type 2 diabetes is more of a lifestyle disease, whereas type 1 diabetes, there's no sort of pinpointed reason of its occurrence, but basically what happens is that the pancreas stops producing or produces very little insulin, and so you need to give the patient external insulin to sustain their life, everyday life, basically. So that is the requirement from the clinical side. Now, coming to the problem that is there, now insulin delivery has to be done by the patient every day, up to 3 to 4 times a day, and this is typically done using injections. But an insulin pump is a much better alternative with a lot of clinically established benefits, and it is referred to as a continuous subcutaneous insulin infusion because the insulin is delivered into the subcutaneous tissue, not directly into the bloodstream. But the problem, like many other medical devices, is that it is extremely expensive. Typical insulin pump would cost roughly between 2 to 6 lakhs rupees, depending on the features and the size and a lot of other parameters. And as you can understand, this is out of the budget of most patients in India, right? So despite having those clinical benefits, up to, I think, 1 to 2% only are adopting insulin pumps in India, despite there being around 1 lakh children suffering from type 1 diabetes, right? And because of this, this clinical benefit is being withheld from these patients. So when this project was awarded the GYTI award in 2019, since then we've been focusing on improving the TRL of our device. We had basic accuracy established. It was still not within the clinically acceptable range when the award was given. But since then, the work we've been doing is to make the device more robust, and we've been able to achieve, sort of clinically acceptable accuracy. And I'll come to that in the next slide. And it is comparable to commercially available devices. The other issue we are trying to focus on currently is the size reduction. We are trying to explore different actuators that can help us bring down the size. And more on that in the coming slides. So just a brief background on the novelty of our device. Now most insulin pumps, which is on the left side, they all work on the syringe pump principle, which is basically a plunger is given controlled linear motion to deliver a drug. And this is done with a piston and a lead screw mechanism that is coupled to a micro motion set, as we call it, which comprises of a gearbox, a motor, and a precision encoder. So these are very high resolution encoders, and the entire set together costs roughly between 50 to 60,000 rupees, even more than that. So to address this primary cost driver, what we've done is to have a mechanism that comes in between the motor and the piston. Now this mechanism is such that it reduces or almost removes the dependency of accuracy on the motor. So we can go with any low cost motor as long as it is safe to use in a medical device, and that can give the same accuracy as compared to another motor that costs 5 times that or 10 times that. So regardless of the motor, we are able to achieve the same resolution and accuracy. The other novelty or benefit of a device is that it is compatible with open source artificial pancreas algorithms. We are still working on it, but we are in the process of making it compatible with all available open source artificial pancreas algorithms. Right now, these AP algorithms are only proprietary. Medtronic is one company that has its own algorithms, and it only works with Medtronic devices. So that makes it very expensive, right? So we've been, since it's a high-risk medical device, we've been trying to comply with some requirements of 14971, which is to address risk management right from the beginning itself. We have identified several hazards, potential hazards that are possible, and designed the device in such a way that it addresses those requirements, or at least mitigates those requirements. And I'm happy to also report that subsequent, after our award was given, we've been working on the accuracy improvement, and now we've been able to achieve comparable or even better accuracy than commercially available pumps. We ran a 3-day test, continuous 3-day test, at least 5 to 10 times, and this is in accordance to another IEC standard that governs accuracy reporting for insulin and infusion pumps. So in that, over 72 hours within different time periods, we have reported our accuracy, and in each time period, we found that our device has been more accurate than a comparable device, which is the Medtronic 640G, which we've taken from literature. And so this is another representation of that accuracy, which is called a trumpet curve. Basically, over the 3-day period, it evaluates the accuracy, which is the red line, the primary accuracy, which is the red line, and the maximum and minimum deviations during that time, which is the blue and yellow line, as you see over here. So it is comparable to the Medtronic pump on the, as you can see from the right side. We are even better in the under delivery, the lower limits, which is we are going up to maximum 60%, and some of their values are going below scale of minus 100%. So we are happy to report that we have been able to achieve this accuracy repeatedly and over multiple prototypes. This is just a short comparison of our pump with the Medtronic pump. Our BOM cost is right now, as per our estimates, is coming to roughly 25,000. And again, this is without the benefits of scale. So we expect this to be brought down further. And it is also compatible, as I mentioned, with the artificial pancreas, open source artificial pancreas algorithm. And also it has, we are in the process of developing APIs for it to communicate with continuous glucose monitors. Again, Medtronic has its own proprietary algorithms and proprietary glucose sensor. So that again adds to the cost of the device. And we are still at the same resolution of delivery, which is 0.05 IU per hour, which in microliters is just 0.5 microliters per hour. And some other benefits are also present in our device, such as the availability of a remote with the base version itself, not with the higher end versions, and bolus calculators, which is also standard in all pumps. So the bottom line is that we are trying to bring down at least a 70% reduction in cost for the patients. These are some renders and photographs of our initial prototypes. So this is the volume that I was referring to. This is 1 IU, which is delivered over 1 hour for 72 hours. That is the test that we had done, and we had done that for multiple prototypes and over multiple days. And the lowest resolution we are capable of is 0.05 IU, which is a fraction of this volume that you see on the screen. So our next step is that we have been awarded the BIRAC big grant, and we intend to take this device further towards commercialization. And for that purpose, we have incubated at the Society for Innovation and Development at IISc. And we intend to form a startup to take this further to market as we develop the technology as well. And as I mentioned earlier in our interactions with the Dr. Renu and Manish sir, that complying to standards is something that we've been sort of, I wouldn't say struggle, but we have been finding it challenging, and we have been trying to address that individually. But I think we will reach out to Professor Anil and others who have offered to help us, and hopefully that can solve our issues over there. And we have planned a clinical investigation, pilot clinical investigation of this next year on 10 to 15 patients. We're still working on the details of that. Yeah, so I would like to again thank Professor Anil and the BIRAC GYTI team for giving this support to us that has helped us to bring it so far and take it to the next stage with the big grant. And as you can see, that support has helped us develop these multiple prototypes and also to evaluate accuracy as per these IEC standards, which shouldn't have been possible at all with this support, without the support. And lastly, I would also like to thank my supervisor, Manish Arora sir from Utsa Lab, who's been constantly supporting. And our startup, we intend to do it together as co-founders. So hopefully it all goes well. Thank you.
Thanks, Deval. So do you plan to integrate a sensor along with the pump, or?
So, sir, we've not, since we don't have our own sensor being developed, we are planning to make API is open so that it can communicate via BLE to existing sensors like Abbott Libre.
So you are open to take any common sensor?
Yes, yes. Both the sensor as well as the control algorithm, which is the artificial pancreas algorithm.
So do you think that tying up with one of the big market players would be better in marketing your pump? And
absolutely, sir. Actually, it is required, I would feel. Why? One is that it would accelerate our time to market. Secondly, there are other aspects to this commercialization of a high-risk medical device, which is post-market surveillance. So that requires sufficient infrastructure to be in place already, to take it to market. So if we collaborate with a big player, it will quicken this process for us instead of us setting up the entire thing from scratch.
Yeah, it might be worthwhile to communicate with companies like Biosense or say Sensocor, for example, which are Indian people who are totally in the Indian market, manufacturing in India, and might be looking for partners in say insulin pump, which is rolled by companies like Medtronic.
Right, sir. I'll reach out to them. I'll reach out to you as well to get these details. Yeah, that's one of the problems we've heard from a lot of other players in the market is that a lot of them have been working on algorithms and sensors, but the pump always becomes the bottleneck because Medtronic is the only player in the market. So it's almost, I would say, a monopoly in some sense. Since they are the only player in the market, the communication protocols, everything is proprietary and no one can communicate and use the device. Even the open source artificial pancreas algorithm, they rely on a firmware bug in the Medtronic or some sort of loophole to communicate with the Medtronic device. And that's why only few models of those devices are compatible with that algorithm.
Just one question, Deval. Supposing the battery goes down, the motor stops, is there any reserve battery that you're planning in emergency?
So since this is a sort of a consumer device where the patient will be directly using it, we have made sure that it is, it basically works on a AA battery. So
no, so will it be showing when the battery goes down?
Yes, absolutely, sir. Yes. So we have battery alarms, and if that does not occur, we escalate it to a siren so that the patient is
very
aware.
Important because most devices don't have that. Most devices, you discover it when you use it. If the blood pressure instrument, for example, when the battery goes down, you have to change the cell, but you didn't get any advance warning. So most devices today do not have, to the best of my knowledge, Renu, you can correct me, they don't have battery alarm or a siren, as you mentioned, so that emergency में तो मुश्किल हो जाएगा. So this is a good point that you are saying. Battery signal or battery alarm is a very good point because that is a kind of a life-saving situation, So.
Yes, sir. And mainly this has sort of come up, this and a lot of other things have come up because we took that approach of risk management right from the beginning itself.
We are using micro needle or normal needle?
We are not using, so we are compatible with an infusion set. So that infusion set goes into the patient's subcutaneous tissue. And only for puncturing that top layer of the skin, that needle is used. After that, a cannula sits inside the patient's tissue.
Is it not possible to have microneedle patch, which some of the GYTI awardees were trying to develop? Can you talk to them and see?
Yeah.
So there are some award we have given on microneedles.
Okay.
Then user will not have to do all of the thing that you just mentioned.
IISc do have facility for fabrication of these microneedles.
Achha.
And so the other person you can explore is Professor Deepthi at IIT Bombay. She do make these as part of other projects. So there have been microneedle patches developed from IIT Bombay also. You can contact either of them.
Right, who at IISc you said?
IISc, the
Sense facility, right?
Sense facility has everything needed for fabrication.
Okay, very good. They will try this because then it becomes more handy.
Yes, sir.
Good. You are winding up comments.
Any other questions to Deval? Right. So I believe the last speaker is not here today. So in that case, it's time to wind up this session. So are there any general comments from anybody? So I think we had a sort of good, impressive presentation from the entire team. So in terms of like, you need to really look into your product in terms of your TRLs. Where are you currently and how long it will take to make yourself to a alpha prototype or a beta prototype. So that should be the target for all the teams, I would say. I think if no other remarks, then I will leave the floor to Professor Anil Gupta for making the concluding remarks. Professor Gupta, please.
Thank you so much. We are grateful for your very insightful connections that you have been building right through the presentation. I like that approach. That's very constructive mentoring. On the line, what you can call it as quick linkages. I think that was wonderful. I like that most in today's presentation and in your session, that you were connecting people to the sources of solution for the questions that they were addressing. And I would request every GYTI awardee that who has presented today, don't leave this. Send the mail today. Send the mail to the concerned colleague that you have been advised by Professor Renu today, so that you must not lose any time in building connections and seeking help. You can mark a copy to Professor Renu if needed. You wish to do that, so that if there's a word to be put, he can put a word for you. So that I find is the biggest takeaway today, that a lot of you have now got a few steps ahead because of the mentoring that you got. And some of you have suggested that you will contact him later on. So I really appreciate, the windows and doors that you opened of your office and your mind and your heart, so to say, more importantly, your heart, to help the young GYTI awardees. I will also suggest the GYTI awardees, some of you asked questions and comment to each other, but please continue this dialogue. Do send mails to each other, and the Bushra is online and others are there. I would request that let us continue the solidarity that you are trying to build across the GYTI awardees. And my suggestion to all of you is that if you can stay on to listen to some other presentations and give comments to them, if you have interest in that, that will be much appreciated, because it is the feedback from young peers that is most valuable to my mind, because all of you are on the edge of your subject. All of you know sometimes more than the faculty, because you are fresh PhD. A PhD is supposed to know the most on the earth, not just in the lab. That is our definition of a good PhD. So if you are so knowledgeable, why wouldn't you give feedback to others and ask them questions? I mean, just now, for example, microneedle problem point, to me, that seemed very obvious thing to be incorporated in their work design, because it is so practical. And we have two awardees, and of course, you now best established link with the two people. So it will be useful to see the GYTI platform and then build linkages with those who can complement. I began today this presentation, this conclave, by saying that build linkages, create networks. And now if you find that we can create some networks, I don't know how long you will be able to stay with us today. After lunch also, if you have time, please do join. You can continue doing your job and keep an ear for us, so that you can comment on wherever you can. Your help will be greatly appreciated. We need such colleagues who can encourage the students and point a direction in which they can move faster than what they would otherwise. So, your time will be greatly acknowledged and appreciated. So is with the other colleagues who are online. I will request everybody, Bushra, to you, that please keep one ear for us. Of course, next session you're going to chair, but also keep an ear for us for these GYTI awardees, so that somewhere some thoughts may come and the work will progress much more than. Sometimes the students may not know all the use cases of their solution, as I was discussing with our friend Unvesh. He hadn't given thought how the metabolic rate measurement by his self-impedance could also be useful for cancer detection, because that is one thing that happens most clearly. So we could help them to find new use cases, so that their solution can find broader application. So thank you, Renu, for being with us and giving a great keynote and also a very helpful comments. And Bushra, thank you, and stay on. And we will meet at 2 o'clock. We have a break for lunch now, so we will be off. All the friends who are on YouTube connection or otherwise, please remain available. Please join us back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, and see you all at 2 o'clock. Thank you, Renu. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Bushra. Nice meeting you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome everybody back. I'm sorry for a little late, but I just lost track. Thank you, Bushra. Thank you so much. And we have Dr. Rohit Srivastav. Has he joined? Hi, Rohit.
Yes, sir. I'm there, sir.
Welcome, Dr. Rohit. Welcome. So we have now, you were not in the morning, so we have followed a system where you would give your keynote lecture, and then we will have a presentation by the chair and co-chair, and then presentation by the awardees. And in the end, we can have some comments from you and other experts. So that is the plan. But you could make comments on the presentation by the GYTI awardees in between also, surely. If you can, one thing which Renny John did in the morning was that whenever he heard somebody, and if he could build some linkages with an expert or with somebody, he made that suggestion. So I would request the chair, co-chair, and Rohit, you also, that wherever you feel that there is a connection can be made to make the students go forward faster, that will be very helpful. So Rohit, floor is yours. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you again for inviting me to this conclave. Let me share my screen. As discussed, I will explain a little bit about affordable healthcare technologies that we have been doing at IIT Bombay, and some of the stuff that has led to a lot of startups from the lab. Just a minute, I'm some system preference that is not allowing me. Just a minute. Record contents.
Screen sharing should be allowed.
Yeah, it is. I don't know why it's not letting me.
No, screen sharing is open. Can you check? Can you check, GYTI team?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, sir.
It is
there.
open, sir. I'm actually using a new laptop, and yeah.
Oh.
Now I can see. Now I can
so.
See. Yeah. Now can you see?
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
So once again, thank you and welcome to this conclave. My name is Rohit Srivastava. I'm currently heading the Department of Biosciences Bioengineering at IIT Bombay, and I'm going to discuss a little bit about affordable healthcare technologies that our lab at IIT Bombay has been developing, and the ecosystem that has led to this sort of a development. Since we are going to be talking about healthcare technologies, I think it is good that we see this slide right in the beginning, because it gives us a perspective of what happens in India compared to other countries and places around India. And if you see India, then we spend a very little amount of money on healthcare expenditure per person. In fact, most of the money that we spend is private money, which means that there has to be a lot of emphasis on Make in India. And this is exactly what the Honorable PM has earmarked for the next several years, where he wants to make an Atmanirbhar Bharat. And in that context, we really have to think about probable solutions, and the solutions could be by building these affordable point of care devices, by doing early diagnostics. And there are many, many projects that I see in BIRAC, that I see in DST, DBT, ICMR, where people have now started thinking about making and doing their own devices and technologies and doing them in India. So we are on the right track, and the biggest, I think, result we've got is from the COVID, where a cost of an RT-PCR has gone down from 4,500 last year to about 450 rupees this year. So a 10 times reduction in cost is only possible because we have been able to do this sort of reagent preparation in India. So if you look at the ecosystem at IIT Bombay, I don't know how many of you have visited IIT Bombay, but typically most institutes now, engineering institutes in India, now have got a very good translational ecosystem. And this means that most departments that are working in any of these IITs, be it the engineering or the science departments, they are all interlinked and they are all working together, because they have many of these ideas that one person cannot be doing all by himself or herself. And that means that these right in the center that you see, the Industrial Research Consultancy Center, the Desai Sethi Center for Entrepreneurship or the School of Entrepreneurship, the departments, in my department, this is my lab, and then there is a lab that is run by Professor B. Ravi, which is BETIC, and that also does a lot of commercialization and translation of biomedical devices. there's an incubator on campus, and all of this leads to many of these ideas that we have getting funding from outside, either private funding, public funding, tying up with medical institutes, engineering colleges, and trying to see if we can take these ideas all the way from our lab to the market, either through a startup or through a technology transfer. Now, if the technology transfer is possible, then there are large companies which are interested in at least TRL 5, TRL 6 sort of data, where they will be able to tie up with an academic institute and take that idea all the way forward. But if they are not, then there are many students who are willing to take these ideas forward into a startup. And for that, one needs a business incubator on campus, which most IITs now have, most engineering institutes are now getting. And that means that you can actually get these affordable healthcare products out of the lab into the market through a big chain that goes through approvals. And there has to be people who are proficient in doing all that to be able to take them forward. Now, our lab at IIT Bombay has been able to do many, but the Department of Biosciences Bioengineering at IIT Bombay is very, very active. We've got about 30 faculty now, several postdocs in the department, and most importantly, huge number of PhDs and master students. Now, these are the workhorses for the department, and they have been able to contribute heavily to the department in terms of filing patents, in terms of setting up companies, in terms of taking technologies all the way from TRL 1, which is an ideation phase, all the way to TRL 5, which is your academic clinical validation phase. And there are many, many such examples in the department. I currently head the department, but every 3 years there's a new head who comes in and leads the department into the next phase. So our lab in IIT Bombay has been able to do many, many such technologies, and some of these are mentioned in this slide. We've got several startups that came out of the lab. Biosense was the biggest success story from the lab, because they were the people who could take the UCheck. This was a student project, an MTech student project, which went all the way into the market, created a huge market for it. And I'll explain a little bit about that. Then there were many such examples through Biosense, where we were able to take our own glucometer to the market. We were able to take products that we were working with Wellcome Trust all the way to a technology transfer phase, which is our own clinical care analyzer, or a critical care analyzer, which we were able to take all the way forward. But many other student set up companies. Dynasense Technologies is an IIT alumni company. Care Annex is a current PhD students company. Patanjali Pharma is a current postdocs company. Kavach Bio is a students company. Mozen Technology is a students company. There are many, many more. We have currently, as faculty, I have now set up 3 other companies which are taking technologies, and I'll talk about these technologies that we are taking all the way from TRL 4, 5, all the way to TRL 9, and for that we are trying to raise funds. So many commercial examples. The one you see in the center, it was the first example of mobile phone being used for clinical diagnostics in India, and this was way back in 2011, where we came up with the idea of using the mobile phone as a reader to read these strips, and these strips you see right in the center of that device on that small strip holder, and the color change as it happens, as the urine dipstick is dipped in urine, will be picked up by the algorithm that is inbuilt into the reader, and that would be able to tell us values that would most closely resemble the values that the actual assay is. And we clinically validated this at KEM Hospital and several other places, and then we were able to take this all the way to the market. Simultaneously, we started working on a glucometer, and that was also able to go all the way from concept phase to the market. And the most important idea was that we wish to make this affordable, and the price range put in front of us by ICMR was 2 rupees. However, we could not get 2 rupees. We were able to make this at 1 rupee 10 paise. We were not able to put this at 2 rupee in the market. In fact, a 50 strip bottle that you see on this slide would cost about 250 rupees in the Indian market. So that's where it currently was before Biosense got picked up by PerkinElmer and Tulip Diagnostics for that matter. And now they are actually doing a lot of these sales of their other products through Tulip. Smart Sense is another big concept that one of our students won in a healthcare innovation World Cup at New York, where we went with the idea to Wellcome Trust in UK. We went and presented this in London and got this affordable healthcare technology grant from Wellcome Trust which asked us to make a critical care analyzer, which is for sodium, potassium, chloride, bicarbonate, pH, urea, and glucose, all in one reader using cuvettes which had chemistry, which was immobilized in the cuvettes, and all we had to do was use the cuvettes with the same reader. And in fact, you can see on the reader, and this is the leftmost one on your figure slide there, which has an inbuilt centrifuge and could actually do all the analysis in one device. So this had a very low turnaround time, and that was exactly what we were aiming for, and we transferred this technology out. Many other things we were doing. We also did one project for imprint. But if you look at the ecosystem, remember that if you're trying to get a product to market, if you're trying to actually find a niche area for an idea that you have to make sure that you look at market. And this is something that many of us don't do. Many of us actually make a product and then start figuring out where the market is. We also did a lot of these mistakes right in the beginning, but then we figured out that unless we find out the market, and the market comes to us through surveys, through looking at how much of a particular assay or a reader is being sold in a market, where are the sales happening, with how much turnaround time these people need, how much throughput these people need. And if we went on to do all such surveys, which my student did, we actually figured out that there is a huge market for urine analyzers and for small path labs, not for large hospitals, because they already have an instrument which can do hundreds of strips per hour. If we were able to bring down that hundreds of strips to just one strip, but then give you a result in 5 minutes, then a small path lab or a small mobile lab could actually do this. And that was the reason behind picking up this project. That was the reason behind actually, finding the niche area for our project. And this was actually handed over to a student who had set up his company, Biosense Technologies, and he started working on this, did a lot of market survey, like I said, talked to a lot of clinicians, and then came out with a project idea that was funded by IYBA from DBT, where we said that we could actually do a urine analysis using mobile phone readers. Now, the initial of these mobile phone readers were small cardboard boxes which did not have much on them, but then later we actually made a mold for them and started making it look professional, so that people would compare it to the Clinitech instrument that people were using, and then find an advantage of using these machines. And these were 1/3 the cost of other systems, including the strips, which were also made by Biosense. So these were the strips that were put forward by Biosense, into the market. The 10 parameter and the 10+2, which is the albumin and creatinine for microalbuminuria, which now most clinicians are going to advise a person to have the result if they go to a clinician and they suspect him or her of having CKDs. So that created a big market for us, gave us an impetus, and then we started doing many other things. And glucometer was something that we picked up. Of course, many of us know the story of glucometers. They were indigenous glucometers. Many of them could not sell in Indian market because these multinationals actually killed all the local competition. But then there was really no patent around it. So, whenever you start doing a work, there are three things you keep in mind. One is the market. The second is the clinician who's going to use it. And of course, your interaction with the clinician. The third is whether, there is a patent around the technology that you are going to use. If there is a patent and there are these important dyes, important chemistry assays that you cannot really use by yourself or cannot take it off the market, then there is no sense doing it, because this will be patent protected and they'll be very difficult for you to actually take it to market. If you find that there is no patent protection around some of these technologies, and it's easy, or it may so happen that it has gone off patent because this is now a known technology and there are several patents filed around this. There is nothing really that somebody is trying to hold back. So this is the same case with glucose. There's nothing that is not known, and we used a simple technology, although we used 2 dyes in the beginning, because if you use 2 dyes, and the dyes are the ones that are used in the third reaction there. So if you use a dye which is known, which you can buy off the market, then it's easy. You can actually use 2 dyes to get a comparative data, because if there is something wrong with your reader, if there is something wrong in the ambient atmosphere, then both of these dyes will change color accordingly, not just one of them. So it's always good to do that. But making a reader around the technology is simple. It's not much difficult to make a reader. We were able to do that. We were able to make our strips. We were even able to actually showcase technologies. And of course, when you do such a reader, you also have to go through an approval process. You also have to show to the approving authority that your reader actually works as well as a commercial reader out there. And that's what the Clark's error grid does. It actually tells you that 95% of your reading should fall in the zone A of the Clark's error grid. If it does, then they are willing to give you an approval for which you can then go and start selling. Of course, there is a manufacturing license that you'll have to take and a marketing license that you'll have to take in order to do that. But it's possible. And with that in mind, we were able to make our own glucometer, our own strips, and then we were able to actually show results around that. The emphasis was showing that wherever people were taking their glucose readings or diabetics were taking their readings, we were able to track those readings and put it on a cloud server. We were able to analyze these readings, of course, anonymously, because you don't want names and personal data to come into it, but just that a reading was being taken in this region, and that reading showed that this region actually had more or less of a certain population having this disease. And that's the reason why this became a big success. It was launched by the previous Congress government. The Honorable Minister launched it, and the ICMR DG was present at that launch. And it created a big impact for all of us, because it showed us that there are ways of doing technology, working on technologies that have the potential to reach the market even from academia. And this is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Companies can do that because that's what they're doing day in, day out. But in academia doing it with the help of a company, and of course you will need the help of a company, you'll need help of a hospital, you'll need help of several people working in that atmosphere to be able to take it forward. We also worked on a smart sense technology platform, as I mentioned. This was for critical care analytes, and we had a lot of discussion in London around the technology, what pricing to put for it. And of course, many of us are unaware of it, and Professor Gupta knows more about this than I do, that there is a market that you have to address. If you keep it too cheap, then people think that you are a Chinese product. If you keep it too high, then you are competing against the real big players in the market. So they suggested to us keep it at a range where they will feel value for the Indian product, and that's what we did. The device cost was kept at that value, but our reagent costs were kept very low, and that's where the market is. We're not making money out of the device, but we're going to make money out of the reagents. And the simple design was, all these assays were immobilized in our cuvettes. All one needed to do was take blood, which is already being taken in ICU, and this was targeted to ICUs. The blood was spun down, the plasma was taken off, or if you spin it down slowly, you take the serum off, and then you actually get that assayed with your immobilized assay in your cuvettes, and get the readings which are there shown on the LCD screen. So all these readings were actually shown. The calibration curve was input, and we were able to compare this to a commercial reader that KEM Hospital had with their in their lab, and we were able to show a terrific correlation. And then we transferred the technology out to bioscience. Many other things we worked on, and of course we got funding from ICMR, DST, DBT for working on translational technologies, for which we were fortunate to get many awards from the government. But most importantly, there were products that were reaching the market, and that was what was creating an impact. And the impact was that if small ideas can create one product that reaches the market, there is so much of potential in this country. Each institute has at least 50 faculty working in healthcare. And if there are 50 of these ideas that are reaching market in 2 or 3 years of gestation time, imagine the impact that this country can create in the next 5 to 10 years. And that is exactly what Dr. Swaroop, Dr. Bhan had in mind initially, and Dr. Swaroop actually took all that vision forward into BIRAC, and it became such a big success because it has been able to create that ecosystem. So we worked on albumin creatinine strips as well, and simple chemistry for that matter, simple color chemistry, absorbance based strips, making a reader around that chemistry, making sure that that reader was able to pick up the data and we were able to show. So this was also done in collaboration with many hospitals. I'm not showing you all results, but I'm showing you some slides to give you an idea about what is possible in a very small environment, but then a well-connected environment like one of these IITs or any one of these engineering institutes, which have access to hospitals, which have access to incubators, which have access to interdisciplinary departments that can make sure that these products can come forward. We also worked on microneedle technology. Now, if you look at drug delivery, which is why this session was for, there's a lot of emphasis on vaccine delivery today. And of course, vaccine delivery, one can always think of many ways of doing that, but the biggest challenge is how to keep it stable. And that's where India sees a lot of challenge every year because of the cold chain that one needs to maintain the vaccine. What if you were able to make the vaccine stable in a different environment? What if you could actually immobilize them in microneedles and that kept it stable for a larger time period in conditions which were not optimum? So that's where we started working. We got a Gates Foundation grant for that. We also were able to work on many other technologies. We've made a silicon microneedle. We also made polymer microneedles. The polymer microneedles are in fact working much better for us today because these are fully dissolvable PLA microneedles, which have the drug inside the microneedle. So as the needles dissolve, they actually release all the drug, and you are able to get a bolus of the drug as you push the microneedle into the skin. So there's a lot of work being done around that. But we also worked on taking the microneedle technology all the way from a small patch-like device to a smart wearable device, where the wearable device has the microneedle patch at the base of it. And we worked on this technology for about 3 to 4 years, showing that this is possible, that you can keep a microneedle at the base of a wearable device. You can make it smart so that at the press of a button, the drug goes through the skin. And when you don't want it, there's no drug going in. Now, of course, you're controlling what? You're controlling the flow of drug through a micro pump and micro channels that have been inbuilt into the system, or tubings that are there into the system. So the concept was using silicon microneedles or hollow silicon microneedles, which were prepared at IIT Bombay, also prepared at IISc Bangalore, and then they were actually tested out for their strength, they were tested out for their dimensions and found to be suitable to take further. And the watch-like device was designed so that you could actually get smart delivery using these watch-like devices, which could deliver drug at the press of a button. Now, one of my students picked up a simple idea because we could pick up insulin, we could pick up chemo drugs, but then it's very difficult to take all those drugs initially because there are a lot of challenges associated with them. But the biggest or the easiest drug to choose would be one of those ondansetron kind of a drug, or an anti nauseatic nauseous drug which will remove the feeling of nausea. And this is mainly due to chemotherapy induced nausea and vomiting that we picked up. And we actually showed that our device, when we interface with the microneedle, could deliver these drugs. And this is the final version that is being shown on this slide, but it went to a pre-prototype version, which was a larger device version, but actually showed a profile that you can see at the bottom there, where we could release drug in a profile. We could actually stop, slow the release. We could completely stop the release. Then we could again start the release based on the press of a button. And all this could be done because the device was smart. Many other things we have been doing. We have also picked up many technologies that are not there in the Indian market. The glucometer is something that is there. The point of care device for total cholesterol, HDL, LDL, and triglycerides is not there in the Indian market. There are some competitors out there which have these products, but they have a huge price for them, and they're only available on Amazon. They're only available on a few sites, not available in this country through any other means. We picked up one of those, and this came through an idea by Professor Padmanabhan, who chairs the BIRAC committee. When I was giving a talk at NASI, he gave me this idea saying that, look, everybody does glucose, everybody does cardiac. Can you do something cardiac in the sense simple say troponin or some other markers, but nobody does cholesterol, these sort of markers. So he said, can you think of something around it? We did. We figured out the chemistry behind it. Chemistry was simple. All it needed was immobilization, either in a strip format or a liquid format, and we put it to BIRAC, who funded that in an AIR grant because we had enough preliminary data on that. And then we went forward with this technology, put them on strips, tested them with our own reader that was made specifically for this purpose, and then that reader became a universal reader for many other technologies we are developing. But then with those kind of readings, we were able to compare our reader to readings from KEM hospital analyzer, and we found very little deviation from their readings, both in terms of, and I think they're showing the same data, but there was a percentage data also that is missing from this table. But most importantly, we showed very little variation in the data, less than 5% variation in the liquid based analyzer, and the strip based analyzer a little bit more variation. But the fact is that we were able to get the device through TRL1 to TRL5, and now we are at a stage where we are taking this technology all the way forward into TRL9 through a CRS grant. Many other things we are doing. We are also doing A1C monitoring using mobile strips, and if you look at A1C, again a huge market for it, but there's really nothing in this country that can do it on point of care and give you the results immediately. If we can do that using lateral flow assay strips, have a reader around it, and we already have a reader around this technology, we should be able to, and we have again got a accelerator grant from BETIC, which will take this technology forward into commercialization. We're also working on glycated albumin, because if you have done spot glucose, which is instant glucose, you've done a 3-month marker, which is HbA1c, you can also do a 3-week marker, which is glycated albumin. And again, the technology around it is simple, because it is all assays which are easy to make, easy to work with, and liquid-based assays are actually pretty simple, because you don't make money out of the reader, but you make money out of consumables. And if you are able to take one technology forward all the way like we did for all these other technologies, there's a huge market for them. And there are companies which are waiting to take these technologies. We have had several meetings with large companies who want to take these technologies forward. So in that sense, we have been able to work on several technologies. We also have many other technologies we are working on. I'll just give you a glimpse of them, but then I don't have time to show you exactly how many things we are doing. We are doing many things in the nano and the drug delivery side. Now, that was the focus for this talk, but I thought I'll give you also a brief insight into what all healthcare technologies one can work on and contribute to this country's development. And I admire Professor Gupta for all that he has done for this country, and the way that Srishti and GYTI have made an impact in this country. And I hope that looking at some of these slides, many of you would like to take many of these ideas that you have all the way from an ideation phase into a proof of concept, into a prototype, into a product, through different schemes the government has. And there are many schemes the government currently has, which makes all of us which makes it helpful to all of us to take it forward. We've got many technologies. We've got a photothermal cancer therapy technology, which has created a big impact because it was published in Nano Letters. There was nothing around this technology. There are several clinical trials happening in other countries, nothing in India currently. So we are hoping we'll start so we are setting up a company around this technology, 5 of us, and we are hoping to raise funds for this technology and go into clinical phase 1 trials. There are marketed formulations out there in the US and Europe, but there is a possibility of doing this in India and making sure that India has its own affordable cancer therapy nano formulation that we can do. There are many things that we are doing for this, and there is a lot of material out there. Please refer to some of the papers that our lab has published, the patents that we have been able to file, and many of them which are now approved and out there in the So I'm not showing you all the data, but I'm showing you a glimpse of some things that can be done. There are many things. We have also worked on a low-cost indigenous developed bioresorbable bone screw. And if you look at the screw shown in this slide, it costs about 15,000. This is a Smith and Nephew screw that is available. This is bioresorbable. We worked on our own technology and came out with our own screw. And this is our screw up there, which has silk magnesium oxide in PCL. And it has no patent infringement. It has been filed as US patent, Japanese patent, Chinese patent. I think many countries it has been filed by ICMR. We are defending all the patents. We are very ahead, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to get these patents approved so that our company is able to take this forward. This has also been taken forward by me and Professor Bellare and another couple of students from our labs into a company where we are raising funds to do a phase 1 trials. Many things again. I'll skip some of these slides and just give you a glimpse of many things. So we also are doing orthopedic surgery, site and implant associated infection prevention using sponges. There are many things out there, lot of ideas. Talk to a clinician, talk to a surgeon, talk to a physician. You will get hundreds of ideas from them. Don't work on all hundreds of them. Find a market for at least 10 of those ideas, then start working on a couple of them or 3 of them, and you will see that there will be potential for taking all these forward. We are also setting up a company around this technology, which has a huge market because there's nothing that exists around this technology. And if you can actually make these time delayed releasing sponges, which can be put after surgery on site, it can help prevent infection, it can help prevent resurgery in many, many cases, in which we have actually got ideas from surgeons who visited our lab. Finally, let me thank all our partners, the hospitals that we work with, the institutes that my students now work at, all the companies, student companies that we work with, and all my lab members. At some point, we had more than 50 in our lab, and several PhDs, staff, postdocs, who were working in the lab, masters and bachelor's students from IIT who wanted to do projects in our lab, and which is the reason why we were able to create an impact because of all the effort from these students. We have been able to showcase our technologies at several places. The Honorable PM was very happy when he visited IIT Bombay. The HRD minister was extremely happy when he saw us in print at IIT Delhi. And there was many things that we do. We actually showcase our technologies to standard 12 and 11, standard 11 students, so that they are they can take some of this forward. So this is final slide. The impact we have been able to create in terms of patents, we have filed more than 125 patents from my lab, got 24 of them granted so far. There are many in the approval phase. We have commercialized several products. We have had several startups, as I mentioned, but most importantly, I have not stopped taking students, because students are the backbone of a lab. They are the backbone. They are the shoulders on which I stand today and give this lecture. And I hope that I will be able to do that for years to come. And these are the people who we hope that will create an impact in this country with what they have learned so far. We have been able to get every award that is possible. Again, we have been able to get GYTI multiple times, and we hope that we can keep getting it every year with the kind of ideas that we have. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you to all of you to patiently listening to this. And of course, heartfelt thanks to my mentors, Professor Padmanabhan, Dr. Swaroop, and Dr. Mrs. Manju Sharma. All my students and collaborators, a very, very big thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rohit. Thank you so much. And it's a wonderful journey. What a great breakthroughs that you have made, recognition from around the world. And now you're developing a technology which is being, which is going through the clinical trials abroad. I mean, that is a great achievement. How many examples we have of this kind? I don't know whether there are many examples of this kind where clinical trials are going on for Indian technology abroad. Even before you have set up your company and you have really created a framework for commercialization, so they're already in line, in sync with you. And I think that's very important, very, very strategic, very much. Thanks to you. If there's any quick question, we have a few minutes before we move to the panel. But if there's any student has any question for 2 minutes we have, anybody wants to ask anything, anybody wants to clarify anything? Any GYTI awardee would like to clarify or seek advice so that we can, Professor Rohit can clarify. Anybody? No? All right.
Always available on email, sir.
Yes, yeah. I think because today morning session, there was a student, Deval Karia from ISC Bangalore, who was developing an insulin injection pump. And I asked him, why was he not using macroneedles? Yeah. And then Renu said, of course, he should get in touch with IIT Bombay and even in ISC. Why should he use the interventionist approach with cannula and with the needle and all of that? You don't need it. Macroneedle will make it task easy. So I think what we are trying to do in this conclave, and which you have illustrated very well, is how can students benefit from the ecosystem that exists in the country? And they don't have to rediscover the wheel. I mean, they can focus on their part of the research and complement it with the solutions available, as you illustrated so well, from other labs. So if we can make some of these linkages happen. So I request, Rohit, when you listen to, after the panel, if you listen to the presentation of the students and you can stay with us for an hour more, then you might see where linkages are possible and suggest that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So now I invite Dr. Bushra Atiq, a very distinguished scholar, mentor, and expert to chair this session. And she will not only chair this session, give her opening remarks for 10 minutes because we don't have the co-chair. So she will also convene and invite the GYTI awardees for this session and help us in uploading it in time. So Bushra, the time is yours now.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much. Hello.
Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah.
Mic is on, no? Okay, sorry.
No, yeah, we are hearing. We can
Great.
hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Gupta, for having me here. It's since morning, it's mesmerizing to see so many young students, sharing their discoveries and the journey towards entrepreneurship. And it was mind blowing to to attend this talk given by Professor Rohit Srivastava. I have one question. It's not very scientific how he manages this, because I see there's 6 startups he has, and out of six, I think 5 are already certified to industry. It's mind blowing. And regarding me, I'm more of a basic scientist. My work is mainly work on the forefronts of prostate cancer, especially in Indian context. So we kind of perform first comprehensive molecular subtyping of the prostate cancer patient, and that was more of a very prototypic techniques like immunohistochemistry and FISH. And we have some leads in the lab that we want to take it for commercialization. So right now I'm just thinking whether to go for a startup or not. But I think with this session, I think it gave me confidence to explore in that direction. So without wasting too much time, I see in this particular session, there are 5 GYTI awardees. And the first one is Mona Lisa Patnaik and Shivraj Naik, Viraj Mehta, Ramesh Kumar.
If you want to speak a little bit about your work, we have time. So,
okay, that's wonderful.
Just introduce so that the areas in which the students could approach you. I mean, if you, that would be very helpful. Just a few minutes, we have time. So please.
Okay, so as I said, our group is basically working on discovery of cancer biomarker, and we use different techniques. We use genomics, little bit of proteomics as well. And the whole idea is to characterize what are the different molecular drivers, what are the mutations or just genetic aberrations which are prevalent in cancer patient, whether it's prostate cancer, breast or colorectal. But primarily we are focusing more on prostate cancer patient because we did the first screening, and we found around 50% of the patient, they have this TMPRSS2 ERK fusion. So it's a genetic rearrangement which happened and has a good diagnostic and translational impact. So the patient who have this alteration, they tend to have aggressive disorder, but the progression is slow. Whereas another subtype where we have overexpression of serine protease inhibitor casal type 1, is more of a secretory biomarker protein, and usually people have developed some devices to detect it in the urine sediment. So that's what we could think of developing something which is very simple. Take the urine, isolate the urine sediment, and look for all these biomarkers. Such as recently a paper from our lab kind of looked into the mechanistic detail of one urine-based biomarker, that is DLX1. And even in West, people have been using DLX1 as a very good biomarker for prostate cancer. And what we have done, we kind of looked into mechanistic detail. What is a percentage of patients who are positive for DLX1? So we found around 60% of the patients, they are positive for DLX1. And by understanding the mechanistic circuitry, we have also proposed by using preclinical mice model that BET inhibitor, bromodomain inhibitor, and anti-androgen drugs, either alone or in combination, could be very beneficial. So in the mice where we implanted prostate cells which are higher in DLX1 expression, we can see there's a significant decrease in the metastatic and tumor burden when we give this bromodomain inhibitor or anti-androgen drugs. So the idea is I think for cancers such as prostate cancer, bladder cancer, ovarian cancer, urine diagnostic is like very much acceptable. And I think we need to, from India, we need to develop some like, technology, some innovation where we could like, take advantage of this technique and look either like, it could be like a cantilever based approach, or like maybe more of a gene panel. So my lab basically focusing more on like genetic and epigenetic alterations. So the idea is we are doing whole exome sequencing and RNA-seq and some epigenomic screening also, and come up with a 200 gene panel so that we could screen the patients. But again, like idea is to take it to a point of care device where we could use simply urine or urine sediment, and then we could discover what are the alteration, and that may help the clinician, as very rightly mentioned by Professor Srivastava, that we need to closely work with clinicians, and that's what our group is doing. So currently I'm collaborating with the local hospital here, GSVM hospital in Kanpur, King George Medical University in Lucknow, AIMS New Delhi, as well as Tata in Mumbai. So I'll be happy to mentor a student if they have interest in this domain, especially urine-based diagnostic, because that's what we want to do. Even here, I'm currently collaborating with Professor Bishwas, Gautam Bishwas. So the whole idea is to develop a device where we could capture like circulating tumor cells from the plasma of these cancer patients. So again, this is in very nascent stage. So we are still like, brainstorming with few colleagues from IISc Bangalore, Professor Prosenjit Sen. So he's also helping us in like design of that device. Professor Gupta.
Yeah.
So like I'll be open to like take questions, or like if any student.
Yeah, if any student has any question, particularly from the point of view of where Dr. Bushra could help you, guide you, help you take your ideas forward in any way, make connections for you as we did in the morning. So that would be very helpful. And I would request Dr. Renu, who's also available, and Dr. Rohit, who is available. They will also listen to your presentation. So before we move to your presentation, Bushra has a couple of minutes for you to ask any questions or comments if you have. Any one of you? Any challenge that you're facing which you would like to mention? Our team can ensure that all the GYTI presenters are online. Please call them up if somebody is missing, because I find some of them are not there. So please call them up. If there's no question, let us see. We have Vinay with us.
Yeah. So first one, I see like there are two. Okay.
Names of everybody.
I see Mona Lisa Patnaik. She's the first one for the presentation.
She's there. She's there. Yes.
She's there. I can see her.
Yeah. And Mona Lisa has worked on drug delivery technologies, food technology perspective. So maybe we can call her.
So should I start?
So actually, I don't have much information about the candidates, the GYTI awardees, but I think like welcome.
They will introduce. Yeah, they will introduce themselves.
Okay, that's fine. Please go ahead, Mona Lisa.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mona Lisa Patnaik, GYTI Awardee 2020. I'm from IIT Kharagpur, from the Department Agriculture and Food Engineering. So today I'll talk about a brief talk about evolution of drug delivery technology for healthier tomorrow from a food technology perspective, as I belong to food process engineering. So I'll give a brief overview from this perspective only. So so coming to the background of this, initially what happened when this drug delivery systems were designed, the main focus was on the smaller molecules, like smaller drugs. So the concentration was mainly on the solubility of these drugs, their release, their pharmacokinetics. Later on, the focus transferred to the larger molecules like proteins, the nucleic acids, the live cells, probiotics, the viability, the expansion. However, the aim or the target remained the same, that is to increase the therapeutic efficiency by releasing or transporting the drug to passively or actively to the targeted site in the body, and by minimizing the offsite accumulation by reducing the drug toxicity and by controlling the drug pharmacokinetics, as well as by regulating the accumulation of the drug at the targeted site. This could be done by three different ways. First is drug modification. Second is by environment modification through pH changing. The membrane was modified, that is the membrane permission was changed, the endosomal escape could be modified, or some enhancers could be added or modulators could be added. Third one was drug delivery system. Different drug delivery system was innovated. As Professor Srivastava has already spoken about many like the delivery systems, like microneedle, thermal, transdermal patches, and so on. Most important was microencapsulation, coated microparticle, lipid-based nanoparticle, microparticle. So, having said about this having said about the advances in the biomedical sector, there has been colossal growth in the food sector also. In 2018, FSSI reported that food system often fails to provide important vitamins and minerals such as vitamin A, iron, folic acid, iodine, zinc, and so on, which might cause serious health issues. So therefore, FSSI did a mandatory act to fortify food which can reduce or prevent the deficiency of one or more micronutrients, which is also known as hidden hunger amongst the population, which is often neglected by us. So therefore, here comes the picture of microencapsulation. So initially what happened, the conventional emulsion was developed and prepared. However, this conventional or the single emulsion did not provide proper efficiency, and the stability was also very weak. So we then developed this multiple emulsion, that is double or triple emulsion, then solid lipid particles, then multi-layer, then multi-core emulsion, which provided better doses and better efficiency also. This emulsion not only could contain vitamins, minerals, it also can contain essential oils, probiotics, enzymes, bioactives that can be extracted from fruits and vegetable byproducts, which can also reduce the waste loads from the byproducts. So this emulsion can be given different structures, which I have personally worked in my lab. I tried creating structures like gels, where I took this vegetable oil as my core, and different gelators, such as low molecular weight gelators, crystalline compounds, and different polymers. Then I gave another structure, like I produced beads. Then also I produce these microcapsules through co-observations. Later, I found that a good stability as well as efficiency of around 90% was found in while I produced this oil powder by taking oil as my core and this polymer solution as my coating material. And through solvent evaporation technique and spray drying as well as microwave drying, I produce this oil powder. However, currently there is a very novel and promising technique of this compartmentalization has been followed because of this unique property of enclosing both hydrophilic and hydrophobic nutrients inside the core as well as inside the membrane. Some of the examples are micelles, bilayer structures, cylindrical micelles, branched micelles, and vesicles. So therefore, for all this, the optimum formulation is very essential. So right amount of polymer solution, that may be polysaccharide or protein, to coat the compound is essential to withstand the harsh conditions of the functional food, as well as the varying condition of the pH in the GI tract. Some of the examples are modified biopolymer, synthetic copolymer, low molecular weight molecules can be taken as polymer solutions. So after encapsulation, the encapsulated particle is incorporated into different food products, which is termed as functional foods. That may be bread, that may be yogurt, milk, then beverages, juices, cakes, ice cream. And this is just an overview on the right hand side, that how this compounds like omega-3, vitamins, prebiotic, probiotic, phenolics are encapsulated and incorporated into foods known as functional foods. And this is a very recent example, like Ceridin and Co developed this omega-3 ice brain boosters, which looks like ice cream in the form of capsule, and it gives the taste of ice cream also. It is frozen. It contains this omega-3 fatty acid as well as vitamins, and it is very essential for heart. It regulates the heart and brain activity. It tastes very similar like ice cream, and it is ice cream only. So these are very innovative ways in which this food is mixed with nutrients and given different structures. So the challenges and opportunities which are often faced by us during development of this delivery systems is during production. The isolation of active compounds and scalability faces a challenge due to the economic factors, and the storage and processing stability is of concern because of the thermal liability of the compounds. However, looking into the brighter side, the computational and the bioinformatics has reduced the tragedy as well as the experimental runs, because we could pre-design the delivery structure, and we can optimize the process condition somewhat before going into the directly into the lab. And coming to the consumption point of view, the sensorial aspect of the functional food was of big question. The GI tract stability, the intestinal absorption is a bit challenging one. However, the masking of taste and smell by encapsulation is a boon. The absorption modulators can be used in case if there is a problem of absorption. And while developing the functional food, there is often an ambiguity whether it's a food or it's a drug or it's a supplement. It often creates a question in people's mind. But there is a numerous development of novel functional foods. Often when this food product is brought to the market, it creates ambiguity amongst the consumer that whether we should consume it or not, because it's a very new thing. Like the one which I had shown previously, that booster one, it's in the form of capsule. It's ice cream in the form of capsule. Like people, they really don't understand like how ice cream can come in the form of this medicine capsule. So they are very skeptical. They think twice before purchasing it. So consumer awareness advertisement is very essential. And again, lastly, proper market strategy of the final product is also taken care of, should be taken care of. Now talking about my GYTI status, like I got the award for development of PUFA and antioxidant rich vegetable oil powder for healthy heart in 2020. Now I'm working on the prototype and fabrication. I've already done the designing proportion, and fabrication is yet to be done. So it is just the clubbing of the entire GYTI work. So my entire focus was on the CVD. So since we know that the main causes of CVD is like there are many factors. One of them is the obesity or the cholesterol. So my focus was to create a blend which is having a good amount, or which is rich in PUFA as well as antioxidant without containing any added synthetic one. So I took 2 different oil, blended it and encapsulated it using a homogenizer, then using a novel technique of microwave, which has not been used before. Using this novel and compared with the very conventional one, spray drying, I created 2 different powders and compared the properties. And after that, I found out which one was good, and based on that, I am creating the prototype on the novel one, that is microwave drying technique. And after receiving the GYTI prize money, I'm designing it, and it's been fabricated, and it will be soon fabricated. The unique selling points are it is very easily handled. We can replace it with the saturated fat, that is the butter, and it is targeted to industries like ice cream, bakery, and confectionery, since we are planning to replace it with the dairy fat. And therefore, I would like to thank Professor Anil Gupta sir, Team BIRAC, my supervisor, Professor H.N. Mishra sir, and IIT Kharagpur for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Wonderful. Very good.
So Monalisha, thank you so much for sharing your innovation and journey so far. So any questions from other awardees? If not, then I have a small question. Monalisa, in your ice cream, this where you're putting those vitamins in ice cream tasting particles. How you're managing that? Obviously, it's going to be absorbed in the intestine. So how you're going to manage it so that it's not getting lost due to the acidic environment in the stomach?
Ma'am, we are the coating material which we are taking. We are cross-linking the polysaccharide as well as the protein. Like we are taking two polymer solution. Means the polymer solution contains 2 coating material. So we are cross-linking it, and we are seeing the variation of effect of pH on this.
Okay, in vitro,
yeah,
in vitro.
So we are just targeting it at what pH it is getting got dissolved, and we are seeing the
you don't want to get lost in the stomach itself.
Okay.
You want it to get maximum absorption in intestine, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, very nice. Thanks, Monalisa. And congratulations for your...
Thank you.
I have a small question. Monalisa, is there any platform technology emerging from your work which other scholars can use for food-based delivery system? Because one of the awardee in IIT Hyderabad, later she went to IIT Hyderabad, she used moong ki dal ki mangodi and embedded the drug in the moong ki mangodi. And that was a beautiful idea of delivering drug right in the intestine, in that encapsulated moong ki dal ki mangodi. Now that was very creative, isn't it? So I was wondering if is there anything in your research which scholars like her and others can use for testing, for appraising, for evaluating? Is there any platform technology that you have developed or is coming out from your work, which other people can use?
So the moong ki dal ki mangodi is what was the form of that?
No, so you eat mangodi, and inside it you have the drug.
So I meant to say that the particle, was it in solid, semi-solid, or what was the?
It was solid. I mean, it was powdery.
Okay.
If I remember right, yeah.
Okay.
So my question is not that. My question is there any platform that you have developed by which people can develop either in vitro or they can simulate some effect of certain drug delivery possibilities by using your research? That's all I want. Or is it a specific
we can collaborate. Yeah, we can definitely collaborate. We can think of something we can definitely collaborate. It will be very good actually, because we
Yes.
are not getting much people from food, because I saw everybody are from biomedical or bioscience. I'm not getting much people from food.
No, she was an awardee. If you look at GYTI list, you will find her name, but I will connect you to her.
Yeah,
we had a great
definitely.
difficulty in getting her admitted to PhD program because she was not from bioscience, but somehow I think she has moved forward, and I will try to connect you to her.
Yes, yes,
I mean, that's
definitely.
really nice, because I was thinking when you were presenting some of the drugs like for kids, I'm not talking about vitamins, especially like some of the drugs that given to small kids, it's very difficult to give them. So I think encapsulating is something which is flavorful, like the one you have shown, ice cream particles. So that will be really good.
Yeah, ma'am, because ma'am, you must have heard of Brahmi, right?
Yes.
Because that is a very beta test. Okay,
yes.
That is very good for the brain. Children won't take it. I personally don't like it, but I was forced to take it, and I am working on Brahmi. So what I did is I extracted the compound. The bacosite is what that is essential. Okay, I extracted the compound and I encapsulated it. Even I did that compartmentalization, which I showed. I am working on that currently. So I personally did that. I thought of like, wow, this is great. We can really do that and put it in some beverage and give it to children, like drink it, and they'll like it. So this is how we can make it.
So do we have any other suggestions or ideas for Mona Lisa? If not, then do we have any? If not, then we can move to the second presenter, Shivraj Nayak.
He's worked on the phytopharmaceuticals.
Okay. Thanks, Mona Lisa. Shivraj, so congratulations for your GYTI award. Like you got in 2020. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Go ahead, Shivraj. They're not able to hear you. Can you unmute? Shivraj, can you unmute yourself? Shivraj, we can't hear you. Shivraj, we can't
He's
hear
already,
you.
I think, unmuted, but there's something wrong. Maybe without microphone, if you could try. If you're using laptop.
Shivraj, is there a problem? Otherwise, call me up and I will put the phone on. Don't use audio jack. Speak directly into the computer or the mobile phone. Speak directly into the computer, because this audio jack creates problem. The sound goes to the headphone sometimes. Shivraj, we're not able to hear you. We have to start. You have to start talking. Shivraj, is there any message on chat? Can somebody call from our team? Can you call him? Chetan, please call Shivraj. उसकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है. उसको बोलो फोन से मुझे फोन करे. हाँ, उसको फोन करो और उसको बोलो ये तो मेरे को फोन करे, ताकि मैं फोन से फिर उसकी आवाज को सुनाऊंगा अगर वो नहीं बोल पा रहा है तो. शिवराज, आर यू एबल टू हियर अस? तो मैसेज दो, चैट पे डालो, क्या दिक्कत है?
सर उसका सिस्टम हैंग हुआ
है। क्या बोला?
सिस्टम हैंग हुआ है, वो रिकनेक्ट कर रहा है।
अच्छा, रिकनेक्ट कर रहा है। ऑल राइट, ऑल राइट। उसको बोलो कि ब्राउजर जो कैश हो गया उसको क्लीन कर लिया करे कभी कभी भाई। कैश को क्लीन नहीं करोगे तो ये प्रॉब्लम आती है। All the other presenters, please clean the cache of your browser, because that chokes the space that you have for showing and talking. So please clean it up, clean up the cache. If you go to settings of the Chrome or any other browser you are using, there's a button there to clean the cache. And you press it and all the cache will be cleaned. Others, please take care. शिवराज को बोलो फोन से शुरू कर देना जितना बात करना अभी को. Should we take the next one then, Dr. Bushra?
Yeah, I think
let us take the next one.
We can come later on. To Viraj Mehta. Viraj is here.
I'm not sure. We can call Ramesh. We can call Ramesh.
Viraj. Okay, fine. So we can move to Ramesh Kumar.
Yeah, water purifier from IT Madras.
Okay, Ramesh Kumar Soni, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Hello, sir. Good
yes.
Okay. I hope I am audible. I'll
yeah.
आप audible हैं. Please go ahead.
Please share your presentation.
Yes, I'm sharing.
शिवराज, अभी उसको हमने रमेश को बोला है, उसके बाद आना आप.
ओके ओके ओके.
हाँ, क्योंकि तुम्हारी आवाज नहीं आ रही थी ना, तो अभी रमेश को बोला है, उसके बाद आपको लेंगे.
Ramesh, you can share your presentation. There's a green icon in the center. Share screen.
रमेश, कोई दिक्कत है?
No, sir. I'm sharing my screen.
Good.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. So thank you for the whole Srishti team and the madam. So I'll be talking about point of view drinking water technologies and some of the work which I'm currently doing. Probably you can see in my background as well what I'm working on right now.
Yes, yes.
And then yeah. So today we are developing drinking water technologies to make drinking water from the water which is available in the surface or in the ground. So there's time going to come when we will not have surface water available to us or the groundwater available to us, and if they are available in some areas, it will be highly contaminated. So what we are trying to do is that we are trying to look at another source of drinking water, which we can use it for drinking water purpose in the future. So we have our atmosphere, which is having plenty of humidity available. And if we talk about it at an instant of time, or as of now, this has enough water available in the atmosphere that we can serve at least 1 million liters of water to every citizen on this earth. So that's plenty of water available in the atmosphere, and it continuously gets replenished. So we are trying to tap into this source of water and convert into potable water. So what we are doing, so basically, if you could cool down a surface, if you cool down a surface using a refrigeration system, naturally condensation will happen. So we are using this refrigeration system to cool down a surface and do the condensation. But while we do the condensation, we are trying to have a biomimic surface on those surfaces. So biomimic in such a way that it replicates the morphology of cacti plant. If you see this picture, cacti plant is known for collecting water in the night time in the desert and watering itself throughout its life. And this is just a picture of how it does. So it collects water on the tip of the thorn of the cacti plant, and then through this variation in the diameter and there is Laplace force which comes into play, the water automatically moves to the root of the plant and then it will water itself. So this is a paper which I'm showing the picture, and this is another paper which is published from our lab. So we have so the surface which we are using has morphology which has this similarity to the cacti plant, and we put that in the refrigerant coupled with the refrigerant system, and then we make atmospheric water generator system which collects water from air and then make it potable using 7 stage of treatment process. So these are several of units which we have prepared and which we have put in the around 16 cities in India. We have these units available in Haridwar, Delhi, Ahmedabad, Goa, Mumbai, Bangalore, Mysore, Chennai, Tezpur. So this is the process would be that you take the air and depending, so today we are having this additional problem of air contamination. So irrespective of the quality of air, assurance of getting the drinking water, that is must. So we do filter the air. So even if you put a machine in a forest area or on the highway, the quality of water would be same. So you take the humid air, pass it through the air filter, condense water, and you throw out the dry air, and the water which is condensed is stored in stainless steel tank, and then you do a 7 stage of treatment which includes ozone, sediment, carbon, UV treatment, membrane treatment, and add minerals. So yeah, so this is the process which we put in the place to ensure that irrespective of the ambience of the machine, the water which is coming is in compliance with the BIS system. So we have got water quality reports tested from several NABL accredited labs in India, which says the water output water is in compliance with drinking water specification of BIS, which is 10500 2017. Yeah. And these are few more products which we are working and which is in the play. Thank you. I will stop at this screen. If there are any questions, I would be happy to take.
Thanks, Ramesh, for such a nice presentation. So any suggestion, any questions from other awardees or experts?
Ramesh, what is the cost per liter?
So when we use this biomimic surface, usually if you collect a liter of water, or condense a liter of water, the power consumption used to be 0.35 unit. If we do this, then the power consumption comes from 5 to 15% lesser. So in the smaller unit, today we are consuming around 0.4 unit because of the system. And if you go to 2000 liters per day, we are taking only 0.24 units. So basically in a unit of electricity, if you spend a unit of electricity, we can get 4 liters of drinking water for a bigger unit and around 2.5 liters of drinking water with a smaller unit.
No, so the question is,
yeah,
no, that's not the way to calculate cost. You have to calculate cost by the present value of the investment, that is the interest on the capital, then the amortization period of the capital, then you have to look at the energy cost, maintenance cost, manpower cost. So all of these costs will have to be put to calculate.
It will come 2.5 rupees a liter. If we talk about the whole lifetime of the machine and the operating and maintenance cost,
2.5
rupees.
And what is the cost of the device?
The device cost varies from 70,000 to 17 lakhs. Like the smaller one is 70,000, the bigger one is 17 lakhs.
So 35 liter per day is 70,000.
70,000.
And what do you think is its life?
The life is 12 to 15 years.
Even in a salty environment?
Salty environment, we haven't.
Because it will be corrosion. There will be salty winds. Winds carry salts.
Yes.
Seed trees will carry salt. So it will lead to corrosion?
Yes, there would be corrosion. So there is AMC, which maintenance, which will. So the corrosion basically. So the system is powder coated, 2-layer powder coated mild steel, which is zinc coated, and then we are using the stainless steel inside. But some of the electrical components which are there, they get corroded. So let's say if you have a small MCB, or a contractor. With the time, those components down the, so we have observed that at the end of second year, that one component stops working. We have found this in like Chennai outdoor units.
Okay.
So yeah, so that cost
so you can provide those spares and give a instruction that replace them at this frequency, something like that.
Yes.
Ramesh, very nice like presentation. I was just wondering, like when you were talking about how much power consumption, can you combine it with something like a solar power enabled device?
Yes.
Because that will bring the cost down. Like I was just thinking because of those roof panel you've put, if some solar panels.
Yes, yes. So what I'll so if you let's say then the capex would go high, but if we were to plan such an investment, then the operating cost would really come down. Like it will be around 11 paisa. So I would just save that picture as well quickly. Wouldn't take much time.
Sure.
My suggestion would be, Ramesh, that in salt workers area, we have solar panels already there.
Yes, sir.
So if you can give an advice as to, because 0.2 unit is not too much. So if they have to use other energy for charging light and other things for the night use, then 0.2 unit they can spare for cleaning the water. So the cost of delivering water by tanker to them at each salt pan can go down. So we should explore that possibility. If there is a way in which we can do some experiment in Karagoda in Kutch, in Gujarat, we would like to do it. Talk to Professor Pradeep and talk to him and see whether we can do an action research in salt workers area.
So this is sir, a table which takes an assumption that if we were to transport water around 200 kilometers, and if we consider the current diesel rate and the carbon emission associated with the transportation, and if we put a unit with solar, so if you see the table number 2, the per water cost if from the solar based atmospheric water generator would be 1.5 liter, 1.5 rupees a liter, and transportation using the tanker water would be around 4.6. But if you look at the carbon emission, the solar based unit is basically becoming carbon neutral, and this whole system is basically water positive system. This is the only drinking water system available, atmospheric water generator, which is water positive. All other technologies will take water. So we have done a project in Chennai, which is called Sunya Water at ITC Grand Chola, which is a hotel property in Chennai. So that is successfully running here, which is 2,000 liters a day.
Wonderful. Thanks, Ramesh.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ramesh or suggestions? So if not, like we'll move to our previous like presenter. Shivraj, so you're ready?
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Okay, great. So please share your screen and you can start.
Yes.
Yeah, thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, wait a minute. I'm trying from mobile. Ma'am, right now I'm unable to share my screen from the mobile. So, ma'am, can we have other participant? Till then, I will make the necessary arrangements.
All right, all right. Let's get Vinay Kumar. So we can get Vinay. Vinay
Yes, sure. Vinay, I can see. So Vinay, are you ready with your presentation?
He has also worked on drinking water problem.
Vinay, so can you please share your screen?
Vinay, please speak up. He's doing that.
Hi, ma'am. It's visible to you?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Sure. So, good afternoon all. So, this is Vinay Kumar, PhD scholar from and a GYTI Awardee 2019. So, I am working under the supervision of Dr. Gopinath Pakistani. He is a professor in the Department of Biotechnology, IIT Roorkee, Uttarakhand. So, my our topic is like magnetic field actuated hybrid scaffold for 4D tissue engineering. So, like here we identify the problem between the 2D cell culture versus 3D cell culture. So in this, what we did, we fabricated a 4D device, four-dimensional tissue culture device, and a 3D cell culture, 3D scaffolds. So as we know that 2D tissue culture, standard cell culture conditions, they are carried out at 2D tissue culture that does not mimic the in vivo condition as stem cells. Like here in the diagram, so I just show that these are the tissue, these are the organs, various organs, and which cannot, we cannot mimic in a Petri plate. So for improving that condition, so improving those things, we are developing in these 3D scaffolds, and that 3D scaffolds and we can that 3D scaffold are under mechanical stimulation, which can mimic as a like in vivo environment. So here we overcome the animal trials, and we can give alternative for animal studies. So here we developed a nanofiber based multi-layer hybrid scaffold. In this, these are the middle layer, and here inside these are loaded with the super paramagnetic iron oxide nanoparticles. So here you see the nanofibers which are emitted by electrospinning, and side these black colors, these are all magnetically loaded part. So we are developed by the triple layer. First one is first layer, then sidewise second layer, and then above third layer. So middle layer is gelatin functionalized, in which we put our cells, and later we use this device. So we fabricated in our lab this device. This is a 4D tissue culture device. So in this video, you can see these are moving like from forward to backward, which it contains a magnet. So its magnet will attack that iron oxide nanoparticle fiber, and it will stretch. So stretching this stretching cause the cells and we can see the morphology of the effect of the cells under the stress. So here, unique aspects of the invention is that we developed a hybrid scaffold, and we provide a mechanical stimulation to that, and then we see the morphology of those cells. So here you can see the while under stress, the expression of microvilli encyclopedia is enhancing as compared to the normal one. So this is the cell interaction with 4D scaffold. As you know, only when we place our cells on the scaffold and cover scaffold, they look like spheroids, and then they proliferate, but they are proliferate on the scaffold, but it not mimic as a normal, like it's a normal 3D scaffold. But after we apply the mechanical stress, it will move alongside the stress. As you see, these are a alignment kind. So in further after getting the GYTI award, we received a grant. So we developed a hydrogel, 3D elastic hydrogels, which completely mimic the 3D. So here I developed a 3D elastic biocompatible hydrogels. On this hydrogel, we use same concept. We use this iron oxide nanoparticle the sites, and we applied in between. We use our cells, and then we applied a mechanical stress on that. And then after that, we can use these platforms for cell culture studies, like for in vitro in our laboratory. We can give our instrument to the laboratories guys, and after that, and we can also do a differentiation studies also using this instrument. Like we can compare with the conditioned media and with mechanical stimulation. We can see the how cells are differentiated, and later we can use as an in vivo graft for further studies. So this is the elastic gels made up by silk and other polymer. So you can see these are highly stretchable. So it can provide a like stretching mechanical stress to the cells. You can see the stretchability. So these are the applications we can use there for, like, we can use differentiated gels for a wound healing, for a cardiac, and for a cartilage regeneration. So we registered as a startup Supergood Nano Private Limited in IIT Roorkee TIDES Incubation Center. So this is our team. He is my supervisor, Dr. Kopna Kekisemi, and this is me. So, and I have acknowledged to my Professor Anil Kumar Gupta sir and Biorex Institute for funding and Department of Biotechnology and IIT Roorkee, and thanks to my supervisor Dr. Kopna Kekisemi for this. Thank you. I'm happy to take a questions.
Thanks, Vinay.
Thank you.
So, any questions for Vinay or suggestions?
This is a very advanced area of research. So I suppose this is which organs or which tissues are you focusing, Vinay, to begin with?
I am working mainly on skin tissue engineering, sir.
Skin tissue?
Yeah, sir, skin tissue.
So you mean you can make different thickness of layers?
Yes, sir. So my
for
PhD
grafting for the burn patients?
Yes, sir. For deep wound healing and burn patients also, sir. I'm working on deep one.
So when there is a bed sore and that becomes the deeper cavity.
Yes,
so
in diabetic, yeah. For diabetic patients.
That is useful.
Yes, sir.
Very nice, Vinay. Vinay, so you're using fibroblasts or like?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
You just
normally I'm using fibroblasts. Yeah, but for gel part, I'm using mesenchymal stem cells, ma'am. So I am just checking how mesenchymal stem cells are differentiating with conditioned media without under mechanical stress. So I'm comparing with two, like with conditioned media and without conditioned media with mechanical force.
Okay, so I saw like you're doing some magnetic forces to create some stress. So
yes.
I kind of little bit I was confused. So why you're doing that?
So I'm just as you know, the conditioned media is very they are using some.
The magnetic force, like there was a video that you have shown. There was a magnetic force you were giving just to create stress.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
This one. So here, yeah. So in this video, like here, I'm giving a mechanical stress. So I read some papers there. They are using these mechanical stress for differentiating the mesenchymal stem cells into a specific kind of cells. So I'm using those technology and those idea here. So I'm thinking like without using any conditioned media, I am using this device and we can differentiate the cells because those media are very toxic, very costly in nature, sir.
Okay.
Using this device to convert.
But you must be having a mechanism to control how much stress or how much magnetic field you give, no? Otherwise,
that thing we are optimizing at different forces, how much which kind of cells it can differentiate at what forces, at what stress. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other questions for Vinay?
Mr. Vinay.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes.
How much percentage of increase in mechanical property you could observe compared to the normal condition?
Pardon, sir?
So what is the percentage of increase in the mechanical strength that you could observe?
In gel, sir?
Yes, gel.
Sir, that mechanical properties, that calculation I will do later, sir. Because due to COVID only, I'm not able to do. So that part I will do now. Yeah, I will let you know later. So just I only just synthesize this part. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So thanks, Vinay. So if no more question, then maybe we move to Viraj. Viraj is here.
Yes.
Shivraj, yes. Yes. So is working now for you?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, Richa ma'am is sharing the screen for me, and I am thankful for that.
Oh, that's great. Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for your patience. Today, I am Mr. Shivraj Naik, a doctoral fellow at Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, and I am working with Professor Vandana Patrawale. And in 2020, I received a GYTI award for our invention of intranasal spray formulation for the effective therapy of Alzheimer's disease. And actually, we have developed a platform technology that can be explored for various diseases where actually blood-brain barrier is the major hindrance. By changing the actives and the formulation inside, we can use this nanotechnology-based spray for various neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and many more. So in the next slide, we can see that I will share my case study with you all where we have developed a novel herbal formulation for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. So Alzheimer's disease is many times misunderstood as age-related dementia, but that is not the case. In Alzheimer's disease, there are sticky proteins like amyloid beta and many more, which performs the neurodegeneration and shrinkage of brain occurs. Currently, being Indian, we are boasting of we are the youngest population in the world. But in the coming days, we will be majorly suffering by these, by such dementia or neurodegenerative like diseases. Currently, there are only 4 US FDA approved drugs available for the treatment, but they simply provide, they do not provide cure. They only offer symptomatic relief. And the oral bioavailability of such medications is very low. And one of the major reasons is the presence of blood-brain barrier. So the major need of research here was 100, even after 100 years after its discovery, none of the currently available treatment approaches for Alzheimer's disease and for that matter, various neurodegenerative diseases, there is no specific cure available, and we decided to work in that area. So we targeted nose to brain, that is intranasal drug delivery approach to deliver the medication directly into the brain. So there was a report published by WHO in 2011 stating that there are 10 times lesser incidences of death due to Alzheimer's disease in Japan versus America or USA, where a functional food is consumed for over 1,000 years. So from that, we took the idea and we decided to explore that functional food in a very systematic way. So we were curious about what is that which is offering the anti-Alzheimer's activity. And we came to know that there is an enzyme, and for the time being, we may call it as VBPN as the we have filed a provisional patent, but the full specification filing is pending. So for that, VBPN is an enzyme that is having that anti-Alzheimer's activity, and we decided to explore that. So here I wanted to say that this is just a case study. We have developed or worked upon various such herbal actives, and we have enhanced their stability as well as efficacy using novel drug delivery approaches. Next slide, please. So this is the way forward, or how we have explored that VBPN for the effective treatment of Alzheimer's disease. So as being proteinous in the nature, we need to know the 3D structure of that protein, and unfortunately it was not available. So first of all, we constructed the 3-dimensional structure using homology modeling approach. Here basically we have performed 3 basic studies like molecular modeling studies, then formulation development studies, and the cell and animal studies to show the efficacy of the developed formulation. So first of all, we have developed the 3-dimensional structure of that VBPN using homology modeling. Then as all of us know that protein is a very bulky structure, then we identified the active binding site present on that protein using site mapping analysis. Then we performed extensive molecular modeling or dynamic and simulation studies to exactly figure it out or investigate how VBPN is showing anti-Alzheimer's activity. So these all were the in silico studies. Then we validated this in silico data using various in vitro assays like thioflavin T binding assay, where thioflavin T is the dye which specifically binds to amyloid beta, and our hypothesis was majorly based on the amyloid hypothesis or amyloid targeting. Then after getting the good results in vitro assays, we found out that being proteinous in nature, it has certain limitations, because of which its efficacy was very low, because conventionally that VBPN is taken as by oral route, and being enzyme or proteinous in nature, it degrades in the acidic environment. So we decided to bypass that, and we developed novel nanotechnology based formulation to enhance its stability, and by using intranasal route, we were also bypassing the blood brain barrier, so overall efficacy got increased. We performed ex vivo analysis permeation studies to show that the formulation is actually permeating. After that, we performed pharmacokinetic studies, biodistribution studies, and extensive pharmacodynamic, that is efficacy studies, where we induced Alzheimer's disease in the rats, and we delivered our formulation both via oral as well as intranasal route. And we observed that via intranasal route, it shows drastic enhancement in the efficacy. And the histopathological analysis shows that the developed formulation is safe to use. We have confirmed its safety. Recently, we have filed provisional patent application, and we are in the process of filing the full specifications. So next slide, please. So in this slide, as I have already told, we started with molecular modeling studies because we were not knowing why this VBPN is showing anti-Alzheimer's activity. Then we performed extensive molecular modeling studies using Schrodinger platform. So here I want to say that we always say that we have vast knowledge of traditional knowledge and like Ayurveda, but it is not coming directly into the market. So we need to generate scientific database for that. And towards that direction, we started with molecular modeling. So anyone who wish to work in this direction, so I would suggest that they can directly start with molecular modeling studies. That will reduce the overall costing of the investigation. Also, various wet lab experiments can be minimized using such molecular modeling studies. So we coupled these molecular modeling studies with biopharmaceutical approach. So in short, it is a molecular biopharmaceutical approach towards exploring herbal moieties for the effective treatment of various diseases. So in this slide, I have shown some of the results. I will not go into the details of the results. Please, next slide, please. So these are, first of all, we constructed three-dimensional structure, then we identified the active binding site. And as I have already said, we performed extensive molecular docking and simulation studies, and we identified that VBPN specifically binds to amyloid beta fibril and breaks it down. Next slide, please. So to validate these in silico results, we performed in vitro assays like thioflavin T binding assay, where it is clearly observed that at a very low concentration, VBPN completely degrades amyloid beta in 24 hours. Next slide, please. Then after getting initial exciting results, we went for formulation development. We developed various formulations of VBPN. So as I have already told, we have developed a platform technology. So for VBPN, we have developed microemulsion dosage form as well as a micellar dosage form. In microemulsion, we can develop O/W, that is oil in water, or oil in water in oil based microemulsions, where we can co-deliver two drugs or actives at a time. So that was the advantage. And of course, the particle size or the globule size, which was less than 100 nanometer, that helped us to bypass the blood-brain barrier when we deliver it by intranasal route using such nasal sprays. So we have optimized these sprays also for brain targeting using various studies on the rabbit. So first of all, we optimize this drug delivery device also and our formulation also. So these are some of the results that I will not go into the detail, but these results motivated us to explore it on the next stage. And here I would like to thank GYTI for giving me this grant so that we can perform extensive preclinical studies. And now using that grant, we are now almost ready with all the preclinical data, as well as we are planning to take a industrially scalable batch at a GMP facility. So means we are now trying to be ready for tech transfer process, because the next major hurdle is the clinical trial, and for which I need some of the help or suggestions from you all experts in this field, because we need to validate, means academically, at least academically validate this data at any hospital where we can show that our formulation is safe and effective, so that we can attract various industries or the foreign collaborators, because that is the main hurdle that we are facing being formulation scientists or pharma researchers, the clinical trial. And for that, I think we need something to do. After hearing the excellent session by Rohit Srivastava sir, we always get motivated seeing his slides or his work where he has shown excellent tech transfer. But in case of drug delivery, we need to perform the clinical trials, and that is the major hindrance with us, because in market there is no intranasal spray available for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease, and there are only 4 drugs that 2 are taken up by the oral route. So that is the issue where we are expecting help from government sectors as well as private sectors. Ma'am, next slide, please. So these are the pharmacodynamic or the efficacy studies where we have firstly developed the disease. We performed extensive operations or surgeries using motorized stereotaxy apparatus. We injected the amyloid beta protein inside the brain to induce amyloid beta plaques, and then the Alzheimer's disease. We confirmed the disease progression using various behavioral analysis. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So in these behavioral studies, it is clearly observed that the animals get the disease, that is Alzheimer's disease. And in the coming slide and in the next slide, you can clearly see that we have reduced, or we are successful in decreasing the amyloid beta levels to a significant level. Apart from that, here we have used multi-targeted approach. Not only on the base, our approach is not only based on the amyloid beta only, but we have also seen the levels of various other biomarkers. For example, BDNF level, which is brain-derived neurotrophic factor level, which is helped in neurogenesis. So if your molecule is showing or enhancing the BDNF level, then that can be explored in other diseases also. So we have systematically and very detailed explored all the animal studies as well. So we are ready with proof of concept. We are ready with the platform technology that we are awaiting for tech transfer. Previously from our lab, we have already or successfully performed tech transfer in the inaugural session, as rightly said by Professor Gupta sir, that a relay is essential, because it is not possible to perform all the studies in one PhD tenure. So we have examples in our lab at VBP Research Group that on anti-malarial project, we have worked on more than 10 to 15 years. And now the project, the product, which is nanotechnology based product, is about to come into the market. So we are working on that direction only, but we just need help with respect to clinical trials. And that is the only our requirement, or you can say that is the hurdle. Otherwise, we are trying to develop novel formulations for the effective treatment of various unmet medical conditions. In our lab, apart from this Alzheimer's, we have formulations ready for many diseases like cystic fibrosis, like pulmonary hypertension, like various types of cancers, so triple negative breast cancer. So we are ready with various formulations that need support for clinical trial. So that is it, sir. We are working on it. Thank you.
Thanks, Shivraj. Very nice work. So, any suggestions or comments on Shivraj's innovation? If not, that I'll ask you one thing. Like, so most of the time, these beta amyloid plaques, they also lead to like this tau aggregations. So, is this your that thing you mentioned, no VBP? Is it effective for tau aggregation as well?
Ma'am, right now we are targeting for amyloid beta hypothesis and other related biomarkers like BDNF level. So we can explore it, but this is my PhD project, and we are trying to continue it with other hypotheses also. We have got some initial results where it is showing some excellent results on various targets that combine together to give excellent anti-Alzheimer's activity. So, ma'am, we are in that direction. We are working in that direction.
So preclinical data you already have. In mice model, you already have that data.
Yes,
correct?
yes, ma'am. We are ready with it.
Maybe you could.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go
No,
ahead.
just I was saying maybe at NIMHANS you can approach some physicians. NIMHANS Bangalore.
Okay, ma'am, we will try. Actually, we are looking for that only for the academic clinical validation part. We need clinics
So
for the physicians.
talk to Dr. T.R. Raju. Dr. T.R. Raju at NIMHANS.
Okay, sir.
Give my reference, explain to him. He might put you in touch with the one who does this kind of research.
Okay, sir.
And
Okay,
there's
sir.
another professor in Dr. Pathare in Pune. I'll talk to Dr. Vanna also. One more question, that in Ayurvedic science, since it was tried on my wife, I'm quite aware of this problem, that to overcome the blood-brain barrier, a nasal ingestion of Brahmi Ghat is used. So if you want to look at the effect of nasal ingestion, and it is very remarkable result, at least for some time, in ataxia I'm talking of, which is also a neurodegenerative disease. So it might be a good idea to look at the data on ataxia. And there's a professor at IBIG in Delhi. She has 10,000 database of 10,000 ataxia patients. So it might be useful to look at the database there at IBIG and also IGIB, and look at other cases where the ingestion of Ayurvedic medicine, and from the Ayur genomics point of view, there are a lot of studies, papers published on Ayur genomics, where they have tried to see which targets get activated when you deliver these drugs. So taking some cue from there, you might be able to see which targets to monitor when you use drugs which cross through nasal route I'm talking about, when you cross the nasal. So this might be a good way of analogic learning. I mean, you learn from what Ayurveda has done, and from there you draw some inferences for the research that might be helpful.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I will check for Ayur genomics. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the update.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you,
Vandana.
Shivraj.
We look forward to work with you on this issue. Thank you so much.
So Shweta raised hand.
Hello.
Yeah,
hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. So I have a suggestion for Shivraj, actually, because I know a doctor in NIMHANS who is very interested in doing research, and I mean, he always supports us. We also work with we also work in similar field. So that's why if he wants, he can I can take a lead and make him meet the doctor, and from there he can proceed.
Okay, Shweta. Thank you. I will get in touch with you after this.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you.
So that's all for today. So one speaker is absent today, I think, like Viraj Mehta is not here, I guess.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, he is not picking up the phone, nor he has joined. So probably he will not join. So we can conclude the session. Sir, you are.
Professor, you are muted.
Yeah, muted.
Yeah, so I was just saying that if you can connect, Shweta can connect Shivraj, give him by the message on the chat or otherwise. This will be very helpful to Dr. Vandana and Dr. Shivraj Mr. Shivraj for their research. So Bushra, do you have any winding comments before we proceed to the next session?
So, I mean, all innovations were like just mind blowing. And I think like with little bit like, networking, I think they could go to the next level, certainly. So that's what I have to say. And I mean, I feel like there's some caveat, like, because see, these are like students, and I see like we are more into academic setup and networking with clinicians, especially like when you're working about drug delivery, medical devices. So that link is missing, and I think like somehow if GYTI or Shrishti, they could facilitate that. Like obviously on personal level, you already mentioned a few clinicians' name at NIMHANS, so that would be very supportive, because eventually whatever you do, whether it's like a device or like a drug delivery method or new biomarker or like just testing in patients, you need clinicians. So that will be like supportive.
In fact, I will appeal to all the GYTI participants who are there online that, and those who are listening to this on the YouTube also, that if you let us know exactly in which domain, with what particular specification, because there's a lot of super specialization at advanced levels. So we need to find clinicians who exactly meet your requirement, who especially work on that target that you are looking for. So if you let us know, we will definitely be able to mobilize help from the network of doctors and our own network of reviewers. Some of the doctors are our reviewers who will be able to help from the hospitals that we know of. So I agree, Bushra, we will be very happy to do that. And I will ask everybody to let us know where you're looking for. But you are right, because generally the linkage of this kind between researchers and doctors are not that strong. So you need some intervention there. Sure. So thank you so much, Bushra. If you have nothing else.
Thank you so much, Professor Gupta, for having me here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Bushra. If you want to add anything about anything else that you have and any other suggestion that you have, please go ahead. We have 2 minutes.
No, I'm fine, but we can maybe ask the participant, the awardees, if they have any suggestion that we may consider, for betterment of their innovation, or just to take it to the next level.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if participants have any suggestion, they are welcome. The next session, we will be talking about intellectual property rights, and I would request all the participants who are online to stay on, and also the new presentees, new awardees who will be presenting in the next session, which will be chaired by Dr. Arul and Koini. But before that, I will of course introduce the subject. I will wear my academic hat, and talk about the way we can leverage intellectual property rights system, both in property protection and open source. I'm biased in favor of blending both the systems of, and many times we are too focused on filing patents and forget how to create public goods of knowledge, which help the whole society advance. So I will focus on that also. So thank you so much, Bushra. And you have been very helpful to us, and I thank all the other participants. Very well.
So thanks.
Shweta, did you want to say anything? Shweta, your hand is up. Did you want to say anything?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I had one doubt. I thought of asking you a quick doubt from you. Sir, actually, when we make the payments from the GYTI project, so that time, can we use that certificate which gives the waiving of the taxes?
Yes. You can try. You can definitely try.
So,
also GST will not be waived.
Not GST, but for research purposes in IISc, whichever projects are under manufacturing that level, for payments, they get one certificate in which they get the waiving off of some percent, 5%.
Find out what is that certificate you need, and we will try to facilitate it.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
So that's like for most of the institute which are of national importance, and certainly it's ISC as well. So you need to give only 5% tax when you purchase anything, and that certificate will be provided by your store and purchase department.
Okay, okay. So when I asked that in IISc, they told that in this GYTI project, since institute is involved, but not as a personal investigator level, so they had told no for giving me that certificate. So I was wondering if GYTI can give that certificate.
Maybe like no GYTA, I don't know, Professor Gupta can mention, but I think like he could write to institute, because usually it's like money is coming from Government of India, and it's at ISC, it's like one of the institute which is of national importance. So certainly this Ravi Prakash made a DSIR certificate. So
it is called CSIRO certificate. So if you have a CSIRO, ISC definitely has a CSIRO certificate.
Yes.
You give example of NDRI where they're using it for GYTI. So there is no reason why ISC should not use it for you.
Even
it
we
is
have it
from Government of India.
Yeah.
Even if it is coming to you, you are working in the ISC lab. You are still a student of ISC lab.
Yes.
So all students of ISC are eligible to use that certificate for all their research purposes. Please.
Okay,
if
sir.
necessary, I will write to the director, but you try at your level and then let us know.
Okay, sir.
Only for services it's not allowed. Services you have to pay 18% tax.
Yes.
But for consumable equipment, anything is like 5%. Purchase is 5%.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
All the best, Shweta.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So I'll leave. I'll take your permission, Professor.
Yeah,
Gupta.
thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome, of course, to stay on, but I realize the pressure. So
thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So friends, we are now moving to the next session, and we will discuss about the intellectual property right and open source technologies. And before I do that, I would like you to realize that both have a synergy between the two, and I will discuss that in a minute. So what we are going to discuss is proprietary and open source innovations. How do we take care of them? And I welcome both the chair and co-chair for the plenary discussion that will take place after the presentation. Poini, welcome. Arul, welcome. And I look forward to your guiding the students and giving them feedback as we move along. So first thing that I would like to mention is that we have been a great supporter of filing patents, but we have also been great supporter of open source innovations. So all our databases are open source, and I will repeat what have we done. So we have created several databases which are open access. One is techpedia.in, which has 200,000 engineering project information, as I mentioned in the morning, pursued by 600,000, 550,000 students around the country, including IITs and ITs. The purpose is that no student should do what has been done before. They should take the state of art forward. Novelty. Originality and novelty, both are important. Second thing that we have done is we have made a database of abundant US patents. So you can go to gyan.org/patent.php or techpedia.in/patent, and you will find around 0.5 million, but we are going to increase it to 0.9 million. We have already downloaded 0.9 million abundant US patents, which can be used by anybody, everywhere. So for example, if Ramesh wants to use the knowledge in the patents on extraction of water from the air for any improvement in their solution, they can easily do that because these patents have been granted and then abundant by non-payment of renewal fees. 3 times you have to pay fees in US, 3.5 years, 7.5 years, 11.5 years. So if you don't pay fees, then they get abundant. That is the most of the 90% are abundant because of non-payment of fees. The third database, of course, is published practices where farmers' knowledge and innovations have been published. That is also available. We have database of polytechnic projects that is at gyan.org/gyanidhi.php, which is a polytechnic. So there are different kinds of databases that we have developed. And our intention is that to prepare to claim patents, you need access to knowledge. So I would appeal to all GYTI winners to make some knowledge in public domain available through your blogs, through your uploads. I was very happy when Deval mentioned that he is trying to make his algorithm open source so that other people can use that for improving their solutions. Somebody said, we are going to use sensors and we are going to make it open so that other people can use our knowledge and improve their devices. So I think this focus on claiming property right on some aspect of knowledge, while making other things as open as possible so that others can use it and advance the work, is a good philosophy. Some of you might know that Tesla had opened all its patents on batteries because they wanted more people to enter the market. So please understand that patents are useful, very important source. In NIF, we had filed more than 1,200 patents for the innovators. And in first few patents, 3 or 4 patents that we filed in US way back, Srishti and Gyan, were in 2003, granted in 2003, to people who were not even educated up to 10th class. So intellectual property is important, protecting it is important, because what does it do? There are 3 or 4 things that it does. It creates, it reduces transaction cost for linking innovation, investment, and enterprise. So let's say there is a triangle here, golden triangle of Gyan, as we say it, innovation, enterprise, investment. And innovator doesn't know where the entrepreneur is, and entrepreneur doesn't know where the investor is. So when you go to the patent database, your transaction cost of searching information about innovation goes down. You are able to figure out which is the inventor that I want to deal with, which is the inventor I'm searching for. So you are in some sense giving a signal to the market that, look, I'm here. If you want to meet me. Here is my contact. So people can reach you when you disclose your invention. And why patent is granted? In lieu of the disclosure. By disclosing, you are fertilizing the ground from which innovations emerge. You are giving me ideas. So there are a lot of spillover effect of patents. The spillover over space, over time, over sector. So one idea from one domain can apply in another domain. We were discussing about food-based technology from IIT Kharagpur today, that somebody used Mangodi to encapsulate the drug. Now, using food as a capsule for a pakodi, for example, as a capsule for drug that you will otherwise may not be able to reach the gut because it will be degraded on the way. So if you want to reduce the quantity of drug, you want it to go to the place where it is required. That's a gut. Then you can get it embedded into the food. Now, somebody else who's having a problem in developing a drug with the agent for that kind might work with the food people and develop a synergy. So this kind of cooperation is also possible. People can collaborate with each other. Investor can find how many citations exist of a patent. If a patent is cited very well, then there is a possibility that you are coming in the way of a lot of inventors. And if you're coming in the way of a lot of inventors, you matter. If nobody cites your patent, perhaps it may be of less consequence, it may be of less value. So we also look at citations of the patent. Now let's look at what makes a patent. There are different instruments: patent, copyright, trademark, trade secret, geographic indication, industrial design, integrated circuit, and plant variety. And I would like to mention that when you do this, what happens? What does patent do? It is creating signaling system in the society. How do I make sure that my patent is powerful? So let me stop for a minute this presentation, and I'll come to that later. When I make a patent application, many times students don't realize that the more they disclose, stronger is the patent. Sometimes, what do? We mask some critical references, thinking nobody will come to know, and my novelty will be established. Sometimes it does get established because the examiner has only half an hour to process most applications, so they may not be able to discover that reference. That's possible. But what have you missed? You have not claimed novelty on that prior art. Tomorrow, if somebody else uses that reference, which was not disclosed in your application, you will not be benefiting at all. So please remember, first point I would like every GYTI body to know is, more the disclosure of prior art, the stronger is the patent application. This is contrary to what many Indian inventors do. And I am really sad about it, because then their patents don't get anywhere. They will not get licensed. They will not get cited. They will not make much difference in the marketplace. So disclose as much prior art as you can. And what does prior art include? Not just the patents, not just the publications, also the goods in the marketplace. So prior art, if there's a device in the marketplace, as some of you mentioned in your presentation, that my device has this feature or that feature. All right, if that is the case, then mention that. Mention that what is special in your presentation, in your device, in your application. When you mention that, it will be possible for people to figure out as to what exactly is the novelty that you're contributing. It is very important that we are careful in claiming proprietary right over a boundary or a territory of knowledge, of invention that we have created. Now, there are two sides to it. It's a paradoxical statement. One, you cannot claim what you have not done. But secondly, if you claim too narrowly, you will not be coming in anybody's way. So this is a balance that we have to achieve between not too broad a claim versus not too narrow a claim. In general, Indian patent applications, generally speaking, have been criticized for too narrow claims. When you are claiming too narrow, it is easy to bypass it. So if you are saying, let us say 37 degrees centigrade is my optimal temperature, instead of saying 34 to 43, the range within which I get results, but you may not necessarily claim only that one temperature at which you got the maximum yield of your organism or whatever you are fermenting or whatever you are developing. Then the range is protected and it will be not easy for somebody to bypass. So first thing is disclosure. Second thing is not too narrow, but not too broad either. Third thing is that when you are trying to protect, most of the inventors in India, unfortunately, file 1 or 2 patents. And they think they can protect their invention. No. When you look at any large corporation or any invention-based company, you will realize that they try to close all windows and ventilators from which anybody can enter. Now you will say, sir, but that will be very costly. Yes, indeed. So then the question arises, how do we reduce cost? And we have been able to find a way in Honeybee Network. We have been able to, for our average cost of filing more than 1,200 patents in an eye, was about 15,000 rupees. How did it happen? We made the patent attorneys as a partner, as a stakeholder. We said, look, we will pay you, but we will not pay your market fees. We can have a two-step process. First step is charge us the minimal cost, say 15,000 rupees, paying, including the fees that are to pay the patent office and a marginal cost of a service charges. And then we can say, all right, if we get it licensed, we'll pay some more amount. So there's a deferred payment. So it's kind of patent angels can be created. And patent angels are also having a stake in your enterprise. So they will say, all right, I will defer my remaining fees of, let's say, 2 lakh rupees or 5 lakh rupees or whatever it is. You pay me when it is get licensed. Therefore, now the patent attorney is interested in licensing your technology. So you found one more service. You paid for only patent filing, but you have now got a service from that patent attorney for getting connections with the potential licensee of your technology, because he has to recover his 5 lakh rupees or 2 lakh rupees from your patent application. So there's a way in which we can make more people stakeholders in our enterprise, in our solution, by having low cost of fees. So there were 2 issues that I'm making. One, protecting windows and doors through which somebody can enter. And second, trying to see how, when you do that, you also reduce your cost. So for example, many of you must have paid, those of you who have paid from institutional resources or private resources will pay maybe 1.5, 5 lakh, 2 lakh. There are GYTI scheme under which 35,000 rupees is charged for startups. There's a panel of inventors, attorneys who will file patent applications for you in that amount, which is a reasonable amount. But we can reduce it further if you wish, by getting some of you together, helping to draft a preparatory claim yourself, and then go to the attorney so that attorney understands what have you done. Because most of the attorneys in our country, very few of them are biotech degree and degree. Most of them are commerce, law, and that protection. So they don't understand science and technology as well as you do. But you don't understand law. But it is easier to learn law than to learn biotech. So what I'm trying to say is that my experience shows that if you are good biotechnologist, for you to be able to understand, if you read 50 patents before you draft your application, at least 50 patents in your domain, in your subdomain, it is possible that you may be able to understand how different sections of the patent application have to be drafted. It's a good idea to draft oneself, no matter how crude it is, and then give it to the patent lawyer so that you can at least explain what you have done as well as you can explain. They will then change the language and make it as generalized, as particular as possible. Now comes the next issue. How do we blend open source and intellectual property? You see, there are some platform technologies, as one of the participants mentioned, that what we are developing, Dr. Vandana's student had mentioned, that they have developed a platform technology on which many other molecules, many other drugs, neurodegenerative drugs can be possibly tested. Well, you can patent platforms, no doubt about it. I am of the opinion, personally speaking, that if you make the platform open but the drug proprietary, that's fine. So more people can use your platform. What will it give you? Visibility, social capital. So mind you, when your technologies or your platforms are used by thousands of people around the world, you become famous, you become respected, you become reputed. When you become reputed, your patents, which are proprietary, become more valuable. Like now look at that. What happened in music industry? So when singers found a lot of people were copying and distributing their songs, they were not complaining too much. Companies were complaining. Singers were not complaining. Why? Because more people listen to their song, more people become their fans. So when they perform in reality, they get higher fees because more fans will come to listen to them. Do you understand? So in music industry, they have used social capital for converting it into financial capital. It is possible. Similarly, in many other technologies, those companies which are known to produce good public goods. In our country, unfortunately, many labs that we know of do not share on their website open source platform which other people can use. This is my request to all of you, that find out which elements of your solution, which elements of your innovation you can make open source and share it with everybody in the world. And I said, I'll repeat, that more people use your solution, more people respect you, more people, you become more reputed, your citations increase, and then the property right that you're developing will become more valuable. So it's very important to keep both ends in view. What are you going to put in public disclosure as a public knowledge which people can use, and what you would like to have proprietary? This is possible. This can be done easily, and this must be done to some extent. Next comes about licensing. How do you ensure that your licensing strategy is viable? Our rate was about 9 to 10% in NIR, which is as close to about 8 to 9% of CSIR. So these are the two rates in the country which we believe probably are the highest rate of licensing. Generally, it is 2 to 3%. So hardly 2 to 3% patents get licensed. What do you do? How do we proceed? So first, of course, is to see which companies are filing patents in your domain. Which companies are filing patents in the domain which utilizes your solution? Second. Third, which are the companies which are likely to build their value chain, their supply chain, where you can fit in? So let's say you have developed a very good strip, let's say microneedle, as Dr. Rohit mentioned. Microneedle patch to deliver drug. Now, surely there are drugs, some of drugs which are very costly and which a patient has to use oneself. Microneedles could be a good device. A patch could be a good device. And particularly if it has to be released, slow release and regulated release, you need to connect it to the software by which some sensing will be done of the level of, let's say, insulin pump that was being talked about. And then the drug will be released as and when you need that drug and how much you need the drug. So obviously, people who are developing the drug would need the microneedle patch. So then you write to them that, look, I've got this microneedle patch, and maybe you will find it easy to integrate with your solution. And then the quantity of drug that is used becomes lesser, and the effectiveness becomes instantaneous, and the user can use it oneself. So instead of giving an injection, which is not so easy to use, Lantus and many other companies that provide injection. Maybe people can use this one, particularly for young children who suffer from this problem. It will be easier if they can have a patch rather than have needle. So there are many use cases that we should find. As many different use cases we can find for our solution, our search for potential licensee can become focused. And when we start writing to potential licensee, we must make understatement and not overstatement. Many inventors tend to claim too much. And when it comes to, okay, show us. There was a case when I was on an NRDC board, and there was a technology they were licensing to a company in the US. And the concerned scientists in the lab that was licensing said, all right, I would like to pay for the cost of a student, but I would like in my conditions show that your drug delivery agent works. This was a technology of Dr. Devi Sarkar, who had developed the RNA envelope as a drug delivery system. So you remove the nucleic acid, he used the coat of the RNA because that was for hepatitis B. So this RNA will attack, it will go directly to the liver. So the targeting of the drug becomes very focused. So a small quantity could be used using the RNA envelope. Very high advanced. I'm talking about 15 years ago. So therefore, in some cases, then you have to demonstrate the viability of your solution in the conditions that the client, potential licensee, they will pay for it. Of course, they will pay for the cost, but then they will like to have test demonstration in their lab, and you should be willing to do that. Many times, we believe that take it or leave it. Now, that's not the way licensing is done. There are lots of steps involved. If your credibility is not that high, you should be willing to show people how your solution works. And in that case, it is useful to demonstrate this in their conditions, to agree to demonstrate in their conditions. As your reputation goes up, people will start accepting that, yes, you can, and they trust you what you say. But I will be honest and self-critical. Indians are known for hyperbole. We tend to claim too much. As a community, I'm telling you. And no, I have no qualms in saying this. You may blame me for generalization, but I will, because I've seen so many applications. I've read so many thousands of patents. And why do we claim too much? Particularly in licensing deal, we should make an understatement. We should claim little less than what we can do, so that when the performance is evaluated, you come out as better than what you claim. Then the licensee is interested in what you're saying. But the moment your claim is more than what you're claiming, the licensee may not be interested. Fourth step that is very important is that it is sometimes useful to complement your innovation with other complementary solutions. So instead of license one technology, we license a bundle. And that bundle need not be only of my lab. It could have 3 technologies, one from IIT Kharagpur, one could be from, let's say, IIT Bombay, third could be from ISC. Why can't we together make a bundle? Because all the 3 of us are working in the same domain. The moment we tend to go alone, as many labs tend to go, we're not known for a great collaborative culture, unfortunately. We must change this mindset. Together we are stronger, surely, and in this case, certainly so. So if you can make a bundle of solutions, which make each element of the bundle more valuable, because in the company that you are in now, you are giving almost like an end-to-end solution, then licensing becomes easier. And of course, you can have a decided ratio in which you will share the fees and all of that. That can be worked out. So I would encourage that we should try and see whether we can make a bundle of technologies that always gets better. Lastly, when we explore the licensing strategy, we should also remember that when your reputation is less and you need to go for upfront payments will not be very high. So don't expect too high upfront payment. Many of our innovators tend to believe that they should get huge amounts in the beginning. You know, first licensing that you do is your building credibility. Second licensing you do, you get cash flow or you're doing research. Maybe in the third or fourth licensing that you will really make money. So please be patient and think of building your reputation, building a partnership in which there could be sometimes milestone payments. I'll give you an example. Dr. Reddy's lab, which was the first company in our country which was filing large number of patents for drugs, and Dr. Anji Reddy was a good friend. What happened? When Novartis was licensing the technology in Denmark and they found phase 3 trial, clinical phase 3 trial did not work as well. His calculation went wrong, although he had got about 5 million First drug they got license was for $8 million. Second was for about $25 million. You know what they did, unfortunately? They stopped working on intellectual property protection. They went into generics once again. They started with generics, they went into generics. For about 10 years, they did not do molecule-based research. Now they have come back, their R&D team. I met their R&D team 2 years ago in Goa, and now they've come back to the R&D team. They have set up a lab in the US. But many times when you have milestone-based payment, your risk is reduced, but the licensee's risk was also reduced. They are not going to make you all the payments unless all the stages of the technology, particularly in drug delivery, all the stages of technologies are working out as per the calculation. We have to understand this, and we have to share the risk with the licensee, and we have to move along in that journey. So that's another aspect that we should try to take care of. Now I come to a very important part of commercialization, which we sometimes underplay, which is the supply chain. One of the participants mentioned in the morning that, sir, I don't have a distribution chain. How can I make my tech solution available to various people? I have to tie up. That person had developed a microfluidic chip for analyzing something like a very good device for urinary infections or whatever. Now, there are companies which have a good distribution network. We have to partner with them. And mind you, they charge a lot, almost 40% of the cost goes in supply chain, sometimes 50%. And those who are not familiar with the market or management systems will say, but this is too much. No, it is not too much. There's a distributor, there is a retailer, there is a transporter, there is a warehouse person, there is a capital involved in funding all of the supply chain. Everything has to be priced, has to be factored in the cost of supply chain. So initially, I would not suggest any of the entrepreneur startup to get into building their own distribution chain. Wherever you can use existing platforms, use them. We are going to create a platform, as we discussed today, Dr. Dennis mentioned in more opening remark, an aggregation platform for all GYTI awardees we will create, which will reduce transaction costs for some of you, I'm sure, and we will try to popularize it. But for other purposes, you have to find a partner with whom you can arrange both for large-scale testing, potential testing by the users. You know, many times the market creation activity is less given importance than market responding activity. Very seldom do industries come to your lab to ask for your solution. I talked to 40 entrepreneurs who had developed diagnostics for COVID-19 through CCAN platform, interviewed them. And I can tell you that many of them found that our policies, our regulators are such that somebody who imported the components from China and supplied the kit was treated at par with somebody who had invented all the components in India. Obviously, the cost of those who had invented all components in India was lesser, but their margins went down when somebody is importing from China and then selling a so-called indigenous solution, which was not solution. The result is from 4,000, the cost came to 40 rupees. The tender that Rajasthan government gave was for PCR test, 40 rupees per test. Can you imagine? Now an indigenous innovator must understand. You made your calculations at 4,000, then 400, now it's 40 rupees. You have to constantly innovate to reduce your cost, because the competitors who, unfortunately, in our regulatory system, in our policy system, I will be very honest, who believe in importing and then supplementing and then moving in the market, somehow tend to get more advantage than the entirely indigenous manufacturer. That's the reality of the life today. Today it is the reality. Plus, our customs and so on. I mean, our systems are not designed to support the innovators as much as they should be. So all those problems will have to be factored in. That there will be delay in the clearance. If you are importing some component, there will be delay. The regulatory test will be required, and all of that take time. So please understand, the last mile is the costliest mile, and the last mile is the longest mile. Very often we think we have done a great job, everything is working well, results are good, clinical results are matching. Now I'm ready to go. No, you're not ready to go. You need to have large number of potential users to test your product. You know what companies do? A large company will have about 5,000 MRs, medical representatives, 5,000. And these people go around and offer samples to doctors. Free samples. Do you have the capacity? You don't have the capacity. How do you compete with them? You compete with them, and mind you, this is a gap in our ecosystem. I've told Deputy Secretary, I've told PhD Secretary, I've told VTIO, I've told Dr. Vijay Raghavan, advisor to Prime Ministers, that this is a gap. Large scale testing of my product or service at PSC level or public hospitals. There's no funding for that today. So when public procurement agencies ask for data, you say, I have done for 35 people, I have done for 50 people. They said, no, go away. Give us 500 people data, 1,000 people data. How does a startup give 1,000 people data? So here you need partnership with public-spirited hospitals, public-spirited public health doctors, public-spirited epidemiologists, public-spirited public health institutions who have large network of institutions with which they work. And they will help you to reduce this cost. And keeping the larger public interest in mind, they'll be able to help you to generate data for providing that robustness test, because public procurement hinges on robustness of your solution. They tend to believe that Indian solutions will not be as robust, which is nonsense, which is wrong. We have more accurate. Today, Dr. Rohit was giving an example where one of the solutions is getting tested in other countries more than in India, because they have found that test was very robust. So, but this is an important point. You have got it patent, but you have found potential licensing, but they want large amount of data, and this data requires network approach, and we have not worked out the network. We are working as solo players, and no match can be won by the single player. So we need to work a team, and this team need not be within the institution, but can be interinstitutional. So if you look at licensing successes and licensing to market successes, you must also remember sometimes companies license your product to kill it. So in your licensing agreement, you should have a clause that if in 3 years you don't bring it to market, license revert back. If you don't do that, please remember, a large company will license it, pay you 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, and kill your technology sometimes, because they want their imported sort of technology on which they have higher margin to operate in the market. That's the unfortunate reality of our society, and we have to deal with it. So you should be careful in drafting licensing agreements. 3 years, you bring it to market. If everything is all right, all regulatory approvals have been taken. Else, please revert the license. And all the fees that you paid will remain with me. I will not return you any amount. This is the time that I have paid you. The amount that you have paid is for 3 years time period as exclusive right to test my solution. Now, it's very important that we also look at exclusive license and non-exclusive license. I would prefer non-exclusive license to larger number of companies, because in India needs affordable solutions. Affordable solutions will come from smaller enterprises. Smaller enterprises will have lesser cost, overheads. They'll be able to provide solutions at less cost to other people. Let there be distributed supply chain rather than one manufacturer supplying to the entire country. Those days are gone. One place of manufacture and large places of consumption. Some people can do that. Amul can do that. But even Amul has distributed plants. Large corporations can do that because they have the ability to absorb the cost of supply chain. I would encourage startups to focus on non-exclusive license. Of course, you can give territorial monopoly. You can say, Gujarat, you have the right. For Maharashtra, you have the right. First time we licensed the technology, grassroots innovation, we gave district level rights. It was a tilting bullock cart of Mumbai. And there were 3 different licensees, and they wanted rights for those districts, not even state. And we said, all right. Of course, patent was not granted at that time. They were goodwill payments that people make. So sometimes when a patent is at an advanced stage, you have already given reply to the examiner's questions. There are times at which you should start negotiation. There are companies which are willing to take the risk, because within 18 months of the grant, you must file PCT application. Within the 18 months of application, publication of application, you file the PCT application. You have got 30 months period for filing PCT. That PCT cost is very difficult for most of the startups to bear. So that cost will be borne by the licensee. So what brings me, before I get the grant, I start bringing potential licensee on board within India or abroad, so that they will take the cost of each country where the technology is going to potentially work, to the trial, find the local manufacturer or local partner to get it through the regulatory test. So I remember a particle board technology where, the countries which had rice production, say Italy and a few other countries, there were a lot of rice straw available. They wanted to license this technology to them and to Australia and some other countries. So then you must have the ability to bear that cost. So far, we do not find too many PCT applications, as you know, from the startups. Bigger organizations, yes, but even they are not as many as we should. So maybe we should look at the possibility for finding licensees who will help you to find PCT applications. PCT is Patent Cooperation Treaty, under which same application is processed that you file under in multiple countries, multiple constituencies, because patent is a sovereign right. So for each country where you want the technology potential market, where your solution has potential market, your application will be processed in that country. European Union, of course, can process it for the European members together. But most of the countries you have to file, your application will be processed in that country to their trial. Incidentally, I will mention that WIPO has a fund under which they can do the examination of your application, novelty application for PCT application. WIPO does it. For developing countries, they can give it free for some members. I don't know how many they have, but they can do it. If you want to use that, you can try to use that, but that is possible. Last point that I would like to mention is how do we ensure that, as I said earlier, we will have a relay of invention. What is the future direction in which my solution is going to go? What is the obsolescence factor of my technology? Higher the obsolescence factor, shorter is the life of my solution, quicker should be my recovery of revenue, which means I should not wait too long to find good terms for licensing. Whatever you're getting, go ahead and focus on your next solution. Because if you take too much time, your technology may become obsolete. Then it is of no value. Somebody else will develop that. So please remember, sitting on your IP for too long, thinking that you will get a good license. That is why the licensing rate is very poor in public sector R&D labs. Please understand, don't mind my saying this, but that's the reality, because we wait too long. Another issue, don't maintain the patent. If you have not got any query for 4 years or 5 years, to my mind, maximum, or if you have not approached and got good response in 5 years, your technology may be not got anything. If you are a manufacturer, you will maintain your patent because you want to maintain your product and market. But if you are an entrepreneur, you are an innovator, don't maintain application. That my advice beyond 5 years, because the cost goes on increasing and there is no value after that time and there is no query. So many labs now, CSR has also taken a view that if we don't get any query for some time, we will not maintain those patent applications unless India has a strategic interest in that solution, which means that if we have to protect that domain, where we don't want somebody else to enter because we have indigenous solution or for whatever reason, strategic reason, that's a different matter. But for all non-strategic cases, if there is no query for 3 years, 4 years, abandon it. Go ahead. That's why we got 0.9 million abandoned patents from USPTO. Why did these people abandon? Because they didn't get query for their patents. And they didn't want to put their money. Why did Dr. Reddy's lab abandon his patent? That's what they had money. But even they realized that few crore rupees that they will invest every year for maintaining it, knowing fully whether they're not going to take it to the market for whatever corporate strategic decision, why should they maintain it? They abandoned that. So whether you are in private sector enterprise, you have set up your own enterprise, or you are a scholar, please be careful that maintenance is a cost and maintaining it beyond the range doesn't make sense. So finally, let me conclude by saying that when we talk about intellectual property protection, I'll come back to the first point with which I started. Try to find out which aspect of a solution can be open sourced. Your algorithm, your platform, your know-how, your way of developing a particular device. I mean, you have developed a very good fabrication tool. Open source the tool at least. Let other people use the tool and develop their own devices. What's the problem? Or if you have developed material, and you can harness the use of this material to a limited extent in your own device. If you're not going to work on too many devices, if this material is not going to be exclusively used by you, then please make it available to other manufacturers. And sometimes you can make license fee just a token. Once IBM gave opened large number of licenses or patents on $1 license, $1 license. Somebody asked, why did you want to buy $1? We wanted to know, when we couldn't find value of this, who is the one who can find value for what we have discussed? To find the user of their open source patent, they kept $1 fees. Keep small, sometimes you keep low fees for disclosure, for licensing, because you want to know who are the people who are going to use my solution. They are your potential stakeholders. They are your potential partners. They're smarter people. Sometimes you didn't find value for that device or that solution which they have found. You should appreciate that. We grow by by interacting with people who are smarter than us, not by those who are more dumb than us. So we need to find people who are better than us, people who are more intelligent than us, people who are sharper than us. And these are the people who find value for something that we didn't find value for. And how do I discover? By putting those solutions available to me. So while I am a 100% open source fellow, I put all my content without copyright. I don't care and who uses it, who refers to it, whatever it is. But that has done well to me, because I get every week at least a few strangers who reach and show interest and give some new ideas to me, and I learn a lot. So the sharing has its own advantage of expanding your network of connections with people, with the strangers. My last advice to GYTI everybody is, if you are not receiving mail from a stranger every week, you're not there. You're not there. You don't matter. Which means disseminating your ideas, creating a wider awareness of your solution is part of your research, it's part of your living. Share what you have done, and then decide with whom you want to share how much. That I think I will leave it to you. But share. Why do I get so few tweets or leads on new innovations being developed in our country? I mean, if you look at the mail, you look at newspaper, look at the pages, 15 pages of news, how many columns are on new innovations? Shouldn't we ask this question? With all of you around, why am I not reading about all of you? So share. Share yourself, write letter to writer, put it on wherever you can, blog it. At least share what you're doing so that people who want to connect to you can find you out and help you out. There are a lot of people in this world who believe that we want to promote a good cause. I tell you, take my word for it. Try it out, and you will find partners unexpectedly from places that you never could have reached yourself unless you shared it openly. So thank you very much, friends. I started with saying why you should make your claims not too broad and not too narrow, and why should you possess your territory very carefully, file patent to close all windows and ventilators. That was the position I took. Paradoxically enough, I'm ending now on saying open as much as possible, share as much as possible. Thank you so much. Any question we will take for a minute or two, otherwise I will hand over to Arul and Pai. Any quick comment, anybody? Otherwise, Arul, please take over, and if there's comment, I can come back later.
Sure, thank you, Professor. As always, I mean, a very inspiring lecture. So I guess by now, I think everyone must have figured out it's quite difficult to go into any lecture or talk after Professor Gupta. It's the biggest challenge one can actually face as a speaker, so I'm not going to venture into that. Having said that, as a person who has been traveling with the Honeybee network for substantial period of time, and as a person who learned from the network what IP means for the common man in India, and or what IP should mean for the common man in India, I just thought maybe I should also add a couple of remarks which might more or less be also reaffirming some of the things which Professor Gupta was mentioning. So Professor Gupta was emphasizing heavily on the fact that we should not just look at the intellectual property protection, but we should also focus equally on the sharing aspect. I know, as a person who has been working in this area for some time, I understand why he is emphasizing on that, because over the course of time, many people have started to see IP as an end in itself, and that's a problem. IP is just a means, or just one of the many means to the goal which we have, that is promotion of creativity and innovation. So as the GYTI awardees, I understand all of you got awards because of the wonderful innovations which you actually shared. This is one of the important things which you should constantly remind yourself. So see intellectual property protection, particularly patent protection, only as one of the different means to promote your innovation or creativity. Don't see or don't think ever that getting patents is the ultimate aim in life. And we re-emphasize on that also for the reason that many of our incentive structures are unfortunately tuned in this manner. For example, if you look at the institutional rankings which are in place in our country as well as internationally, many of them place heavy emphasis on the number of patent applications filed as well as number of patents that were received. Unfortunately, that has led to a situation which I would call as vanity patents. So many people are filing today patent applications just for the sake of increasing the number of patent applications. And Professor Gupta mentioned one very, very important aspect during his remarks, that is, many people also tend to maintain their patents even if no one is actually inquiring about them, or even if no one is actually interested in commercializing them. That's certainly a wrong approach. So if you, as Professor Gupta was mentioning, if you are not seeing commercialization inquiries, so if you are not seeing any enthusiasm from others with regard to the patent application which you have filed or the patent which you have received, one of the things which you should intentionally do is to let it lapse and move on to the next one. Don't hinge on to that particular patent just for the sake of maintaining that patent. That's not just costly for your pocket, but it is also imposing a huge cost on the society, because if you're retaining it as a patent, others won't be able to work freely on that. So that's one important thing which we as students, which we as researchers should always keep in mind. I would also say that, yeah, we need to view this sharing aspect with substantially important for two reasons. There's one, we should constantly remind ourselves of the fact that none of us is creating anything from vacuum. We all create based on existing knowledge, right, and innovation. So if we want to ensure a thriving innovation environment, one of the things which we should also intentionally do is to share our knowledge as well as innovation. And yes, that can be done by one, yes, maybe going for a minimum number of patents as possible. Second, yes, releasing your copyrighted works. For example, if you're writing a scholarly article, if you're writing a dissertation, one of the things which you can do is share it with an open license, wherein, yes, you can retain your right to be named as the author of the work, but you would let other people use that particular work in as many ways as possible. Many of you might have heard about the so-called Creative Commons license. So that is just one of the many different open licenses which you can use in this regard. The other reason is something which Professor already highlighted many a times. From a commercialization point of view, also sharing might be very important. So Professor talked about the Tesla patents. Yes, Tesla released those patents not out of philanthropic reasons, but also for many different commercial reasons, right? Because one, Tesla wanted to signal to the world how confident they are with respect to the technology. Second thing, they also realized that, okay, by releasing those patents, maybe more innovations might actually come up in that area, which might in turn be beneficial for the country or the particular company also. I also wanted to share with you another statistic, which might again convey the same message, but in a very powerful way. So the statistic which you're seeing on the screen is the market share for for the operating system. So as we all know, there are different operating systems existing for smartphones. One is Android, the other one is iOS. Then yes, the Symbian was there, and BlackBerry also had there, and Windows was also there. As you can see here, which I hope all of you can actually see, over the course of time, you can see how Android was capturing the market like anything. And how did they capture it? By releasing most of their things in open source mode. By releasing in open source mode, more developers could actually develop apps, which in turn made those operating systems more useful for the end consumers. But the net result, as you can see from the graphics, you might hate Google for many different reasons, But yes, they have been able to capture market like anything because they embrace open source. And as you can see, of course, iOS has been able to maintain their market share more or less at the same level over the past many years, but that could also be due to many reasons, particularly the emphasis which they gave on security and privacy. But if you take apart that aspect, even there, the market share might actually go down. So Apple relies heavily on the proprietary approach. You can see the share for Windows going down substantially. You will see BlackBerry vanish to air, Symbian also, I mean, it's nowhere. So the broader point which I wanted to again convey here using this particular statistic, which just struck me when Professor Gupta was talking about Tesla patents, is that don't think that sharing is only about GYTI. It's actually also about making your innovation reach more people and thereby also maybe getting more benefits to you at a personal level as well as at a commercial level. Finally, I also want to touch upon one aspect which I think Professor might have forgot to mention. One of the very, very important contributions that came from the Honeybee network is the concept of a licensing called Innovation Commons. So what does Innovation Commons do? So Innovation Commons is something similar to Creative Commons in that it is promoting sharing of innovation among peers. But if a company tomorrow wants to commercialize that particular innovation, they have to come back to you and take a license. So as innovators, as creators, one of the things which we should definitely try to do is practice and embrace innovation commons in whatever innovation you are making. So one of the things which I'm really, really eager to hear from the 5 presentations which are listed as part of this analysis. Of course, I want to know about their innovation, but also maybe it would be wonderful if you can also let us know how you plan to use or share your innovation with the rest of the world. So with these brief remarks, I would now request Professor Bhatt for her introductory remarks, as well as also for introduction of the participants in this session. Thank you.
Koini, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, please.
My apologies. Yeah. So thank you very much. It was really nice summary that you have captured here. And especially Professor Gupta, it was good to listen to you starting from patent creation or knowledge creation to patent to commercialization. Like, certain do's and don'ts. It's really like, very, very to the point that you have come out, especially like, if there is no commercial inquiry, no point in maintaining that. I fully agree with you. Similarly, like I think there is patenting gives a very strong competitive advantage, especially when an innovator wants to start in an entrepreneurial manner or license like to a larger corporate. But there is also like, one has to take a very balancing approach that how long you want to wait for the patent versus you really want to get started with the commercialization if you have a wherewithal or resources to get into commercialization. Otherwise, some new technology, new patent, new product will come addressing exactly what you have been doing it as an innovator, and you may lose your market out there. Second thing is that, like, whether you put your knowledge in open source or you want to basically create your own knowledge. So there is one is that you have this protection. But another thing is that even if you don't get into protection, but you are using this knowledge for commercialization, ensure that you have freedom to operate in the market. That's extremely, you are not infringing on someone else's right. So these are the few things that one has to keep in mind when you want to get into commercialization. So good afternoon, all of you, and it's pleasure to meet you. My name is Koini Bhatt. I'm actually the CEO of Technology Business Incubator at IIT Bombay. It is popularly known as SIGN, but its full name is Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship. We are an incubator around for 18 years, and like we have
supported one of the most successful licensor of technologies. I mean, you have your incubator and your leadership has done great job. I should tell everybody about that, but you should give some information about that aspect also.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Gupta. Coming from you, it's very, very, I'm a bit flattered here, but yeah, we are one of the very early incubators in the country, having started when no one was talking about so entrepreneurship was not really main agenda when you talk about, early 2000 or late 90s. And our main motivation for starting this incubator was exactly this, that there is no ecosystem and you create a platform to encourage startup coming out of academic system. So that was the whole thing. In last, since inception, we have supported more than 180 odd startup. Nearly 60 or 70% of startup have already raised external funding. 50 to 60% of startup are actually at a revenue generation level. So I think, and one of the things that basically what we keep when we onboard a company, we keep it in mind is basically the team and the differentiator. So I think Professor Gupta already spoke about that you want to commercialize, you require people along with first is that you need to know about the user base, you need to know about the market needs, you need to know about basically, spread the words about your product and all. Within limited resources, it becomes very difficult. And therefore, institutions like ours, we are not the only incubator now. There are so many incubators in the country. They help you build that kind of credibility as well as reach to potential customers. So that's one thing. Second thing that basically what we pay attention to is the team who is going to execute the whole venture. So innovator, there's a lot more science and technology behind it. But when you talk about commercialization or business, there are different dynamics come into play. Can you talk to a customer and sell the product? Can you understand how do you make the revenue out of the whole thing? So altogether, different dynamics. Are you able to raise capital and make a scalable business? So this is the team, basically startup team who are going to execute this business. And who is this startup team? Not just technology, but other complementary skill set. One makes the product, one sells the product, one runs the operation. These are the complementary skill set we are talking about. So we pay attention to only those two elements out of element when a startup come to us for incubation. I think with this, basically, we can get into the presentation by 5 startup, but Professor Gupta, actually the names that we have in our list, I see only one name, which is Mandar Kale. Rest of the presenters,
we have Mandar, we have Ravi Prakash, we have Shweta, and I'm not so sure about this. We are checking up, but you can start with Mandar.
Okay, so in my list, Ravindra Pal, Sonali Singh, Iftikhar Hussain, and
No. Sorry, Mandar, then
yes,
Ravi,
sir.
then Shweta.
Yeah.
Okay,
sure. So my apologies. So can we get started? Yeah, so we really look forward to hearing from you all, Mandar, Shweta, and Ravi Prakash. Ravi Prakash. So maybe we can get started with Mandar.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
I will check whether there is anybody else here.
Hello, I'm Mandar. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm sharing my screen, so I will go through the slides. Can you please confirm that? Can you see my screen?
It's visible, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm Mandar, and I'm not the direct beneficiary of the GYTI award. Rather, my juniors have got this award, and it got carried forward to next person, and both of them have graduated. So to sustain the project, that I took over to continue this leftover part of this project. Because of this COVID and all, we could not make a progress in the data collections because of the restriction imposed. So we are taking care of it now as things are going easy a little bit. So I will share that. In fact, I have worked on other project which was funded by Department of Information and Technology, DT, Government of India, and our medical partner was PGI MER Chandigarh, Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. So this was a collaborative project, and we worked together. The team from IIT Kharagpur under the guidance of Professor Mukhopadhyay, Sudipta Mukhopadhyay, and Dr. Khandelwal, who was the HOD of the radiology department from PGI MER. So we worked on a project which was christened as Clinical Decision Support System and Self-Learning Tool for the radiologist for interstitial lung disease using content-based image retrieval. So basically, from our end, that means from IIT Kharagpur end, we look after the development of algorithms that can capture the information from the HRCT scans that was collected from the or by the PGIMER end. So doctors and radiologists helped us to provide a data and also clean the data, clean in the sense that they created a proper delineation and proper ROI. So we can take that information and process it to find a suitable match from the repository. That was a basic purpose of all the developments that we have worked together. Yeah. So I will give a short and brief introduction. I'm not very qualified. I do not have a medical background, but just a short description that what is ILD. So it is a group of conditions that cause inflammation or scarring around a tiny air sacs in the lungs. So in our lungs, when we inhale the air, we have these tiny air sacs scattered all through our lung. So all this exchange of oxygen happens in that tiny air sacs that we call as a alveoli. So alveoli are responsible to mix the oxygen that we inhale into our blood. Due to some foreign elements or some other reasons, they got damaged, and the damaged tissue creates a problem inside the lungs. So different types of different causes do exist, but types of damage they cause, they create certain pattern. So there are there are multiple patterns, like around 21 discovered so far, and this pattern in different combination gives birth, or they cause a more than 150 histological diagnosis or different diseases. So radiologists go through these patterns, go through these scans. Here you can see this is a HRCT scan of a lung. So here you can see that some portion is marked in red. So this portion which is marked in red, this is a region of interest that radiologists go through or take interest in. So depending upon how scarring or what is the pattern of scarring happens in the lung, and they map this pattern to disease. This is the work that doctors or radiologists do. And from our end, we try to find out different cases which has the same pattern. And in our finding, or mostly that most of the disease that are caused by six of these interstitial lung disease patterns or ILD patterns. So they are consolidation, emphysema, fibrosis, ground glass opacity, nodular, and normal. So I've presented a small, normal we have took it as a case that where we can segregate the normal patterns or normal lung tissues from infected tissues or damaged tissues. So in the damage, we have subclasses that are consolidation, emphysema, fibrosis, ground glass opacity, and nodular. So doctors are interested, or radiologists are interested to find what is the pattern, what are the different pattern exist, and then they do analysis and map that what could be the probable disease, or if these things is present at present day, if these patterns exist, then in follow-up, these are the chances of the patient or subject might likely to get some of the diseases. So they consider or they give very weightage on this pattern finding for their decision making. So we have built one system. So it has basically two parts: database creations and query formation of retrieval. So like first thing, like I said, that it is a we worked in team with the PGIMER team and IIT Kharagpur team. So we at the IIT Kharagpur team, we developed or devised an algorithm that will able to detect what are the abnormalities within the lung boundaries, and once abnormality area are detected, then we are trying to get that what are the different patterns that one slice could have or one subjects could have. So to boost that algorithm, team from PGIMER helped us to get that scan from the different subjects, and they also delineated different regions where they have where we can make use of that delineation to train our algorithm to better classify or better understand that how one pattern looks, how one pattern is differ from another pattern, and how normal thing looks. So they helped us to get that data from PGIMER, and then we processed that data to find different patterns. So in the retrieval, what we do when we have a query image, we give that query image to our algorithm. That query image is basically a DICOM image, which is captured by different devices. There is a Philips, Somatome. I think Samsung is also a good, very strong contender in the market that they capture this HRCT scans. So once it is available, we get that scan, one image or one DICOM image, and give it as an input to our algorithm. Then algorithm detects the first thing is that it detects a lung field or lung boundaries, because as you can see there are many most of the portion which is not needed or not utilized while come to the conclusion. So like black background or this
faster.
Yeah, yes, okay.
And the time is limited.
Oh, okay, sir. So we have provided some of the utilities, that automatic lung segmentation, then segmentation of pathology bearing region, and once this segmentation is available, then we go for feature extraction. And once the features are available, we have devised that learning based retrieval method. So it will help us to find the similar cases from the repository. We also provided a relevance feedback mechanism where if the expert is user, that anyone who is using this system, if they have good knowledge about these different patterns, they can give a they can provide a feedback. If they are happy with the retrieval result or not? In this way, any expert user can impart their own knowledge and fine tune the system as per the requirement. So this is another functionality that we have added. So it's not rigid. We have that feedback mechanism incorporated in this CBIR loop. So we evaluated this our system with the two different database, MedGift database. In the ILD, there is only MedGift database which is publicly available, and it is collected over European population. But there is no other database other than MedGift. So this is the second system or second database that we are collected and we are working with for the ILD patterns. So with the PGI database, we could achieve 80% of precision, and with the with the PGIMER, we could able to achieve 83% of precision nearly, and with the MedGift, we could able to achieve 80% of precision. So the system we had devised, it could achieve more than 80% of precision. And these are medical systems, so they are highly precision specific. So we'll be working on how to improve the precision further, so that can be very helpful to identify the right patterns. And we have went through that clinical trials at the EMS Delhi, and now we are looking for some more data and more clinical trials, so it can be improved further. And I would also like to show the video that's of this prototype.
We don't have to prototype, just show for a few seconds.
Yeah, yes, sir. It's a very short video. So like I said, you have to load image. We have given this functionality. Choose any image that you wanted to give as a query. And once it get loaded, you will see that red lung boundaries are marked. So then we go with the segmentation, and wherever you are interested, you can take that as a pathology bearing region. Then you can ask for how many images you want to see or how many similar cases you want to see. You can have two options: Medgift database or PGIMER database. And here you can see that there are all these patterns belongs to emphysema. And if somebody is knowledgeable, they can also give a feedback. And once you give a feedback, it will process that and it will fetch a new images. So that's all, sir, from my side.
Yeah. So thank you very much. I just want to ask Mandar here.
Yes,
what kind of IP route you are planning to take? Like, are you going for a patent? It is already patented. Like earlier, there was like, software and algorithm, whether patentability was an issue, but now it is basically permitted. So have you taken any approach towards this? And if we go back to what Professor Gupta has said, that some of the element you may want to keep it in open domain as a platform, and some of the things you can keep it towards commercialization. If that could be the strategy, how would you like to go about it?
Ma'am, this is not entirely my project, or I'm not owner of this project. We, as a student, join this project, work for a little while,
Right.
and they will leave for job or different work with the different organizations. So before this project, there was a small project of the similar thing that took only you can look at it as a proof of concept. So it has some limited number of subjects where they have took the database and found that okay, what system they have devised, it can be useful, and radiologists are also happy. They are also wanted to use that thing. So they took it a little further, and then generate a good manpower. I think that one PhD, one of the students have secured PhD, and two like me, there is another one with me who are likely to get PhDs. So, and after that, there will be a clinical trial. So there will be another continuation of this project. So IP status, as far as concerned, that we are not directly looking into it. So Professor are better to answer that question.
Yeah,
I think that
Mandar, just to reconfirm, so there hasn't been much discussions within the group on how you want to proceed with the IP aspect of the invention, right? There was no group discussions on that front.
Since he is not involved in the determination of its ownership, so then let's leave that, because this professor would decide that.
Right. Then Professor Gupta, why I mentioned, because this is part of academic innovation.
Yeah.
And if you really want to spin it out, like you require co-innovators approval before you spin it out or take any IP route. And the group here, it is important for them to know that, like, when you have co-innovator involved in the process, how do you take forward the commercialization? You just can't take it for the granted that I will do that. And that's exactly point that Mandar also mentioned about. So thank you very much, Mandar. We can go
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, we go to the next speaker, Shweta. Like, are you ready for your presentation?
Yeah, Hasina and Ravi Prakash are also there.
Yeah.
If Hasina has joined, kindly see. Otherwise, Ravi Prakash is also
okay. Yeah, so we can take move on to Hasina is there. I do see her name.
So you can ask if Hasina is not there, then Ravi Prakash is next.
Hasina, I think, has joined.
Yeah, so we can get started with Hasina or Ravi Prakash.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hasina is there. Let Hasina join.
Yeah.
Hasina, please. Hasina, can you start?
Yeah, I think she
we are not able to hear you.
Hasina, can you hear us?
Hasina, you want to talk? Call up my phone, then I can write my number, so you can call up on the phone. I will put your voice. This is my number, so you can call on this number. Are you able to speak? Hasina, we can't hear you. Maybe you have not joined properly. Your audio is showing on, but we are not able to hear you.
Yeah.
Should we go to the next one, and so that you can?
I think we can actually go to Ravi
Next one.
Prakash. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Ravi
Ravi
Prakash.
Prakash, over to you. I also see Vinod here.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. I am audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. So, namaskar. I have just a small presentation. Whatever I have done. The screen is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So, actually, I am from 2018 batch, by GYTI awardee, and I have worked on nanophase and material-based portable milking cum cooling pail. So I am at.
You should mention that you also got the BRIC award
Yes.
of $35,000 in
Sir,
was it in Brazil or somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Last
yeah,
slide
yeah.
I have put in one
Very
slide
good.
everything.
Yeah. Very proud of you.
So I am at present at National Dairy Research Institute, Bangalore. So just in brief, why I have worked on this. Existing milk cooling methods are more for organized and commercial farms, and it is not much applicable for small to marginal farmers. And as far as our market is concerned, there are 17 million registered dairy farmers in India as per NDDB data, National Dairy Development Board says. And there are this 1,90,516 village level dairy cooperative societies. Through them, companies are procuring milk, and their contribution means milk collection through cooperatives from a small to marginal farmers contribute around 70 to 80% of total milk production. In this way, organized sector contributes only 20 to 30%. And it is estimated that around 3%, 3 to 5% actually, milk is wasted annually, particularly summer season. This overall throughout year I have quoted here. So we are our POC is I just thought after my MTech that why I cannot make a milking pail which can chill milk during milking itself. And in the beginning, I'm very thankful that we got this GYTI award. That was very helpful to come out with a solution, and that only helped me to be recognized at number of platforms and get a lot of encouragement and motivation to do this work. So that was in the beginning. Now we are at almost at TRL level 6, and our pail can milking pail, and this is the charging unit, and robust milking pail we have developed with good strong materials. Minimum life cycle we are expecting around 5 years, and cost is effective price per pail is coming to around, along with charger, 3,500 to 4,000 rupees. So just a small video I have. So this is how it will be charged, and after charging it is housed in an insulated container so that there will be no heat gain from surrounding in this way. So this is just like we can say first prototype. More refinement is required when we go for industrial production, and we have tested in our cattle yard at NDRI, and we are getting good results in terms of milk cooling. And some of the feedbacks we have received from farmers that during milking कभी-कभी ऐसे होता है कि गाय यहाँ लात मार देती है तो बाल्टी ऐसे छोटा है तो दूध गिर जाएगा. So like that we have developed some stand also to support this milking pail, and it will be convenient for like farmers like me, those who are not well trained in traditional practices. Another with discussion with milk companies, we propose that some companies like Karnataka Milk Federation in Kolar Dairy and some other places, they had adopted that based on quality, they are going to make payment and temperature. But there was a failure mode, how to quickly detect quality at the time of reception. So our dairy chemistry department, they have developed, I have written here just neutralizer, but for almost all the common adulterants, rapid methods like pH papers. So along with this milking pail, we have planned to sell those rapid detection kits also, so that immediately quality can be detected and with thermometer temperature can be detected. And in that way, farmers will get motivation to use our milking pail. So our value proposition is quick charging as compared to other phase change materials and less energy consumption. So we are able to reduce charging time. In this way, energy saving will be there. And our milk chiller, basically our is milk chiller, but it is in the shape of traditional pails. Therefore, farmers just have to replace their traditional pail and take our milking pail. In this way, we are expecting that it will be adaptable. And in terms of quality, it is preserving in terms of total bacterial count is coming almost after heat treatment. We whatever methylene blue dye reduction time we get, that we are getting in raw milk itself, because at the point of harvest only we are arresting the microbial growth. So in this way, in terms of milk quality preservation also, it is working very well. Now this is how I have planned based on our discussion with several stakeholders to keep this to take this innovation forward. So I have patent on these two things: milking pail and charger, and nano phase change material for thermal energy storage. So we have IP on these two. Now in our startup premises, we'll be developed. We have already, means we'll be manufacturing this phase change material, and this phase change material will be assimilating into the fabricated pails, and pails will be fabricating with the partner manufacturers. Some of the manufacturers we have discussed in Bangalore and Pune, so they are ready to support with us. They can take some margin and fabricate our pails, and PCM will be assimilated into that, and that will be selling to the district milk unions, state federation, and other milk companies. So it will be like business to business model. And sale of phase change material will again generate recurring revenue for us, because once we fill the phase change material, so we are expecting that it will last for many years. But still, if there is some breakage, some leakage, or they want some replacement, then in between also we'll be having service center to provide some repair, maintenance, and replacement of the thermal energy storage batteries. And end users are like farmers. So at present, these district milk union like Amul and other federations, what they are doing, they are facilitating their registered farmers with milk chillers, bulk coolers and all, and they are financing because they want good quality milk, chilled milk. So some of the federations, they agreed that farmers will not buy your milking pail. We will directly buy and give to farmers so that they can get quality milk and market the good quality product, and in that way they can recover the revenue. So these are the various channels how we'll be reaching our customers, like Krishi Mela, DD Kisan, and personal calls also, visiting some villages. And our agricultural extension activity at our institute helped a lot to reach us farmer. And through in Bangalore, NABARD also, I have discussed, like if some leading progressive farmers are coming, then whether they will be helping in our innovation. And Krishi Vigyan Kendras are there under ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research. So they will be helping us in training the farmers. So in this way, we'll be able to reach these sustainable goals. So that's how we are planning our business to take forward. Like market and scalability, I have just mentioned here. Just a minute, this slide went okay. So number of dairy cooperative societies is increasing in India. Almost it is doubled in the last 2 decades. And it is continuously increasing because of the effort put by National Dairy Development Board under Operation Flood program. So in that, more number of unorganized farmers are getting organized, and number of dairy cooperative societies are continuously increasing. Registered farmers also increasing, and these are the top 5 states procuring almost 80% of milk in India through dairy cooperative society. Top is Gujarat, then Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Rajasthan. Actually, from Department of Science and Technology, I was nominated for BRICS Young Scientist Forum, and I went to Brazil. And when I presented this innovation, at that time, people from South Africa and even Brazil also, they were interested in purchasing our innovation. So we are expecting that it will be having good impact in other countries also, apart from India, where tropical and subtropical climate is dominated. So in the beginning, I got GYTI award. That was like initial support. Then after that, it was supported under India Innovation Growth Program from DST and BRICS Young Innovator Prize in 2019. And from Indian Society of Heating, Refrigeration and Air Conditioning, it was supported in, I got an award called MEET. Recently, in 17th call, I applied through SIGN IIT Bombay for BIG grant, and I have been awarded this grant for 18 months. In this, we have planned to integrate with renewable energy resources and develop community scale charging setup, so that in one village there can be a setup where multiple farmers can access the facility. And apart from that, from KPIT Sparkle platform also, I was Platinum Award winner. So this is how this is present setup and roadmap. At present, I am incubated at SciNet TVI of ICR NDRI Karnal, and field testing is going on. Identified cooperative societies we have identified and put our things. Because of COVID, we could not complete it, otherwise we would have completed. And we are expecting that I am almost end of the PhD. So I will be completing defense in few months. And then after that, we'll register a startup and negotiate with investors. So in this journey, we have filed 3 patents. One is examination is defended, grant awaited. And these 2 are already filed, and PCT filing also is under process. We have planned to file PCT also, so that we can protect in other countries also. So this is how our community scale deployment plan is. Like we'll be having charging a station in villages, and after charging the number of milking pails at a centralized place, it will be distributed among farmers. And based on farmer convenient this and their population, how much density is there, accordingly we can facilitate the charging stations. And then along with milking, cooling will happen, and during transit also cooling will happen, so that quality milk will be received at dairy companies and no rejection. Occasionally this rejection is 3 to 5%, whatever I have written, that is from total milk production. So it happens and creates particularly in North India it is more. Overall I have written here in this, wherever cold climate is there, farmers are not facing much. But in North India in summer season it is more. It goes much actually, up to 30-40% also in summer seasons. And then it will facilitate the good quality milk products in market. That way it will help companies also, and discharge milk can be cleaned, sanitized, and again recharged. That's how we have planned. Thank you, sir.
Excellent, Ravi Prakash. So of course we know your case and I'm familiar with that, but yours is a classic case how you have built the innovation and product step by step, protected also, and now taking towards commercialization. Very, very encouraging to know, like, your innovation, and especially it's a impact, like, innovation, not just like economic potential, but huge impact that we are looking at. Yeah. So, Professor Arul, do you have?
First of all, I joined Dr. Bhatt in congratulating you for this wonderful innovation, very impressive. I just had like one question, which I think might also be helpful for your colleagues here. So I noticed that among the 3 IP applications which you have filed, you chose to file PCT only for 1, right? So can you tell us why you chose the PCT route only for one? Why you didn't opt for filing applications in the other two innovations?
No, sir, just there I put one bracket here, PCT under process.
Okay.
Actually, we have planned to file PCT for these two applications, for milking pail also and nano PCM also. So that is just typographic error like that, sir. And first patent, PCT first patent I filed long back during my MTech research. I think in 2016 or 17. So the timeline is completed actually for PCT. So we could not file within that timeline. But these two we are definitely going to file.
And I mean, again, for the benefit of all the participants here, so in PCT, during the PCT filing, you also have to designate the countries to which you need protection, right? So which countries did you designate in your application, and why did you designate those countries?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the neighboring countries we have designated, like Bangladesh and Pakistan and some of the Arab countries. And actually our through institute we have done, our attorney has done all these things. But as far as our advice was there, that at least neighboring countries, so that we can have network. And Singapore also we listed. Whatever is coming in tropical region, means where our product is applicable, those countries only we have designated. So once it is we have just filed, but after some time we'll be entering into national phase and filing into different countries. So that way I understand it.
Absolutely, absolutely, Ravi. Yeah, I mean, for the benefit of other people, yes. So under the PCT system, you have 30 months to decide whether you want to pursue the application for all the countries which you are designated. That's what Ravi was trying to explain. And that's an important time period which allows you to examine the scope of marketability of your invention in different countries which are designated. And then, since this also involves substantial amount of cost, this gives you time to decide whether you really want to go in. Yeah. Thanks, Ravi, so much, and all the best.
Ravi, one small question. Have you thought about a retrofitting solution rather than whole gamut of pail being hired out and all that? I personally believe that a metallic bucket, the ordinary 100 rupees, 150 rupees bucket, a farmer can retrofit it. That would be more practical. So farmer takes care of the cleaning, farmer takes care of the supply. Only what he issues is the device. So have you thought about that?
Sir, I could not get it. Retrofitting means.
Ravi, my question is, have you thought of redesigning your solution in a way that people can retrofit? That means they can take the device of PCM, phase change material,
yes,
a small hook on which they can hang and attach it to the surface, outer surface of the bucket, a small jacket. And any jacket will become cooling jacket then. So you don't have to take care of the problem of collecting pails, cleaning them, dispersing them. All that hassle can go down if you focus only on the externally fitted cooling device. Think about it if you have not thought about it. That will make your supply chain far more efficient and far less amenable to hassles of people issuing the bucket and cleaning, giving it back, then you cleaning, all those costs go away.
Sir, this is very good suggestion. So you mean to say that they can fit our cooling device in their container itself?
That's right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Think about it. Think about it. Because you need it only for a few hours. You don't need it for too long.
Yes.
It is only when the collection van comes and you take the milk out. So let's say at 6 o'clock you have taken the milk and it is still cooling time. And then at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock, the van will come. So it's about 2-3 hours matter, isn't it? So the device can be hired and fitted. Think about that. Think about it. You don't have to reply now. Reflect and let us know.
Yes, sir.
We can talk it offline. Yeah, please go ahead for the next one.
Yeah, so next one can, I would like to invite Vinod. Vinod, are you there? I can see you, but.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Are you able to see the screen? Hello.
Yes, we can see.
We can see your screen.
Okay. Okay. So, good evening, one and all. So, myself, Vinoj, and the project which I am concentrating on is the artificial deep learning brain actuated lower limb exoskeleton for the paralyzed. And my research guide is Dr. Sunil Jacob. Our institute is SEMS School of Engineering and Technology. And the problem mainly I'm addressing is concerned with the exoskeleton, or more predominantly the medical exoskeleton. So in that case, what is the innovation? What we are trying to bring in is, when we did the literature survey, very few companies have tried using BCI for the actuation of the medical exoskeleton. So we are bringing in the BCI, or the brain signal, to actuate the exoskeleton. And then regarding a few issues, like existing users, whoever is using the exoskeleton is also having issues regarding the continuous control of the device, and also that results in frustration for the users. So we are trying to solve these issues faced by the paralyzed persons. And also one more main thing we are incorporating into our devices, it is not only it will be providing the rehabilitation as well as a communication aid for the paralyzed. Our main focus, we are dealing it on the lower limb as well as on the upper limb. So in the initial stage, what we are trying to do is, we are based on the user movement, which is acquired using the EEG sensors, we are trying to control that lower limb. And also in whatever available in the market, they are mostly use the direct control, but here we are changing that into a feedback based control is incorporated. That is one change. And the second main contribution we are bringing in is like the recorded muscle movements. So we are bringing in the recording muscle movements into the system, so that in the case of some paralyzed, we have noticed that the brain signal acquired is very feeble, and they are unable to concentrate hard also. So in that case, this recorded muscle movements will be used for actuating the exoskeleton, so that that will provide the rehabilitation in a timely manner, and also to get the continuous control. Then obviously, once these produced movements or the gestures, we are converting it into speech to express their feelings for the paralyzed to the friends as well as relatives. Then coming to the work, what we have done so far. So initially we created the tie-ups with the hospital, the Sunrise Hospital, as well as with for having the expertise in the EEG sensor design. We have the tie-up with NeuroSky and the Backyard Brain. Then initially we have done the EEG data analysis using the emotive sensor. And we have also designed a customized sensor using the 16 electrode system. Using that acquired signal, we have produced a few movements on the lower limb exoskeleton. Then one more important thing what we are bringing in is an alternative to the exoskeleton, where all these instead of these exoskeleton structures, we are using the muscle stimulation or the TENS device for stimulating the muscle. That is, without using the exoskeleton structure, we have produced the movement on the paralyzed persons. Especially that research, we concentrated mainly on the lower limb. And also the analysis regarding the head models were also carried out. this was the work we have completed with the whatever funding we received in the initial phase. Then also we have filed, so coming to the main novelty, as I mentioned, we will be providing the system which will be giving the rehabilitation as well as communication aid for the paralyzed, and also a non-invasive alternative for the exoskeleton. And the third one, as I mentioned, we will be incorporating the artificial muscle intelligence into the system with the help of deep learning algorithm. We will be automizing the system maximum with the minimum intervention from the caregivers. So that is the main goal we are trying to achieve. And 2 patents in this regard we have published. And one mainly patent which is concerned with this work is this one, that is the self-assistive brain or body control physiotherapy device. In that, our main claims we are having is mainly this transcutaneous nerve stimulator, which will be used for exciting the muscles rather than the traditional exoskeleton design. And also the EEG based control will make the paralyzed more self-sufficient. So that are the main difference compared to the existing solutions. But at the current stage, we have initiated some steps of the startup, but still not fully. And also I'm into my PhD thesis work. So because of that, I cannot fully convert that into the startup procedures. And these are few challenges we mainly faced during this work, like this, especially for people with high degree of paralysis, very stiff to move their body parts. So we require very the initial motors and actuators we used for the exoskeleton were not good for the producing the movement. So we require those a little bit more high torque motors, and procuring that is also difficult at this time. And then one more main thing to make the exoskeleton lightweight, we are bringing in this carbon film. But in that also, when we tried for the manufacturing, the exact mold is not we are getting that exact mold. So that also is one issue, but we are working on that. Then one generalized issue is this, like the customization for each patient. We need some kind of customization for the EEG sensors. So we are also working on that issue. Then incorporating the AI algorithm, the data set, we have only our own data set because of the customized movements, but already available data sets, we cannot use it for this work because of the motor imaginary in that case is different. So that is also we are trying to acquire maximum data from using the sensor. And the medical regulatory approvals also we have to get. That is a few pending work from our side, and that is my current status and of the work. Thank you. Thank you, Dairak and Srishti, for this opportunity and support. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vinod, for this, and I hope that you really take this forward towards commercialization here. Yeah, Professor Arun, do you have any comment on this particular question?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just 2 questions for the benefit of everyone. So, Vinod, you mentioned that you have filed 2 applications, right? So, what is the current status of those 2 applications?
Sir, examination is only scheduled. It's not yet over.
Okay, so it's at that stage. The second thing is you showed the claims on the screen. Who drafted those claims? And or one, that is the first question. Second, are there the claims in the application which you have filed, or did you actually present a simplified version for the benefit of this audience?
No, actually the claim in that application only. It's the claim which I claimed in the application only.
Okay, so who drafted those claims?
Yes, sir.
Who, I mean, did you, I mean, internally draft it, or did you take the help of some attorney for?
Sir, internally only, sir. We haven't taken any help. With myself and guide only we filed.
Okay. At least, I mean, one of the initial impressions which I am getting from those claims are, I think, maybe it's not meeting the rigor which generally you might see in a patent claim. So you might also might want to consult an attorney when you generally want to file a patent application, because it's patents are essentially a techno-legal document, right? So you might actually want to get the inputs not just from the technological side, but you might also want to take the inputs from the legal side. And at least with respect to these kinds of innovations, which I see as high potential innovations, maybe it's also a good idea to discuss with a patent, a good patent attorney before drafting,
sure.
right? Because once you file, things are a bit difficult actually. So maybe for your future applications, this is something which you might want to take into consideration. And I want to also remind one of the things which Professor Gupta was mentioning earlier. In this regard, it might also be a good idea to see, I mean, who might be actually willing to spend some time pro bono with your institution. There might be many good attorneys who might actually want to help your institution. So it might be a good idea to figure out who can actually help, and then have like a panel of people whom you can consult with full confidence. Of course, I mean, I wouldn't really recommend going and consulting with just random people, but yes, I mean, people with whom you'll have full confidence. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we will definitely for the next.
Just a small suggestion. The exoskeleton that you have designed could be used for various other ailments or other conditions also, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So my suggestion would be that claim those possibilities. Number one. Number two, the brain-based or EEG-based signaling to the device that can be used for various other kinds of exoskeletons.
Okay, sir.
Isn't it?
Okay, yes, sir.
So basically, you have two applications. One for exoskeleton of various kinds that will be controlled by mind or brain.
Yes.
Second, the signaling system from the brain and an interface for converting signaling system from the brain for reception by the various kinds of exoskeletons. So if you put both the claims, which are to my mind, these are two primary claims. They don't have to be mixed in one.
Okay,
you can
sir.
have two applications here. All
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes, sir.
It's a good idea, good work. It has huge potential in future because we have so many cases where this kind of problem arises.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Vinod, once again. Now, Shweta, I can see you here. Would you like to present your case now?
Yes, ma'am. I'll share my screen.
Please do. I think Hasina, probably she has dropped out. Maybe some technical issues out there. So this would be the last presentation. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Shweta, go ahead.
1 minute, madam. क्या हो रहा है?
While I think Shweta puts up a presentation, I must say that one of the really good things which I saw in the last session was the manner in which Shweta was trying to help Shivraj. I think, and that really shows the objective of this conclave, and I was feeling so happy when that was happening. And I really hope to see more such collaborations coming from the peer group. Of course, I mean, Professor Gupta, Dr. Bhatt, and me. I mean, people like us can always make many suggestions, but I think the most important suggestions are the ones that comes from the peer group. And so I must specifically congratulate and thank Shweta for taking that initiative in the last session.
Mute कैसे? Unmute करना है. Hello.
Yes, Shweta.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for appreciating. I'll start my presentation.
Can you put in presentation mode if you can? Otherwise, I can continue with this.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. I'll be talking about a fiber Bragg rating based eye tracker. So, I am having some problem.
So you can go back to your original mode and continue.
Okay. Yeah. So to start with, why an eye tracking is required. So there are a lot of study in literature where we see that eye movement, like how fast or how slow the eye moves from one place to another, can indicate various ophthalmological as well as neurological disorders. So the eye movement evaluation is considered as a diagnostic tool for these kind of disorders. So what are the disorders we can see? Here are neuropsychiatric and neurodevelopmental disorders like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, autism, schizophrenia, disorders like these, which are difficult to know at an early stage. So if these disorders can be diagnosed at an early stage, it will be very helpful. But unfortunately, the people get to know about these disorders on later stages when it is already very late. So so that is why the eye movement evaluation can be used as a very important diagnostic tool for the indication of these neurological disorders. So what conventional methodologies we are having right now are one gold standard method is scleral coils, which is invasive, that has to go inside the eyeballs, and it is very painful and also has side effects like leaves marks on the eye, has blurring for after some time, till some time after the check itself. Then there is dual Purkinje image tracker, which is not portable. It has to be based in one room only. Then there are camera based methodology, the newer methodologies, the camera based methodologies, but those cannot be used when the person's eyes are closed or not widely open. So there are things like deep sleep movements. So in rapid sleep movements, those cannot be detected with camera based methodology. So hence there is a need for a portable, cost effective. Also the conventional methodologies are very, very expensive. Then it should be sensitive, it should be non-invasive and very, very comfortable to the patient as well as to the clinical staff, like the doctors and the nurses. Should be comfortable to mount, demount, and it should have no side effects. So these were the typical points which were there on our mind before beginning this project. So for this so for this we have designed a fiber Bragg rating sensor based eye tracker. This fiber Bragg rating sensor is basically a small modification which we do in an optical fiber. So it's just a kind like size of a hair strand. It's very, very small. So the sensor is very, very small, gauge length is very, very small, and on the screen you can see the probe, where the probe FPGET probe will be sitting on the eyelid, lower eyelid of the patient. So it is I'll not say it is completely non-invasive, I'll say it is minimally invasive. It's not going inside the eye, but still is in contact with the lower eyelid skin of the patient. So the second picture shows the experimental setup which we were using earlier. So this setup we were using because we had to use camera methodology to validate our innovation. So in that camera methodology, again the drawback is head and chin rest, and because there should be no head movements, because that will be interfering with the eyeball movements. So that is why the head should be fixed at a place. It cannot move for the entire session of the testing, which is very, very uncomfortable for the patient. As you can see in the picture, that the whole head and chin it is fixed, and it's like if it is a test of 15 minutes, for 15 minutes the patient cannot move at all. So that is a bit uncomfortable, which we want to remove. This constraint we wanted to remove. Then For this, so this is our earlier prototype. Now, thanks to GYTI, which has considered the potential of this project and given us grant, we are now going forward to making this device much better, in the sense, first of all, this device, it was having one constraint. It was having a drawback, that we were having only one FPG sensor on one eye, which means that we can only sense at one point, and it was giving only dominated values at one plane. But we need two planes data for a 3D eye tracking. So that is why we needed two sensors. That means the whole thing we need to have two. So for this, now we have done the modifications. We have used two cantilevers now, and as you can see, this is the design we are going for now. And there are two cantilevers here, and two FPG sensors will be residing on these cantilever, and both the probes will be sitting on either side of the eye of the subject. And this prototype is designed in a specs frame. The major part is the important part is the whole design is compatible for everyone, like starting from a kid to an adult and to an old age, having eyes of different sizes, different openings, angles. All those things are covered here. I'll just show you this video. It's a small video which shows all the motion which is covered in this design. So for various opening of the eyeball, like some people have bigger eyes, some people have smaller eyes. So for that, the whole cantilever can open and close. It can move vertically, it can move horizontally to adjust the positions, and it can also be tilted. So this makes the design completely compatible for all the ages, for all the ethnicities, people of all the ethnicities. So that is taken care of in this design. Earlier, we were only having a patch sensor, and we have to paste it. This is now more aesthetically better, and also having more features which were not having earlier. So this is the design now we are going for. And now I'll also mention about the challenges which we are facing. The main challenge which we are facing here is how the optical fiber should be routed from this module, the sensing module. So there is a frame. This frame and this blue color module is separate. Like we can detach them and attach them whenever required. So the blue color frame has to be bonded. The fiber has to integrate it here, and the fiber is very, very feeble. It is very difficult to work with fiber, and during these motions, it should not be cut or damaged. So that is why the routing is one big challenge. What we have to do this. And then elimination of head and neck rest, which I already mentioned, that it is our one of big aim, that because that will solve a lot of problems for the patient and for the medical fraternity also. So the challenge here is that if we go for the head and neck rest elimination, we have to compensate for the head movements, which are the background signal. Our signal is the eyeball movements, and head movements are the background. So we have to eliminate this background background signal. So what we have to do here now is we have to either use a motion sensor which senses the head movements in conjunction with our FBG sensor, or otherwise what we are thinking is to integrate this module into a virtual reality set. So if the virtual reality set it is integrated, which is our aim, so then there will be no need for head and neck rest and elimination also, because the whole thing will move and it will be automatically compensated. Then we have to make it a cost-effective methodology, which I think we will be able to make. So thank you very much. This is all from my side. Hello.
Yeah, thank you, Sweta. Sorry, I was on mute. And yeah, very interesting innovation. I guess you're still at an early stage. But one thing is that I think I was just, when I joined, like in previous session, Professor Gupta was discussing, and the expert was also mentioning about the need for the clinical trial.
Yes.
Out of the 4 presentation, except for Ravi Prakash, all 3 of you actually fall under that category. So one is that clinical trial. Second thing is that regulatory path that you want to take. I think do let Professor Gupta also know about it, because he also mentioned that we'll try to help you. Incubators like us also will be able to help you in this. But I think it's very critical that you keep a sight on IP as well as clinical trial path.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, this modified design we have started only after getting this GYTI project. But before that, our earlier prototype we have already patented. It's an Indian patent, and its first examination report also we have submitted. So it's in that stage.
So, Professor Arun, do you have any further comment?
Just one question. So, Shweta, how do you want to ensure that this innovation reaches the maximum number of people? So, we understand the earlier prototype. For the earlier prototype, there was an application, but have you, I mean, within the group also discussed how you want to make sure that this innovation reaches the maximum number of people?
Yeah, so our plan was to first of all, our major goal is to go for clinical trials. After we were able to manufacture this properly, testing and validation is already done. Only thing is we have to do it again on this module. The proof of concept is already done. Another step is for to go for clinical trials, and a next step is to go for marketing strategies, like as you said that how we plan to reach the customers or the people who will be benefited. So our plan is to go for, first of all, the hospital setups, like big hospital setups, because this technology it has simultaneous measurements facility, which can be very helpful for big hospital setups, because one setup like one interrogator with like one interrogator measuring unit along with lot of these kind of module can be used in in many patients altogether. So that is very helpful for big hospital setups. Another point is in these early diagnostic level point of care tests, which the government camps and all will do. That also we were thinking, but that may be far off dream of ours, because that will require a lot of other things also. What I'm saying is, like, when the government will organize camps, right, point of care diagnostic camps, so these devices can go to those camps and can screen people for neurological neuropsychiatric disorders, because now as we know that in India these neurological neuropsychiatric disorders are not very well taken care of. People doesn't even if people know that they face these problems, they don't want to go to doctors, they don't want to there is some stigma behind this. So that is why if the rural camps, urban camps and all will be very helpful. So these are my thoughts about this. But yes, we are very far from this now, right now.
Thanks, Shweta.
Shweta, did you see the possibility of, the ophthalmologists have a device to check your retina and to check your cornea and other things, right?
Huh.
Now, why can't this be fitted to that device? Because after all, this will be used by the doctors, isn't it?
So, sir, actually, this blue module which you are seeing, it is detachable. So we can fix. It has a clamp, and the clamp is fixed with a magnet also. So
Okay, all right.
it can be attached to anything. That is our main
So
aim.
my suggestion is, when you promote it, when you take it to the clinicians,
Yes.
try to take a photograph or a design which is attached to their existing instruments that they use already, So doctors will find it easy to accept. Of course, this is also easy because they have spectacles, blank spectacles in which they put the lens.
Yes.
To test your eyesight. So
Yes.
this can as well be attached to that.
Yes.
So my suggestion is, use what they are using already.
Or if what we were thinking is, we project it as a single product, like with the specs or with the VR. So
No, please understand. When they check your eyes, you are using it you're designing it for doctor or for patient to self-use.
No, for the doctors.
Then when your doctors don't check your eyes with spectacles on, please understand.
Okay.
Never.
Okay.
They will take either the blank of the frame and put the lenses as they would test your eyes, right?
Yes, yes.
Or they will make you put your chin on the machine, attach your forehead to the frame, and then look into your eyes, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
These are the two solutions, two devices they use mainly.
Yes, sir.
Use only those two devices.
Okay, okay.
Don't use anything else.
Okay, okay.
Look at the convenience of the doctor.
Okay, okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll look at it.
Very nice.
Thank
Very
you.
good work.
Thank you.
Very good work. Very good work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the suggestion also.
So
the last presentation now. If Hasina is able to present, just check with Hasina. She's there?
No, she's not there, Professor Gupta.
All right. So then you can give summing up remarks and then we will end.
Right. So what do you, Professor Arun?
Yeah, I just have like one remark. So, I mean, overall, I really enjoyed each and every presentation. Really wonderful innovations, learned a lot from them. But when it comes to the IP protection, I think maybe just keep in mind the primary principle of the honeybee network, that is, act like a honeybee. So not just look at the benefit that might be going to you as an individual, but there are many different ways in which both the individual as well as the society can benefit. Sometimes it might be by taking a patent for multiple reasons, but sometimes it might also be letting the innovation go into the public domain. So keep that principle in mind, and my best wishes are with all of you. And if there are any IP related questions, you should always feel free to reach out to me by email or by phone. Thank you, everyone. And thanks to Professor Bhatt also for co-chairing
Thank you
this
very
session
much.
with me. And thank you for your input.
It has been wonderful being with you. So, Professor Anil Gupta, shall we wind up this session now with your permission?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And all other GYTI participants who have been online, I really appreciate for your patience and interest and engagement. Stay engaged. Do keep us posted with your updates, because we would like your profile on the GYTI platform to be updated. Also explore the option of horizontal networking. Shweta will connect with Ramesh of ICT Mumbai and help him get access to the doctor that you suggested at Nimhans, who works in this area. So as Arun mentioned, I will encourage all of you to give such suggestions to each other. That's a wonderful spirit. That is what the honeybee spirit is: cross-pollination, solidarity, horizontal networking, and helping each other. So thank you so much, Poini, and thank you, Arun, for reminding what I had forgotten. And thank you for all the participants. Thank you. We will meet tomorrow again. All of you are welcome to attend tomorrow's presentation as well. Tomorrow's I'll briefly mention so that you know what is going to come tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we will have Professor Hasnain for the keynote lecture from IT Delhi, and earlier the Vice Chancellor of the Jamia University, and healthcare, diagnostic and treatment. That is the session 5, where we will have several presentations. Dr. Vandana and Tasleem will be chairing and co-chairing. And then we have business development session at 2 o'clock. Dr. Madhusudan Rao from Telangana and a few others will be there. Dr. Vipin Kumar will also be helping in that to chair, and Dr. Deepanvita Chattopadhyay, chairperson of the Knowledge Park, ICI Knowledge Park, and one of the most senior police in promoting technologies in the country. She will be there. We'll have innovations incubation. And then a startup discussion, Dr. Anil Wali and Dr. Chakrabarti from IT Bombay, IT Delhi will be there at 4 o'clock, and 4:30 onwards, we will have the validity session, where we will have the talk by Dr. Ketan Patel, chairman of the NIPER board, and who incidentally has one of the product which was patented and got the gold award from NSTDB for his industrial innovation of diclofenac injection that disperses in the body very fast and very quickly, and many other solutions. So that's the plan for tomorrow.